Chapter 11:13. Wait! Xiao Chen stopped the group of people and said coldly, "For the past year or so, you have been harassing Heavenly Star Island repeatedly. Are you going to leave just like that?" Huan Chuyu was the first to react. Without saying anything, he tossed out 2,000,000 black astral coins from his spatial ring before turning to leave. The others understood. Enduring the heartache, they left behind all the black astral coins they had on them before leaving dejectedly. The dragon chariot landed, and Lan Xiaobai's group of 3 came out. After glancing at the purple-clad youth's corpse, Lan Xiaobai said to Xiao Chen, "After killing this person, there will be trouble." Xiao Chen patted Lan Xiaobai's shoulder and said calmly, "You know that I'm not afraid of this little bit of trouble." Xiao Chen looked around and saw many familiar faces. He walked over and greeted them, feeling guilty and apologizing profusely. When Xiao Chen saw Mo Chen, he did not know what to say. Unexpectedly, the other party did as she said. The moment she arrived at the blue-robed emperor, she immediately rushed to Heavenly Star Island to help him guard it. "You are here," Xiao Chen said after a while. Mo Chen smiled and said, "I came as arranged. If you did not chase me away, I would stay here." Lan Xiaobai immediately said anxiously, "Xiao Chen, if you chase Mo Chen away, I will be the first to object." Right. You will not agree either." The atmosphere immediately warmed up. Xiao Chen smiled and was about to answer when he suddenly frowned and sent out his spiritual sense. Mo Chen quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled. "It's fine. You guys clean up the mess. I'll be back soon. A small fly has been watching me for a long time, and I actually only discovered it now." Before Xiao Chen could explain too much, that small fly had already sensed something and was retreating. If he delayed any longer, the other party would really escape. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and rushed out of Heavenly Star Island. His figure moved as fast as lightning, and the 6 indistinct electric dragons around him vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. You ran over and asked curiously, "Brother Xiaobai, what is Brother Xiao Chen doing?" The others also looked at Lan Xiaobai curiously. Lan Xiaobai pondered for a moment before he analyzed, "Someone has probably been watching us from the side, waiting for us to be taken care of by the 7 heroes of the dragon before they can take advantage of us." The situation around Heavenly Star Island was incredibly complicated. The various large factions occupied the original subsidiary islands. They had been eyeing Heavenly Star Island covetously for a long time. When you saw Lan Xiaobai's injuries, her eyes turned red, and she started crying again. Lan Xiaobai quickly consoled her with a smile. "My little princess, don't cry. Elder brother Xiaobai is fine now." You sniffled and said, "But that person is very ruthless. Elder brother Xiaobai must be in a lot of pain. If only elder brother Tianqi were back." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, he just smiled and did not say anything. Aside from you, there was also a good friend of the Azura race, Lan Tianji, who had come to Heavenly Star Island with Xiao Chen. 1 year ago, Lan Tianji had sent Lan Tianji to the Kunlun continent to invite a martial emperor expert of the race to hold down the fort, dealing with the problem of Heavenly Star Island in one fell swoop. However, there had been no news for more than a year. Something must have happened, and the expert of the race could not come. "Let's tidy up first. Later, we still have to send people to take over the satellite islets occupied by the 7 heroes of the dragon." Lan Xiaobai reacted and nodded. He revealed a rare look of joy on his face. As long as he subdued the 7 satellite islets, Heavenly Star Island would be much safer. It would also be more convenient to come and go. If he could repair the defensive formations on the satellite islets and the main island, then even if Emperor Wu came, he would not have to fear Heavenly Star Island's defenses. However, when Xiao Chen thought about that defensive formation, the 3 holy masters had damaged it beyond recognition before they left. Repairing it would probably be very difficult. However, being able to subdue the 7 satellite islets was a good thing. Lan Xiaobai sorted out his emotions and immediately got into the swing of things. After sending people to tidy up the place, he led Mo Chen and Elder Qin to take over the 7 satellite islets. Outside Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chen moved like a flash of light. After 10 breaths of time, he saw the little fly hiding in the clouds, watching the battle situation on Heavenly Star Island. This person's getup somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. The most eye-catching thing about him was his round bald head and the monk robes he wore. His getup was exactly the same as the Buddhist sect disciples of the ancient era. There was no difference at all. This person looked very similar to the blood monk Jianghu that Xiao Chen had seen in the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xiao Chen was tempted. Originally, he thought that this person was just a fly that he could casually squish to death. Now, he changed his mind and prepared to go over to see who sent this person. The Minor Layin Temple, a Buddhist sect holy land in the heavenly starry ocean, had been destroyed by the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago and ceased to exist. Buddhist sect disciples were very rare. This little monk before Xiao Chen was not weak, a grandmaster-level martial sage. His concealment skills were also very good. If not for Xiao Chen's sharp spiritual sense, he would not have discovered this fellow's existence. The little monk moved very quickly on the surface of the water. It seemed like he discovered something wrong. Occasionally, he turned his head back to look. However, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if he wanted to hide, how could the little monk discover him? Xiao Chen carefully followed the little monk for more than 500 kilometers. It looked like they were about to leave Heavenly Star Island's area of influence. Doubt arose in Xiao Chen's heart. Could it be that he was overthinking and that this was just a passing loose cultivator? As Xiao Chen pondered, the little monk suddenly turned left and sped away. Then he landed before an island. Immediately, several experts dressed in the same attire flew up from the island and received the little monk. Xiao Chen took out the sea chart and glanced at it. Then he entered deep thought. This was Black Flame Island. Before the three Holy Masters' lands were withdrawn, it was the largest subsidiary island of Heavenly Star Island. After the three Holy Masters' lands left, all the subsidiary islands, as long as they had resources, were occupied by the major factions. This island before Xiao Chen was no exception. Based on the current situation, the factions occupying Black Flame Island all seemed to be dressed like Buddhist disciples. This seemed somewhat strange. Could someone have obtained the inheritance of the Minor Layin Temple and is preparing to rebuild it? Xiao Chen muttered in a soft voice. He had not expected to discover such a secret while he was following a small fly. The little monk had already been lured away by someone and could no longer follow. However, this island piqued Xiao Chen's interest. Black Flame Island was not a sealed island. It had its own harbor and merchant associations that came to purchase black flame stones. There were also fishermen and ordinary people out to sea. It would not be difficult to sneak in. Avoiding detection, Xiao Chen landed on the island without causing any commotion. The instant he landed, he felt that the atmosphere on the island was somewhat strange. This island was rather large. Aside from the largest city, Black Hot City, there were several small towns and villages. Xiao Chen estimated that there were at least 1 million people on the island, including ordinary people. Casually looking around, Xiao Chen found that there were temples in all the villages. In particular, there were magnificent temples on several high mountains and rivers. They were full of incense and endless worshippers. All of them were ordinary people who came to pray for blessings and peace. Vaguely, Xiao Chen felt that there was an invisible net covering the entire Black Flame Island. That feeling could not be described in words. Furthermore, it was very subtle and hard to detect. If not for his spiritual energy turning into pure magical energy, he would not have felt it at all. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual energy, Xiao Chen muttered, "The problem should be with these ubiquitous temples." Squinting his eyes, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on a temple on the peak of a high mountain. On the rugged mountain road, people were like ants walking towards the temple. Activating the energy returning skill, Xiao Chen lowered his cultivation level infinitely. Now, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to see through Xiao Chen's disguise. Xiao Chen drifted down and landed at the foot of the mountain. Then he casually joined the group of people praying for blessings. The mountain road was steep, and the people praying for blessings were all ordinary people. As they walked, they panted. Beside Xiao Chen was an old man dressed as a woodcutter. He was very old and found it very difficult to walk. Seeing that the old man would fall if he got careless, Chen quickly stretched out his hand to support him. The woodcutter caught his breath before saying to Chen, "Thank you, young man. Are you praying to Buddha as well?" "No, I'm an outsider. I heard that the temples of Black Flame Island are rather efficacious, so I came to take a look." Chen remained calm as he supported the old man to the side. Then, he took out a water bag and let the old man rest for a while. The woodcutter drank some water and smiled. "You don't look like a Buddhist. You are indeed an outsider." Chen looked at the people praying to Buddha on the mountain and asked casually, "What temple is this in front? I wonder which Buddha they are praying to?" The woodcutter answered honestly, "Naturally, it is the Amitayus Buddha and his bodhisattvas, wisdom kings, and arhats. On the mountain in front is the heavenly Yuan temple. There is a statue of the Manjushri Bodhisattva there. He is a great bodhisattva with boundless magic energy. Most of the people on Black Flame Island worship this bodhisattva." The Amitayus Buddha was also known as the Amitabha Buddha. When the minor Layin temple was still around, it also preached the teachings of this Buddha. In the heavenly starry ocean, this Buddha had an extremely extensive foundation. Before the minor Layin temple was destroyed by the Qing emperor, it had many believers. Chen thought to himself, "It looks like I am right. Someone did indeed obtain the inheritance of the minor Layin temple. They are planning to rebuild the Buddhist sect's holy land. However, they just changed the name and did not want to cause too much of a commotion. Young man, if your heart is not sincere enough, you had better not come to worship the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva will not be able to hear your prayers." The old man returned the water bag to Chen and continued on his way. Chen received the water bag, feeling curious. What exactly is going on? How did the citizens of Black Flame Island accept the existence of the Buddhist sect in such a short time and even become such devout believers? Chen quickly headed for the heavenly Yuan temple at the top of the mountain. There were monks standing guard in front of the temple, all of them skilled in martial arts. However, they could not stop Chen. Chen gently leaped up and flew past the long line of people. Silently, he arrived at the great hall of the inner courtyard. When he saw the statue of the Bodhisattva in the hall, he was startled, greatly stimulated. How is this the Manjushri Bodhisattva? Nonsense. Incense burned in the great hall. The devout believers knelt on prayer mats and kowtowed in worship. However, Chen, who was hidden in a corner, showed an uncertain expression. He stared at the golden statue of the Manjushri Bodhisattva in front. Chapter 11:14. The person on the statue had a dignified expression and a smile on his face. His left and right hands each formed a seal. They were the Dharma seal and the flower-grasping seal. They were famous hand seals of the Buddhist sect. With one seal, the tongue bloomed like a golden lotus. His mouth flowed like a river, and flowers bloomed everywhere. The first seal was pinching a flower, smiling while pinching a flower, laughing at the world of mortals, looking at the prosperity of the world. There was nothing wrong with everything except the face of this bodhisattva statue. After Chen saw it clearly, he only sneered. This face was not the face of Manjushri Bodhisattva at all. Instead, it was the face of the bloody monk, Jianghu. Chen had a very good memory. He had a deep impression of this loose cultivator who had chased him around in the heavenly ruin wasteland. What a good strategy, using the extensive foundation laid by the Little Thunder Temple to directly absorb the power of faith for his own use. Chen gently pushed off the ground and flew to the beam. Then he looked down. Chen slowly opened his heavenly eye and saw that every time the worshippers kowtowed, a formless green energy would come out of their bodies. Like moths to a flame, they flew toward the golden statue. In Chen's eyes, the smile on the statue's face became more and more sinister, like a monster that ate human brains. Chen entered deep thought. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a suction. Strands of green energy flew into his hand. They were all the power of faith. Taking a deep breath, Xian immediately felt refreshed. His entire body felt so comfortable that his bones were about to soften. At the same time, many voices appeared in his mind. Some were praying for children, some were praying for safety, and some were praying for health. They were all prayers from believers. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he closed his eyes and digested the faith energy. This faith energy could not be directly converted into cultivation. It required a secret technique. Just as Xiao Chen was about to close his heavenly eye, he suddenly noticed something strange. There was a black sea of bitterness behind the golden statue. Every time it absorbed a bit of faith power, a drop of black bitter water would fall into it. Xiao Chen stood there blankly for a moment before realization dawned on him. A trace of anger appeared on his face. They had removed all the information from the prayers in the power of faith, leaving only the purest power of faith. Faith is mutual. I believe in you, worship you, burn incense, pray to Buddha, and pray to Bodhisattva. You have to listen to my prayers. Even if you don't satisfy everyone's prayers, you have to choose the more urgent ones and satisfy them. But now, this group of people had completely treated the prayers of mortals as garbage and impurities, only leaving behind the power of faith that was useful to them. He acted like a bandit, plundering and brainwashing people, but he was a dignified and righteous existence. Xiao Chen looked at those devout believers pouring in. Just thinking about it made him feel sorrowful and ironic. Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye, and all the mysterious phenomena vanished. The scene before him changed back to that of a great hall filled with people and incense. It was solemn and dignified. Xiao Chen was certain that Jianghu was the mastermind behind Black Flame Island. Otherwise, all the temples on the mountain would not have statues of him. Now, Xiao Chen had to figure out another problem. Why did the Shui monks send people to keep an eye on Heavenly Star Island? After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chen silently flew out, heading in the direction of Black Flame City. The largest temple in the entire Black Flame Island, Enlightened Sense Temple, was there. The incense there was flourishing, and there were more than 100 times more worshippers than here. The majestic city walls entered Xiao Chen's eyes. The city gates were heavily guarded, all of them bald cultivators in monk robes. Xiao Chen could sense at least 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages on the city walls. Using the foundation returning art to hide his cultivation, Xiao Chen successfully entered the city. After asking around, he found out where Enlightened Sense Temple was. The magnificence of the temple was somewhat flabbergasting. After climbing more than 1,000 steps and following the crowd, Xiao Chen entered Enlightened Sense Temple. This time, the center of the temple was not the Manjushri Bodhisattva but the golden statue of the Amitabha Buddha. There were 8 bodhisattvas on the left and right, 32 wisdom kings on 2 sides, and 108 arhats with exaggerated ferocious expressions. They were erected everywhere in the temple for people to worship. Of course, these were not real Buddha statues, they were just fake Buddhas with different appearances. Without needing to open his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen could imagine how dense the power of faith was in this place. The Amitabha Buddha statue in the center already gave off an indistinct Buddhist light with the naked eye. It looked even more dignified, inspiring reverence and worship. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, his heart sank. The bloody monk, Jianghu, was not the leader of this mysterious Buddhist faction. The true leader should be the true Amitabha Buddha statue in the center. Jianghu was just one of the 8 bodhisattvas under him. Benefactor, since you have entered Enlightened Sense Temple, why are you standing outside the hall? An old monk with a dignified appearance walked out of the hall, walking over to Xiao Chen with a benevolent expression. When Xiao Chen sized up the old monk, he felt startled. This old monk's strength was not simple. This old monk already possessed the strength of a small perfection blue-robed emperor. There were more than 1,000 Buddhist lights on his body, and there was even a golden sea of bitterness behind him. As the old monk stood in the hall, he gave Xiao Chen an unfathomable feeling. After arriving here, Xiao Chen already sensed that this faction was not simple. He did not want to alert the old monk, so he said calmly, "It's nothing. I just heard from a friend that the Buddhist sects on Black Flame Island are rising, so I came to join in the fun. I was shocked by the Buddha statue in the hall and have yet to recover my wits." The old monk smiled and said, "That is not the case. This old monk feels that benefactor's killing chi is too strong, and your sins are too heavy. Hence, you do not dare to face the Western Buddhas. Actually, as long as you take one step forward, you can repent and be saved, cleansing yourself of all your sins." Chen raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "If I take this step, I probably won't be able to turn back." There were other mysteries in this hall. Chen was not so careless that he would not enter rashly. The old monk pointed to the many ordinary people kneeling in worship of the Buddha statue in the hall. He asked, "Benefactor, why do you say that? Don't you see that these believers all have peaceful expressions?" Chen retorted indifferently, "What does it have to do with me? I have never thought of cleansing myself of all my sins of killing." The old monk's smile did not diminish. He said, "It looks like Benefactor has many worries in your heart. How about entering the hall and discussing it with this old monk? Perhaps I can give you some pointers." Chen's expression did not change as he replied calmly, "Another day, then. I am somewhat tired today." After saying that, the old monk took his leave. He did not try to keep Chen. He said, "Merciful Buddha," and sent him off with his eyes. When Chen was far away, the old monk's smile immediately vanished. He called over a young novice monk and said, "Send someone to keep an eye on him. Inform the Manjushri Bodhisattva that the Blue Dragon King, Chen, is here." After leaving the hall, Chen's footsteps became increasingly hurried. He knew that he had exposed himself to the old monk. The waters of this Black Flame Island were much deeper than he had imagined. Chen had been somewhat rash in entering this island. After leaving the city gates, Chen soared into the air and quickly flew out of the island. He felt somewhat strange on this Black Flame Island. He did not feel very safe. Just as Chen was about to leave the island, a large Buddhist light suddenly appeared in front of him, spreading throughout the sky. Boundless Buddhist chanting resounded in all directions, filled with chanting. The clouds churned, and a huge Buddha statue blocked Chen's path. It was the Manjushri Bodhisattva's golden dermic body. The golden dermic body blocking Chen's path was like a tall mountain. Chen looked as insignificant as an ant. "Benefactor we meet again." When the huge dermic body spoke, its voice was loud and rumbling. Every syllable could shake one's heart, reaching deep into one's heart. Chen smiled and said, "Jianghu, it has been 2 or 3 years since we last met. Instead of being some bloody monk, you came to be a bodhisattva. You truly rose to the heavens in one step. This is truly a great shock." Jianghu smiled and said, "No matter what, I cannot compare to Benefactor Chen. At such a young age, your name already filled the entire Kunlun realm. The title of Blue Dragon King has even spread throughout the entire oceanic world." Chen did not wish to speak nonsense. He said directly, "The grudges between us are just a small matter. Tell me the truth. Why did you send people to my Heavenly Star Island?" The dermic body replied solemnly, "Naturally, it is to open a forum and give lectures to spread the teachings of my Buddhist sect, to save everyone from the purgatory of food and lust, to convert to my Buddha." Chen said coldly, "It looks like there is no way to resolve this grudge." The dermic body smiled and said, "That is not so. My Buddha is benevolent. As long as you have a heart for Buddha, this bodhisattva can personally purify you, turning you into my Buddha's protector." Chen did not want to fight with this person on Black Flame Island. Without saying anything more, his figure flashed, preparing to charge over. Jianghu smiled coldly. The dermic body revealed a sinister smile on its solemn face. "I did not go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to me. It is too late to leave now." The mountain-like dermic body smashed down with a palm strike. Strands of pure power of faith flowed out of the Manjushri Bodhisattva statues covering the entire Black Flame Island, heading for the dermic body in the air. This caused rings of Buddhist light to flicker behind this dermic body. These lights shone with many colors. Its might instantly reached the level of a consummation blue-robed emperor. As the huge palm descended, Chen had nowhere to dodge or hide. When the palm strike arrived, it knocked Chen back and smashed into a mountain peak. Bang! Amid the shattered mountain peak, Chen materialized the blue dragon battle armor and shot it out. As he looked at the dermic body in the sky, he entered deep thought. The heavenly laws in this palm strike were incredibly dense. In his heart, Chen compared this to a consummation blue-robed emperor that he had met in the past. However, in terms of the density of heavenly laws, they were already equal. However, in terms of purity, this dermic body was far from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace expert by Lung Xiaofan's side. If that Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace expert landed a palm strike on Xiao Qin, he would lose 5% of his strength. If he received another palm strike, Xiao Qin would not even be able to flee. The dermic body before Xiao Qin was just an empty shell. It was sufficient, but it was far from precise. This should be the drawback of using the power of faith to cultivate. Otherwise, such a speed would be too heaven-defying. Right now, Zhuang Jinghe's cultivation was ridiculously higher than Xiao Qin's. However, in terms of true combat prowess, Zhuang Jinghe might not be able to defeat Xiao Qin by much. Xiao Qin stretched his legs, and popping sounds came from his body. The patterns on the blue dragon battle armor gave off a dazzling light. Then, he said indifferently, "Zhuang Jinghe, you are too naive to think that you can stop me like this." Chapter 11:15. This old monk spared you in the heavenly ruin wasteland. However, you will not be so lucky today. A bald-headed monk exuding a sinister aura walked out from the Dharma incarnation. This was the bloody monk, Zhuang Jinghe. When he saw that his palm strike did not cripple Xiao Qin, he could no longer hold back, so his true body came out. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light appeared behind Zhuang Jinghe. Under this Buddhist light, the tall, mountain-like Dharma incarnation slowly turned illusory. Only Zhuang Jinghe himself was the most realistic. All the might of the Manjushri Dharma incarnation poured into his true body. 2 years ago, Zhuang Jinghe was already a peak great grandmaster level martial sage. Now that 2 years had passed, he relied on robbing the power of faith to soar his cultivation, reaching great perfection of the blue-robed emperor. By fighting on Black Flame Island and receiving the worship of millions of believers, Zhuang Jinghe could raise his cultivation to great perfection of the blue-robed emperor. As Xiao Qin stood in the air, 8 indistinct lightning dragons appeared around him. Xiao Qin did not intend to clash head-on with Zhuang Jinghe. He wanted to find an opportunity to leave this island. Fighting with such a person on Black Flame Island was simply cheating. The thousands of temples continuously provided him with the power of faith. Even if Zhuang Jinghe's heavenly laws were not refined enough, he did not need to worry about exhausting them. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Xiao Qin. Zhuang Jinghe formed the grasping flower seal with his left hand and revealed a sinister smile. The scarlet Bodhi trees drifting in the air looked incredibly strange. Zhuang Jinghe formed the dermic Dharma incarnation with his right hand, and a Bodhi tree that symbolized the mysteries of the universe appeared behind him. Zhuang Jinghe narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Xiao Qin, you are covered in massacres and blood. Countless aggrieved souls have died on the butcher's knife. Do you know how heavy your sins are?" The rings of scarlet Buddhist light behind Zhuang Jinghe continuously amplified his words. The 3,000 rings of Buddhist light multiplied by more than 3,000 times. These sudden words were like a heavy blow to Xiao Qin. Space buzzed, and the Bodhi trees scattered everywhere. With a thought, the scarlet Bodhi trees in the air bloomed into scarlet flowers. When the Buddhist voice entered Xiao Qin's ears, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. However, his mind remained clear, and his eyes sparkled. This Buddhist voice that could purify demons did not affect him at all. He was only injured by the sound wave, but it was not serious. Without even thinking, Xiao Qin threw a palm strike and launched a sharp counterattack. A bright moon appeared behind him, bright like fire. When he struck out with his palm, it was filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments. His heart would not be defeated, everything was within this palm. The blood-colored Bodhi tree floating in the air shattered under the force of this palm strike. Countless fragments floated in the air, falling like a rain of blood. Zhuang Jinghe smiled coldly and said, "You want to clash head-on?" Xiao Xiao Dragon Chen's mountain, John Tree, Buddha, Chen. Facing Xiao Chen's tyrannical palm strike, Zhuang Jinghe leaped up and charged over. Then he sent out a palm strike as well. When this palm strike landed, it enveloped the area. It stirred up mountains and rivers, moved mountains and drained seas, and established the universe. Zhuang Zhenghe brought out the might of the peak consummation blue-robed emperor without restraint. It was boundlessly horrifying. There was also the boundless power of faith pouring into Zhuang Zhenghe's body, increasing the might of this palm strike. The two palms clashed, and the two clashed in the air, clashing head-on. When facing such a clearly high cultivation, Xiaochen did not fear clashing head-on. Furthermore, he had the advantage of his physical body. He still had the lunar shadow saber that he had not drawn. Zhuang Zhenghe was also very confident. On this black flame island, he could temporarily raise his cultivation to consummation blue-robed emperor. That would be sufficient to suppress Xiaochen. Boom! Zhuang Zhenghe felt like he had smashed into an indestructible iron plate. His arm turned numb, and he actually lost all feeling. Tiny cracks appeared in the dermic body behind him. Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Using such an inhumane method to raise his cultivation was just a facade. Retreat! A bad feeling appeared in Zhuang Zhenghe's heart as he retreated quickly. Xiaochen's law energy was too pure. It was impossible to defeat him with one palm strike. Xiaochen could only slowly grind him to death. However, how could Xiaochen give the other party this opportunity? In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew the lunar shadow saber. A saber light that looked like a blue dragon emerging from the sea struck the center of the dermic body. Kasu. The dermic body instantly shattered into pieces. This saber strike was exquisite, precise, and fast. Zhuang Zhenghe, who was retreating, could not block it at all. Xiaochen's cultivation fell back. Without the dermic body to provide him with an endless supply of the power of faith, he was like a punctured balloon. Soon, Xiaochen's cultivation fell to great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, he did not stop. The instant he thrust his saber, he sent out a palm strike with his left hand. Withered flowers were like blood, filled with grief. The sorrow of 1,000 years only spoke of parting, not joy. Without the protection of a large amount of the power of faith, this palm strike covered Zhuang Zhenghe's entire body in wounds. Then he crashed into a mountain like a ball. Xiaochen sheathed his saber. He remained strangely calm and did not give chase. Instead, he continued to beat Zhuang Zhenghe while he was down. The reason was none other than this island being too strange. That dermic body was not completely destroyed. It could still reform. Xiaochen pushed off the air and quickly left. As long as he landed on the water, he could use Neptune's crown. No matter how great the threat was, he would not have to fear it. Evil being, don't think of leaving. Suddenly, another shout rang out. A Buddha image that was several times larger than Zhuang Zhenghe's dermic body appeared. Half of this Buddha's body appeared in a bright Buddhist light, covering the entire island. Then, it looked down and stretched out a huge hand to grab Xiaochen. All of Xiaochen's hair stood on end. He unfurled the freedom wings and quickly flew forward. Just as that huge hand was about to grab him, he managed to leave Black Flame Island. The strange feeling vanished, and Xiaochen landed on the water. When he looked back, he could not help being startled. That was the Amitabha Buddha image. Just half of its body alone gave off a supreme Buddhist might. No wonder Xiaochen felt that something was wrong the moment he stepped onto Black Flame Island. This Buddha image was watching the entire island. It was somewhat similar to a sex formation, using the power of faith to form this Amitabha Buddha image to protect Black Flame Island. Fortunately, this Buddha image could not leave Black Flame Island. Furthermore, activating it seemed to require a huge price. Otherwise, whether Xiaochen could come out or not would be a huge problem. I have to think of a way to eliminate the faction on this island. Otherwise, Heavenly Star Island is simply too dangerous. Xiaochen thought to himself. Then he turned around and flew towards Heavenly Star Island. Back on Black Flame Island, Zhuang Zhenghe emerged from a pile of rubble. He formed hand seals, and the huge Buddha image in the air sent down beams of dignified Buddhist light. As lotus flowers appeared under Zhuang Zhenghe's feet, his injuries healed at a visible rate. Whoosh! A figure quickly descended from the air. It was the old monk that Xiaochen had met before. He walked over and said with some pity, "He still managed to escape." Zhuang Zhenghe said after some thought, Heavenly Star Island is a tough bone to chew. Originally, it was hard to make a move on it with the 7 heroes of the dragon watching it. Now that Xiao Chen is back, it will be hard to deal with it. Then what should we do? Now that we are exposed, should we retreat? The old monk asked. Jianghu waved his hand and said in disdain, "It is just a small matter. Why are you so afraid? Just continue developing here. The heavenly starry ocean's western sea is the best place for us to spread our teachings. Furthermore, we have to obtain Heavenly Star Island. Whether it is 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, we have to use it. Then what about Xiao Chen? There is no need to be afraid of him. Do you think he will dare to continue coming to Black Flame Island? Next time, just activate the Amitabha Buddha image and make sure he does not return. Furthermore, he can't even fend for himself. If he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, he will die young. How could he have the time to care about us?" Zhuangxing has said expressionlessly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As Xiao Chen treated his injuries, he traveled at the same time. After some time, he arrived at an outpost island that the 7 distinguished dragon marquises originally occupied. There, he met Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai, who were in the middle of taking over the island. "How was it? Did you manage to catch up to him?" Lan Xiaobai asked after greeting. Xiao Chen shook his head and replied, "I lost him. However, I discovered something else." After the two heard Xiao Chen's report, they were shocked. They had not expected such a horrifying faction to be hidden in the periphery of Heavenly Star Island. This faction was even harder to deal with than the 7 heroes of the dragon. After all, the headquarters of Neptune's old faction, the 7 colored marquises, was very far from Heavenly Star Island. If there was nothing major, the Prince of 7 Colors would not personally come. Lan Xiaobai said with some pity, "Black Flame Island. I noticed this island long ago. I was wondering when I could take it back so that Mo Chen could build a refining pavilion there. Now that I think about it, that is too far away." Mo Chen carefully thought about Xiao Chen's words. The two were filled with anticipation for Mo Chen. They wanted to see if they could learn more about the Buddhist sect from her and find a way to deal a blow to the other party. After a while, Mo Chen looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Your guess should be correct. There is definitely someone in this faction who obtained the inheritance of the Minor Lane Temple. Back then, the Minor Lane Temple went down the evil path, forcefully purifying ordinary people and only collecting the power of faith. That was why the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate to destroy it. The method of spreading their religion is the same as what you saw on Black Flame Island. They also replaced the statues of the Buddha with their own statues. This is recorded in the ancient books of several holy lands." Xiao Chen was very curious about the Buddhist sect. He had personally seen the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva in the 9 layers of purgatory. That was a bona fide ancient bodhisattva. Even after 10,000 years, his blood had not stopped flowing. The headless corpse god also had a strong might and pressure. Xiao Chen had experienced all of this before. He could imagine how horrifying the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was when he was alive. Seeing that Mo Chen had some understanding of this, Xiao Chen voiced his doubts. After Mo Chen heard that, she could not help smiling bitterly. "Big brother Xiao Chen, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I only know a little about this. During the Immortal epoch, the Buddhas were like immortals. There was even a Buddhist realm. However, the Immortal epoch ended, and the Buddhas were no longer around. The Buddhist realm also disappeared. Everything is a mystery. As for the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, he definitely existed. However, he was not that mysterious. The Buddhas were similar to the independent deities of the deity race. However, they were much stronger." Chapter 11:16. There's also the Minor Lane Temple. Actually, it doesn't have much to do with the Buddhist sects of the Immortal Tao era. It only borrowed the Buddhist sect's method of absorbing faith and inherited the Buddhist sect's martial techniques. After Xiao Chen heard that, he understood a little. Then he asked a more practical question. "Are there any flaws in this method of absorbing faith?" "Not for now. After I return, I will carefully look through the ancient books on this," Mo Chen said somewhat apologetically. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's all right, there's no need to be too anxious. I'll accompany you for a while." The three started to take over these satellite islets. As they walked, they chatted. Lan Xiaobai gave Xiaochen a detailed account of the situation of Heavenly Star Island over the past year. After hearing this, Xiaochen could not help but feel guilty. With Lan Xiaobai's talent, if he had not followed him, he would not have been able to survive. With the Shura clan's resources and his own talent, he should have already stepped into the blue-robed emperor realm. As for Imochen, she had not expected that she would immediately rush to Heavenly Star Island to fulfill her promise after advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm. In the past 1.5 years, they had managed to clean up the mess. During this time, they still had to deal with the 7 heroes of the dragon's incessant mockery. It had truly been hard on them. "Thank you," Xiaochen said sincerely. Some words did not need to be said. Without Xiaochen, she would not be where she was now. No matter what she did for Xiaochen, she was willing to do it. Lan Xiaobai said, "What are you talking about? If I guessed right, you are planning to use Heavenly Star Island as the foundation to rebuild the Dragon's Gate, right? Actually, I am also looking forward to witnessing the rise of the Dragon Sect in this golden age." Imochen interrupted, "However, re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is not something that can be done overnight. You need sufficient patience." Xiaochen nodded, indicating that he understood. Accumulations couldn't be achieved overnight. He was mentally prepared for how difficult it was to build a sect from scratch. The three of them chatted for a while more. After Lan Xiaobai handed over the finishing touches to his subordinates, he led Xiaochen back. After leaping over Heavenly Star City, Lan Xiaobai arrived at the foot of a mountain range. Then he pointed to several towering peaks and said, "These are the mountains of the future Dragon's Gate. The peak spirit veins you gave me are all buried here. Right now, there are only a few talented youths up there. I've left the teaching of the children to you. I don't have many disciples, mainly because you is too busy and has no suitable master. Jin Lin, Lu Ku, Xiao Xian, and Yu Chenxi, I asked them to focus on cultivation. It would be a pity to waste their talents. However, the resources are still too little, and the help of the supreme-grade spirit veins to them is slowly decreasing. As one's cultivation increased, the cultivation speed of the peak spirit vein would slowly decrease. This was unavoidable. Unless one obtained higher quality resources, one could only rely on time to slowly accumulate them. To genius cultivators, this was a very hurtful thing. As Lan Xiaobai led Xiaochen to the tallest peak, he introduced them to what his other friends were busy with. When Xiaochen heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. Unexpectedly, these old friends of his had such great potential. In just slightly more than a year, peak spirit veins could no longer satisfy them. They had probably already become Grandmaster-level martial sages. This was good. Right now, Xiaochen lacked everything but resources. Xiaochen smiled and said, "There is no rush. Later, gather them back. I will give them a pleasant surprise." "All right, what is that?" Suddenly, Xiaochen looked around and saw a large platform halfway up the mountain. It was badly damaged, but it had not been cleaned up. Lan Xiaobai took a look and said, "That is a transportation formation. Before the 3 holy masters left, they destroyed it. If it were intact, we could have used it to send us directly to Bushin Palace." Imochen smiled mysteriously and said, "This transportation formation is extraordinary. It is not that simple." Upon hearing this, not only did Xiaochen feel curious, but Lan Xiaobai also showed a confused expression. What other mysteries did a transportation formation have? Imochen said, "I found it strange long ago. It is not easy to build such a transportation formation, and it is even harder to destroy it. No matter how much the 3 holy masters tried to hinder you, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble." Xiaochen said, "In that case, they have another purpose in destroying the transportation formation?" "That's right. There are some things that they did not want you to discover. Have you ever wondered why this place is called Heavenly Star Island and why the Bushin Palace's base in the oceanic world is here?" Xiaochen shook his head and said, "I did not think too much about it. At that time, I only thought that the 3 holy masters probably did not like me, so they sent me away to this place far from the continent. It is true that the 3 holy masters do not like you. However, perhaps choosing this place as your base was not the idea of the 3 holy masters?" This completely piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. He asked, "What do you mean?" I checked the information. 10,000 years ago, when the Qing Emperor unified the heavenly starry ocean, the Dragon's Gate's base was on this island below us. The Qing Emperor himself named Heavenly Star Island. The reason why it is called Heavenly Star Island is very simple. The island where the Dragon's Gate is located is the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean, the center of the oceanic world. Imochen spoke tirelessly. Clearly, she had long since prepared for this. She spoke logically and clearly, convincing others. Xiao Chen felt somewhat dazed. This island under him was actually the Dragon's Gate's base in the heavenly starry ocean 10,000 years ago. That was to say, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet that Xiao Chen snatched had stood on this island 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years was too long. Even the landscape had changed. Xiao Chen did not know what kind of changes had taken place. Everything from back then had already vanished like smoke. If this piece of land was not chosen by the three holy lands, then who would have chosen it for me? The Thunder King. That's right. Only the Thunder King could have made this decision. No one else could have made this decision. Could there be some other reason why the Thunder King chose this island as his conferred land? Furthermore, the reason was in this transportation formation. Coincidentally, the three holy masters knew about this. Hence, when they left, they went through a lot of trouble to destroy this transportation formation. Of course, it was also possible that Xiao Chen was just overthinking. The Thunder King might have chosen this place as his conferred land so that he could cultivate in peace. Lan Xiaobai seemed to recall something. He said, "Now that you mention it, I do recall that I did see some remnants on this island. However, at that time, I did not pay much attention to them. Furthermore, they were very dilapidated, so I did not pay much attention to them. Brother Xiao, when we have time, I'll bring you over to take a look." Xiao Chen nodded and thanked Imochen. Then he looked at Imochen and said, "After saying so much, Imochen, you still have not told me what exactly you discovered in this destroyed transportation formation." Imochen smiled and said, "There's no rush. I'm about to tell you. This transportation formation can send you to a secret realm that only this transportation formation can send you to." Secret realm. Xiao Chen and Lan Xiaobai exchanged glances and saw some doubt in each other's eyes. That's right, a secret realm. Aside from being able to send you to any of the transportation formations in Bushin Palace, this transportation formation can also send you to a secret realm. In the past half-month, I have been coming here when I have free time. If I'm not wrong, this secret realm contains the war trophies that the Qing Emperor obtained when he conquered the heavenly starry ocean. Imochen used an extremely calm tone to reveal another explosive piece of news. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then he entered deep thought. Combined with his earlier analysis, Imochen's words were rather reliable. Lan Xiaobai asked somewhat excitedly, "Imochen, are you sure?" Imochen nodded and said, "I am 100% sure that secret realms exist. The war trophies that the Qing Emperor obtained in the heavenly starry ocean are hidden in this secret realm. This is just my deduction based on some clues and the information recorded in ancient books." Xiao Chen said, "Let's go over and take a look." After saying that, Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and flew towards the messy platform. Xiao Chen bent over a pile of rubble and checked the state of the transportation formation's destruction. After a while, Xiao Chen frowned and said, "The damage is really severe. The tens of thousands of different formation patterns buried in there are all messed up." Imochen added, "I can try to repair the formation patterns. However, I do not have enough Holy Spirit veins to fill the nodes. Even if I repair them, they will just be decorations. I will not be able to activate them, and I will not be able to enter the secret realm." Xiao Chen stood up and asked calmly, "How many spirit veins do you need?" Imochen replied calmly, "The other nodes can be replaced with slightly weaker spirit veins. After all, we are not really going to teleport to a very far place. However, the 9 most important nodes need Holy Spirit veins. Otherwise, the basic structure of the transportation formation will not take shape." Lan Xiaobai was flabbergasted. 9 Holy Spirit veins. Aside from the immortal holy lands and the 9 ranks of the great families with deep accumulations, no other faction can casually take out 9 holy spirit veins. Imochen sighed and nodded. This is also why I have not thought about repairing the formation patterns. 9 holy spirit veins is too far away. Imochen, I'll leave this task to you. Don't worry about the spirit veins. Just do your best to repair this transportation formation. Xiaochen walked around this broken transportation formation for a long time. After he was sure that he could not repair it, he gave Imochen this task. Imochen and Lan Xiaobai were stunned by Xiaochen's words. That was 9 holy spirit veins. If Xiaochen remembered correctly, he should only have 1 holy spirit vein. Furthermore, it was a gift from the Fox King's adopted daughter. Furthermore, it could not be used for personal use. It was buried under the main peak of Heavenly Star Island, serving as the main spirit vein. Lan Xiaobai said embarrassedly, "Brother Xiao, you really don't have to force yourself." Imochen asked, "Big Brother Xiao, do you really have 9 holy spirit veins?" Xiaochen did not say anything. He gently waved his right hand in the air, and the 9 suppressed clumps of golden spirit veins origins floated in the air. The density of the spiritual qi in this place soared in an instant, increasing by more than 100 times. Golden spiritual rain began to fall from the sky. Imochen and Lan Xiaobai were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Xiaochen casually took out 9 holy spirit veins. There was not even a hint of seriousness on his face. It was like he took out something very ordinary. Chapter 11:17. He did not feel that his actions were something very shocking. It really is a holy spirit vein. Xiaochen, how did you get it? Could it be that you robbed one of the 9 ranks of the great families? That's not right, that's not right. The 9 ranks of the great families have at least 1 Emperor Wu. What exactly is going on? Lan Xiaobai appeared excited, his voice trembling slightly. Xiaochen did not explain. That experience was unbearable to recall. He had spent half a year in the dark underwater world, which did not see the light of day. It was not a good experience. Emochen's expression was rather indifferent. After the initial shock, she quickly recovered. In the Cloud Sea domain, Xiaochen had given Emochen too many shocks. She already had a strong ability to accept this. Xiaochen handed the 9 holy spirit veins to Emochen and said, "Emochen, these are for you to use. You need holy spirit veins to repair the transportation formation. Just tell me when you need them." Use? Emochen and Lan Xiaobai both doubted whether they heard wrong. Could it be that Xiaochen had more holy spirit veins on hand? Using the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo Chen had broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm. However, after that, her cultivation progress had been very slow. This was because she did not have enough resources. She could not be like the holy scions and the scions of the large clans, who had large amounts of resources on them, allowing them to raise their cultivation quickly. With these 9 holy spirit veins, Emochen was confident of reaching small perfection of the blue-robed emperor realm in less than 3 months. That would save her at least 3 years. However, Emochen still felt uncertain as she asked, "Big Brother Xiao, is it really possible?" Xiaochen smiled faintly. He knew what Emochen was thinking. She was afraid that she would not be able to repair the transportation formation after taking it. If that was the case, even if it could save her 10 years, she would not accept it. Opening his palm, another 9 spiritual veins origins flew out. Xiaochen looked at Lan Xiaobai and said, "Brother Lan Xiaobai, you are about to break through to the blue-robed emperor, so these are for you." A look of pleasant surprise flashed in Lan Xiaobai's eyes, but he did not reject it too much. He put away the 9 spirit veins origins and said, "This time, it would be impolite to refuse. In the future, Xiaobai will repay this favor." At this moment, how could Emochen not understand that Xiaochen did not lack holy spirit veins? A joyful smile appeared on Xiaochen's face. After thanking Xiaochen, he placed the remaining 9 holy spirit veins into his interspatial ring. In the blink of an eye, 18 holy spirit veins were tossed out by Xiaochen without even blinking. However, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said anxiously, "Don't get any ideas about me. I will not take out the holy spirit veins that you gave me." Chen knew how many Holy Spirit veins Xiao Chen had. Before he went to Bright Moon City, he only had 20. After giving her 10, he only had about 10 left. Later on, when Xiao Chen was free, he subdued a few more. However, there were no more than 30. Adding the Holy Spirit veins needed to repair the transportation formation, Xiao Chen definitely did not have enough Holy Spirit veins. This was indeed the case. After giving the 2 Holy Spirit veins each, Xiao Chen only had 5 Holy Spirit veins left. He still had to give these 5 Holy Spirit veins to Yu, Jinlin, Yu Chenxi, and the others, 1 Holy Spirit vein each. It was not that Xiao Chen was biased. Instead, he had calculated it. Given the cultivation of Yu Chenxi and the others, only 1 Holy Spirit vein would be enough for them to cultivate to the blue-robed emperor level. Even the holy scions of holy lands would not be able to obtain so many resources before they became the blue-robed emperor. No matter how much Xiao Chen gave them, they would not be able to use up too many Holy Spirit veins before becoming the blue-robed emperor. That won't happen. How can I take back what I gave to little Ao Jiao? Xiao Chen smiled to himself. Ao Jiao asked, however, what about the Holy Spirit veins needed to repair the transportation formation? So, this was what Xiao Chen was worried about. Although Ao Jiao said she would not give them to him, in reality, she was still concerned about Xiao Chen. There is no need to worry. I already have a plan. After speaking to Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen turned to Lan Xiaobai and asked, have you informed Jin Lin and the others? Lan Xiaobai smiled and replied, I informed them long ago. They are already waiting for us in the great hall at the top of the mountain. Let's go. The 3 of them left the dilapidated transportation formation and sped up, heading to the top of the mountain. Along the way, Lan Xiaobai asked doubtfully, Xiao Chen, is it worth it to pay such a huge price to enter the secret realm? Perhaps there is nothing in there, or perhaps the 3 holy masters already took away the good stuff. Chen said, that should not be the case. If the 3 holy masters obtained the treasures in the secret realm, they would not have destroyed this transportation formation. My guess is that they entered the secret realm, but the secret realm's seal blocked them, preventing them from entering the treasury. Isn't that the same? If Xiao Chen entered the secret realm and there is a seal, he will still enter the treasury. Chen continued, that is hard to say. If the 3 holy masters could not open the seal, it might not be impossible for Xiao Chen to open it. Don't forget that he is the descendant of the Qing emperor. The things in there might be prepared for Xiao Chen. There were many unknowns. What Chen and Lan Xiaobai said made sense. Perhaps there was nothing in there, or perhaps one might not be able to open the seal in the secret realm. However, as long as there was a 50% chance, Xiao Chen would take the gamble. He absolutely could not let this chance slip by. After all, the Qing emperor had destroyed the Minor Lane Temple back then. The Minor Lane Temple was an immortal holy land. Furthermore, it had a long inheritance. It definitely had a king's spirit vein. In other words, this secret realm that stored the Qing emperor's spoils of war in the heavenly starry ocean might have a king's spirit vein. If that was the case, it would resolve Xiao Chen's urgent problem. Breaking through to great perfection, the blue-robed emperor was just around the corner. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Only a king's spirit vein and the purple thunder divine incantation's 8th layer could help him break through. Neither path was easy. Not to mention subduing a king's spirit vein, Xiao Chen did not have the ability to do so right now. Breaking through to the purple thunder divine incantation's 8th layer was still far away. Hence, Xiao Chen had not been cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation quickly. The reason was none other than the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer. Every time he broke through, he would have to undergo a lightning tribulation. Furthermore, each tribulation would be stronger than the one before. Xiao Chen was not ready for this yet. Unless he had no other choice, he would not choose this path to break through to great perfection, the blue-robed emperor. But now, if there was a ready-made royal-grade spiritual vein in this secret realm, then all the problems would be easily solved. Hence, regardless of success or failure, Xiao Chen had to gamble and go to the Dragon's Gate's secret realm. When Xiao Chen entered the hall at the top of the mountain, aside from Kim Taeho and Lord Jiu, all his old friends were present. A hearty chat was unavoidable. Lan Xiaobai had ordered people to prepare a banquet long ago. The group of people drank and chatted at the top of the mountain all the way until midnight before slowly dispersing. Everyone was somewhat tipsy. In the short 1.5 years, many things had happened, making them sigh. After everyone dispersed, Lan Xiaobai went to his study and picked up a brush and ink. After brewing for a while, he started writing the Tsing Lung scheme. On this day, the young Blue Dragon King arrived as promised. He brought the supreme glory of the Four Seas Hero Gathering and the last mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate back to Heavenly Star Island, back to his conferred land. He even gave everyone a big gift. The smiles on everyone's faces were sincere. The Blue Dragon King had his own unique charm. Even though he was not good with words and rarely spoke at the banquet, everyone's eyes were on his face at all times. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Lan Xiaobai wrote down 3,000 words in 1 hour. His brush moved like dragons and snakes, writing in one breath without pausing. After dabbing the last bit of ink on the paper, Lan Xiaobai signed off and recorded the time and date. Martial Epic, Blue Dragon Calendar, Year 29, 8th of March, midnight, Blue Dragon Calendar. Others definitely would not understand what the Blue Dragon Calendar was. Only Xiaochen understood. 10,000 years later, when the later generations spoke of this era, they would definitely use Xiaochen's title, Blue Dragon, to represent this era. On the other side, Emochen was flipping through ancient texts, helping Xiaochen find the flaws in the Buddhist faith system. How to repair the transportation formation was also a headache for Emochen. Yu Chenxi and the others took advantage of this rare opportunity to ask Xiaochen for guidance on martial cultivation. Given Xiaochen's current insight, cultivation, he naturally had no problem giving pointers to Yu Chenxi and the others. He would not be stingy either. Xiaochen only finished giving pointers when it was almost dawn. Given that Xiaochen did not have any selfish motives, everyone had their own gains. Furthermore, with the Holy Spirit veins that Xiaochen gave them, the strength of Yu Chenxi and the others would soar rapidly in the near future. After everyone left, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took out the vellum that recorded the distribution of the Holy Spirit veins. Several places on the map had red crosses drawn on it, densely packed together. These were the places where Xiaochen had already taken the spirit vein. As he looked at the map, Xiaochen shifted his gaze to the sea region around Heavenly Star Island. He vaguely remembered that the vellum recorded several hidden Holy Spirit veins in the sea region around Heavenly Star Island that had not been discovered yet. After a while, Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. If he recalled correctly, there were 10 Holy Spirit veins scattered in the vast sea region around Heavenly Star Island. That would be sufficient to repair the transportation formation. Xiaochen, don't tell me that you are going to subdue the Holy Spirit veins the moment you return without resting? Ao Jiao asked somewhat anxiously. Subduing Holy Spirit veins was not an easy task. This was especially so when one ran into some of the more complicated situations. It would be even more troublesome. Xiaochen nodded seriously. I need to be fast. I keep feeling that something is wrong with the fake Buddhist sect on Black Flame Island. If I don't enter the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, I am not confident of dealing with the final Amitabha Buddha image. As the rising sun tore through the final traces of darkness before dawn, Xiaochen took a look at this beautiful sunrise and did not linger. Without any hesitation, he jumped down the mountain and headed out to sea. Due to Xiaochen's return, everyone was in high spirits during this trip to Heavenly Star Island. However, there were also some who could not eat or sleep in peace because of Xiaochen's return. They gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Even when the next day arrived, they still could not make any progress. This group of people was none other than the leaders of the factions that occupied the many subordinate islands of Heavenly Star Island. Aside from Black Flame Island, Heavenly Star Island's subsidiary islands had 8 other islands with rich resources. These 8 factions occupied these islands. The leaders of each faction were all at least as strong as the Blue-Robed Emperor. Among them, the Metal Blood Sect's sect master, who occupied Redstone Island, was the strongest, a Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. Chapter 11:18. Now, the leaders of the 8 factions were gathered in the Great Hall of Redstone Island's Metal Blood Sect. They had been discussing for most of the night, but they could not come to a conclusion. Aside from the Metal Blood sect master sitting in the middle, who appeared rather calm, the other 7 showed somewhat frustrated expressions. We cannot continue like this. Now that Xiao Chen is back, and we occupy the most resource-rich subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island, given his character, he will chase us away sooner or later. Even the 7 heroes of the Dragon's group has been chased away by Heavenly Star Island. If we do not work together, we will not be a match for them. Working together is not a problem. However, even if we work together, we might not be a match for Heavenly Star Island. I heard that during the 4 Seas Hero Gathering, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. I believe that even a great perfection blue-robed emperor would die if he ran into him. The Metal Blood sect master, Chen Ming, listened to the discussions of the others without batting an eyelid. He drank his tea and did not express any opinion. How about we go to Black Flame Island and look for that monk? Someone suggested carefully. Immediately, the entire place fell silent. No one spoke. Several people looked at the Metal Blood sect master, wanting to see his expression. Everyone here knew that Chen Ming's ambition was the greatest back then. He was not satisfied with just occupying Red Stone Island. He wanted to occupy all the subsidiary islands. However, after running into a wall at Black Flame Island, he became obedient and no longer showed off his sharpness. Who knew? Chen Ming put down his teacup and said indifferently, "This is the only way. If we do not look for Jianghu, all of us will have to leave with our subordinates." "Is it that serious?" An old man asked worriedly. The others also revealed contemplative expressions. It was absolutely impossible for them to give up on the resource islands here. The subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island were all top-tier resource islands. Even in the Black Sea, they were considered top-tier. They were much stronger than where they were originally. Chen Ming continued, "You all know that what I said is true. Even if we all work together, we will not be a match for Heavenly Star Island. There is no other reason. I have no confidence of defeating Xiao Chen. Actually, before you all came to find me, I had already gone to find Jianghu." When the others heard this, they were startled. Surprise appeared in their eyes. Chen Ming actually took the initiative to seek out the bloody monk, Jianghu. What did he say? Yes. What did he say? Is there any way? A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's eyes as they asked anxiously. A strange light flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. Then, he said calmly, it does not matter to him. His Black Flame Island is not afraid of the Blue Dragon King. As long as Xiao Chen dares to go, he will not be able to return. Everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness when they heard this, and their last trace of hope was gone. I haven't finished speaking. He has a condition. If you agree to it, he will help us eliminate the Blue Dragon King once and for all. What condition? Since they had already been forced to this extent, the leaders of the other factions did not have much of a choice. As long as the condition was not too overboard, they could tolerate giving up some resources. Chen Ming's expression changed continuously. After a while, he said, he wants to preach. He wants to build new temples on the islands that you all control. He also wants all the ordinary people on the islands to be believers and provide the power of faith. Damn, isn't this cutting off our path of retreat? If we really eliminate Xiao Chen, the temples on our islands will all be ticking time bombs. They will only increase his strength for nothing. The people here were not fools. They understood what Jianghu's so-called preaching was up to. All of them started cursing. Chen Ming said, I know. That's why I also made a condition to him. It is fine if he builds temples on our islands, but he has to abolish them after this. The moment Chen Ming said this, everyone calmed down and started to think carefully. After a while, someone said, if that is really the case, it is acceptable. It will be fine as long as he does not refuse to leave. With Sect Master Chen supporting us, there is nothing for us to be afraid of. At worst, we will just drag this baldy down with us. The group of people agreed one after another. This was the only solution they could think of. Chen Ming said in a clear voice, everyone, don't worry. As long as I, Chen, am around, that Zhuang Zhenghe will not be able to play any tricks. After discussing for an entire night, the group finally came to a conclusion. After discussing some details, the leaders of the other factions took their leave. After these people left the island, a stout figure walked out of the back door of the hall. His shiny bald head was exceptionally eye-catching. "Old brother Chen, your acting skills are pretty good." The people who just left would not be able to guess the identity of this person. It was Zhuang Zhenghe, who had a huge grudge with Chen Ming. Chen Ming smiled casually. Then he asked uncertainly, "Brother Zhuang, will your plan work?" Zhuang Zhenghe replied indifferently, "You should be very clear on how strong the Amitabha Buddha Dharmic incarnation on my island is. If we can get this Amitabha Buddha Dharmic incarnation out, we will have no problem flattening Heavenly Star Island. At that time, after we deal with the Blue Dragon King and clear out the clowns of the other factions, the entire sea region around Heavenly Star Island will be under my control. As long as I control Heavenly Star Island, I will have no problem dominating the entire Western Sea in less than 100 years. A fervent look flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. He said, "Then, the matter you mentioned to me, don't worry. Right now, I am in need of manpower. As long as you are willing to work for me, I will naturally tell you the secret technique for absorbing the power of faith. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to me." Chen Ming rejoiced in his heart. He had already exhausted his potential. If he did not think of any other methods, he would only be able to become the great perfection blue-robed emperor for the rest of his life. With this Buddhist sect secret technique, he might have a chance of advancing to martial emperor. However, Heavenly Star Island is under the Bushin Palace, after all. Although we gave up on the 3 Holy Masters' lands, we can still openly occupy them. Will there be any problems? Chen Ming asked somewhat worriedly when he thought of something. Zhuang Zhenghe laughed in disdain and said, "Theoretically speaking, the Red Stone Island that you are occupying now is also under the Bushin Palace. Will there be any problems?" "There doesn't seem to be." "Then that's it. Do you think that I do not know my limits? Even if the Bushin Palace's people come, I have my own ways to deal with them. I have someone to rely on as well," Zhuang Zhenghe said mysteriously. The Metal Blood sect master felt suspicious. He did not know what Zhuang Zhenghe was relying on for him to be so confident. "Just do as I say. Do your best to build those temples within a month. I will send people over to purify the believers. At that time, you can keep an eye on them." After Zhuang Zhenghe finished speaking, he stood up and left. As Chen Ming watched the Shui monk leave, he showed a complicated expression. He knew that he was asking a tiger for its skin. However, this was Chen Ming's only chance to advance further. He had no other choice. Half a month later, Xiao Chen, who had successfully subdued 10 holy spirit veins, sat on the Flood Dragon war chariot in the sky, appearing somewhat fatigued as he rushed towards Heavenly Star Island. For the sake of rushing for time, Xiao Chen had been very tired in the past half a month. He had also been rather aggressive in his actions, sustaining significant injuries several times. After drinking a cup of 1,000-year flame, Xiao Chen took out the vellum. Now there were 10 more red crosses on it. Now, there were not many Holy Spirit veins left on the vellum. When Xiao Chen collected all the Holy Spirit veins on the vellum, it would not be as easy to search for new Holy Spirit veins. Even now, Xiao Chen found this somewhat inconceivable. Why did Jiang Tian give such a precious vellum to him? Could it really be that Jiang Tian wanted Xiao Chen to kill the ghost Ho? Why does this reason feel so nonsensical, too vague? Xiao Chen always believed that there was someone controlling the ghost Ho. Killing it was practically impossible. Sometimes, Xiao Chen thought that Jiang Tian gave him the vellum, giving him some hope of advancing to martial emperor in 5 years. Could it be for some other reason, like someone asking him to do it? What kind of person could make a geomaster like Jiang Tian give the vellum to Xiao Chen without any conditions? Furthermore, this person had to be closely related to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not just watch him die at such a young age. The answer to the person who fulfilled these 2 conditions was already obvious. However, Xiao Chen did not want to think in this direction. He kept finding it inconceivable. He had not even met that person once. Thinking about it gave him a headache. Perhaps he was just overthinking. Xiao Chen put away the vellum and opened the curtains of the war chariot. Then he casually looked at the sea region below. While Xiao Chen was admiring the scenery of the sea, he suddenly saw a huge ship traveling on the sea. The fatigued expression on his face suddenly vanished, instantly turning grave. The huge ship headed for a subsidiary island of Heavenly Star Island. A majestic Buddha statue sat on the deck. This Buddha statue was the Amitabha Buddha statue that Xiao Chen had seen in the Enlightened Sense Temple on Black Flame Island. This accidental discovery put Xiao Chen on guard. Ignoring his fatigued mind, he walked out of the comfortable Flood Dragon war chariot and descended alone. Xiao Chen vaguely felt the aura of the blue-robed emperor on the huge ship in front. Not wanting to alert the enemy, Xiao Chen landed far away on the sea surface and casually pointed forward. Xiao Chen instantly executed the life bestowal spell. 4 or 5 lifelike seabirds flew out from the waves. Under Xiao Chen's control, the seabirds flew for 5 kilometers, chirping loudly. They circled the huge ship a few times before flying far away again. Xiao Chen, who was far away, waved his hand, and the seabirds returned to the water, no longer flying. The seabirds were rather meticulous. The huge ship was indeed carrying the Amitabha Buddha statue, just like the one Xiao Chen saw on Black Flame Island. When he heard this, Xiao Chen frowned. As the crewmen discussed, several subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island had similar situations. They had moved the various Buddha statues from Black Flame Island over. There was no more valuable information. These crewmen did not know much, and the seabirds did not stay for long either. As for those subsidiary islands, Xiao Chen's thoughts were very clear. He would not take the initiative to snatch other people's territory. However, other people occupied the territory that originally belonged to him. He had to chase them out. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that after these people knew that he was back, they would leave. Chapter 1119. Now, it looked like Xiao Chen's thinking was too simple. These factions that occupied the subsidiary resource islands of Heavenly Star Island did not even have a Heavenly Star Island. These factions that occupied the subordinate islands of Heavenly Star Island not only had no intention of leaving, but they even formed an alliance with Black Flame Island. As Xiao Chen watched the huge warship move further away, a shadow flashed in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I have to speed up the repair of the transportation formation. Soon, a huge battle will erupt." After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chen first sought out Lan Xiaobai and told him about what he saw. When Lan Xiaobai heard that, he said, "There are 8 major factions in the surrounding subordinate islands. Among them, the Metal Blood sect is the strongest. The Metal Blood sect's sect master, Chen Ming, is a great perfection blue-robed emperor, equal to Elder Qin." Xiao Chen felt excited. He was rather clear on Elder Qin's strength. Elder Qin's cultivation had already reached the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, due to his age and potential, it would be hard for him to break through to consummation blue-robed emperor. Among the great perfection blue-robed emperors, Elder Qin was considered a peak. If a consummation blue-robed emperor did not make a move, it would be hard for a blue-robed emperor to find an opponent that could suppress him. For Xiao Chen, he would need at least 100 moves to defeat Elder Qin. If he was not careful, he would suffer significant injuries. Xiao Chen could not help it. The other party's cultivation was the real deal. Xiao Chen had been stuck at a bottleneck for so many years, unable to advance. He could only continuously temper his law energy. A fully formed heavenly seal was indestructible. Using the power of the world was as easy as raising a hand. Chen Ming's strength was equal to Elder Qin's. This was not good news. Furthermore, there was Zhuang Jinghe hiding behind him. Just thinking about it gave Xiao Chen a headache. Lan Xiaobai said, "There is no need to worry too much. Mo Qin has already recovered a small portion of the defensive formations linking the 7 outpost islands to Heavenly Star Island. As long as the other party does not have a consummation blue-robed emperor cultivator, Heavenly Star Island will not be easy to take down." When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. He finally heard some good intentions. The Amitabha Buddha of Black Flame Island could not leave the island. Given that, Heavenly Star Island would be much safer. "Wait, that's not right." Xiao Chen reacted and said, "Mo Qin, aren't you repairing the transportation formation?" Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, "She's been so busy recently. She's been running around everywhere and hasn't stopped at all. She won't listen to me no matter what I say." I was laughing at her for her groundless fears, but now that you're back, those forces won't dare to have any ideas. I didn't expect her to be right. These forces will definitely be driven to desperate action, unable to change their greed, and fight to the death. "Where is she now?" Xiao Chen asked. "Just at the summit, repairing the transportation formation." Right after Lan Xiaobai spoke, a strong wind blew, and Xiao Chen vanished, flying towards the summit where the transportation formation was. Lan Xiaobai smiled faintly. Then, he said softly, "I originally thought that after killing the purple-clad Marquis's descendant, the first to seek trouble would be the purple-clad Marquis. Unexpectedly, these small factions are the first to act. I have to call them out of closed-door cultivation in advance," Lan Xiaobai muttered to himself. Then, Lan Xiaobai prepared to call out Yu Chenxi from closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have enough manpower. On the platform of the transportation formation at the summit, Xiao Chen saw Mo Qin, who was doing her best to repair herself. She could not hide the fatigue in her eyes, but her movements were still orderly and unhurried. She did not look fatigued at all. "You're here." Mo Qin only raised her head and glanced at Xiao Chen. Then, she lowered her head again and busied herself with her own matters. She pressed her palm to the ground and used her law energy to repair the broken formation patterns. There were also some messy formation patterns. Not only did she need to repair them, but she also needed to adjust them according to the layout of the entire formation. If she made a slight mistake, she would have to start all over again. This was a test of one's patience. Xiao Chen thought for a while. However, he did not tell Mo Qin about what he told Lan Xiaobai. He asked in a relaxed tone, "How's the progress?" "Based on the current progress, it will take another half a month or so." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. This progress was faster than he had expected. He had a rough understanding of formations before. When Xiao Chen inspected the formation, he was very clear on how much work was involved. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiao Chen and he asked, "You have not slept for the past half a month, right?" Mo Qin paused, her hands moving somewhat unnaturally. Then, she forced a smile and said, "For the blue-robed emperor, not sleeping for half a month is not a problem. You know that." "I know. However, that is under the premise that I need to meditate and rest. Clearly, you even skipped the time to meditate. Go and rest for a day." Xiao Chen's eyes were like torches, seeing everything clearly. "No way." Mo Qin rejected Xiao Chen in a somewhat loud voice. Then she said in a resolute tone, "This secret realm is very important to you. If you can enter 1 day earlier, you should. Of the 5 years, 1 year has already passed. You only have 4 years left. If I can enter 1 day earlier, I will be able to help you gain 1 day." Unable to suppress her emotions, Mo Qin brought up a question that many of her old friends of Heavenly Star Island had avoided. The two immediately felt surprised, and the place fell silent. Xiao Chen was surprised that Mo Qin could be so meticulous. Mo Qin was surprised that she blurted out the words that she had been hiding in her heart in a moment of desperation. After a while, Mo Qin broke the silence. She whispered, "Big brother Xiao, you should go first. I alone am enough here. There's no need to worry about me." Xiao Chen said after some thought, "For this kind of work, the more outsiders help, the more chaotic it will be. However, I cannot leave. Just do what you need to do. I'll stay here and watch over you. I can even help out a little." Mo Qin smiled and said, "How can I dare to let the Blue Dragon King help me? It's good that you watch over me. If I get bored, I can find someone to talk to." What Mo Qin did not know was that for the sake of subduing 10 spirit veins in the shortest time possible, Xiao Chen had not slept or meditated for the past half-month. If he had known, he would not have let Xiao Chen remain here. Just like that, as the sun rose and set, the two remained on the platform. They did not leave, making every second count. Although it was dry, it was not boring. After all, there were 2 people to talk to when they were bored. The time it took to repair the transportation formation was faster than Mo Qin expected, only 10 days. With the mission accomplished, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Chen had a smile on her face as she looked at Xiao Chen with some reproach. She said, "You did not do anything. You might as well have rested for the past 10 days. Fatigue flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's begin. I hope that this Dragon's Gate secret realm will not disappoint us." Chen nodded and stepped into the transportation formation together with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, immediately activating the transportation formation under him. Immediately, a large net appeared before Xiao Chen. Countless motes of light interconnected with each other. The green motes represented the transportation formations in the Bushin Palace. One could directly teleport there. The blue motes represented the transportation formations of external factions. One needed to communicate with them and obtain their approval before one could teleport there. The red motes represented factions that were not on friendly terms with the Bushin Palace. One could not teleport there. The white motes represented the abandoned transportation formations of the Bushin Palace. Teleporting there was great danger. There were many of these motes of light. Only one azure-colored mote was the most special. There was only one of it. That was the location of the Dragon's Gate secret realm. One could only use the transportation formation under him to teleport there. No other transportation formation could teleport there. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen tapped the azure-colored mote in his consciousness. The two transportation formations started to connect. With a flash of light, the two vanished from the transportation formation at the same time. After 1 month, Chen finally broke through the complicated and ancient transportation formation. The two successfully entered the Dragon's Gate secret realm. Not to mention what kind of difficulties and war spoils awaited the two in the Dragon's Gate secret realm. On the other side, the 8 great factions were nearing the end of their preparations for Black Flame Island. Under the leadership of the Metal Blood Sect's sect master, Chen Ming, the 8 factions moved out in full force, leading a large group of people to charge towards Heavenly Star Island. The formation of hundreds of warships looked very imposing. However, although there were many warships, only the Metal Blood Sect's Metal Blood warship was a King-grade warship. The others were all Sage-grade warships. Without any other choice, they could only use this warship as their flagship. The leaders of the 8 factions and the peak Grandmaster-level martial sages all gathered here. They all had grave expressions, looking like they had a lot on their minds. The many blue-robed emperors on the deck were very clear that they could only succeed in this operation. Failure was not an option. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The factions that they had accumulated over the years would crumble. "Brother Chen, how come I don't seem to see Zhuang Zhenghe?" The one who spoke was the Lianyun gang's gang leader, Fu Lianyun. He was already 300 years old. His cultivation had already reached small perfection blue-robed emperor long ago. In the past 300 years, Fu Lianyun had led the Lianyun gang through the chaotic Western Sea, rising and falling. He had seen many ups and downs. However, at this moment, Fu Lianyun still felt very nervous. He was not completely confident. The reason was none other than the fame of the person he was dealing with. After the 4 Seas hero gathering, the name of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, had spread throughout the vast heavenly starry ocean. Everyone knew about him. With one move, he defeated the outstanding talents everywhere, turning the 4 Seas hero gathering, which should have been 100 flowers blossoming and many outstanding talents competing against each other, into a one-man stage. Since ancient times, there had never been such a thing. This was incredible and flabbergasting. When the leaders of the other factions heard Fu Lianyun's question, they could not help looking at the Metal Blood Sect's Chen Ming. Like Fu Lianyun, they also felt uncertain. Before the battle started, their morale had already dropped. This would not do. Chen Ming smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. You are all clearer than me on the situation of Heavenly Star Island. Zhuang Zhenghe will deal with the Blue Dragon King. As for the remaining people, leave that Haotian sect elder to me. The others are just a group of juniors. No matter how powerful they are, they can't be a match for the few of you. Furthermore, our 8 factions are moving out in full force. We have more than double their numbers. We will definitely win this battle. I'll say something unpleasant. Things have already reached this point. If you still want to retreat, then you have lived all your years in vain. Chapter 1120. Fu Lianyun quickly said, Brother Qin, that is not what I meant. I am very confident in this battle. However, this Zhuang Jinghe was supposed to deal with the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin. I still have not seen him. This is rather strange. Chen Ming patted Fu Lianyun's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. Right now, we are in the same boat as Zhuang Jinghe. Our interests are the same. No matter what, Zhuang Jinghe will not dare to play any tricks. This will not benefit him at all. Hearing Qin Ming's explanation, the others relaxed slightly. In that case, we are overthinking. We should not let our imaginations run wild before a great battle. Sect Master Qin, please don't take it to heart. Chen Ming had a smile on his face as he chatted casually with the group. However, he was smiling coldly in his heart. At this moment, the islands of the other 8 factions had turned out in full force. There were not many cultivators left to defend the islands. Zhuang Jinghe led the Buddhist sect disciples of Black Flame Island to the island where the Lianyun gang was. Then, he instructed indifferently, collect all the resources on the island first. Then, gather all the people on the island in a temple and hold a ceremony to forcefully purify them. Although the Buddhist sect disciples had set up temples on the various islands, they had not collected much power of faith in just 1 month. Furthermore, they had not been able to move freely. It was far from enough to get the Amitabha Buddha statue to leave Black Flame Island. Hence, Zhuang Jinghe had no choice but to come up with a plan with Qin Ming to evacuate the people of the 7 factions. After that, they would hold a Buddhist sect ceremony to forcibly purify the ordinary people. This kind of ceremony was extremely tyrannical. After the ceremony, all the ordinary people purified would die immediately, overdrawing on all their life force. If not for the urgency of time, Zhuang Jinghe would not have done this, killing these millions of ordinary people in batches. He could collect a vast amount of power of faith in a short time. However, after feeling satisfied for a while, the foundation would be damaged. At that time, even if he managed to take down Heavenly Star Island, it would be much more troublesome to nurture new believers. However, now that things had reached this point, Xiao Qin had no other choice. He had to take down Heavenly Star Island. There was something in there that he needed to obtain. This time, it was rare for the other factions to cooperate with him. He could not miss this opportunity. When Lan Xiaobai, who was on Heavenly Star Island, heard what Xiao Qin said, he immediately sent out scouts to keep an eye on the movements of the various factions. When the fleet formed by the 8 major forces had just set sail, he had received a detailed intelligence report from the City Lord Mansion. After Lan Xiaobai carefully read the intelligence report, his face immediately sank. Then, he slammed the intelligence report on the desk in front of him with a "Pa. They really think that our Heavenly Star Island is easy to bully." Lan Xiaobai waved his hand and called the guards outside. He said, "Invite all the outer sect elders of the City Lord's residence over. Tell them to see me within 1 minute. Also, send someone to ask the inner court elders to come as soon as possible." The outer sect elders were experts that Lan Xiaobai had hired from the Black Sea over the past 2 years through the Kim Taeho Chamber of Commerce's funds. As for the inner sect elders, they were the direct subordinates of Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Yu Luku, and others. They were the people that Heavenly Star Island could absolutely trust. After Imochen arrived, she organized this complete hierarchy. There were also all sorts of detailed arrangements. Everyone had their own tasks. Even though the Dragon's Gate signboard was not revealed, the island's basic hierarchy needed to exist. Otherwise, everyone would just be busy with their own things, forever a mess. By laying the foundation in advance, when the Dragon's Gate signboard was revealed, everything would naturally fall into place. Mo Chen's thinking was even further ahead than that of Xiao Qin and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew in the Great Hall. The first to arrive were not the outer sect elders in the city but the inner sect elders like Yu Chenxi, who were cultivating on the distant mountain peaks. Firstly, because they were stronger, they moved much faster. Secondly, they had already received notice from Lan Xiaobai that something big would happen in the near future, so they were much more efficient. Lan Xiaobai looked at the 5 people in the hall and sized them up. Then he smiled and said, It looks like in this short 1 month, your strength has improved significantly. All of you are already great Grandmaster level martial sages. You smiled and said, hee hee. Not only did Big Brother Shaoqin give me a Holy Spirit vein, but he also gave me a profound martial technique and a detailed explanation. I understood it the moment I heard it. If I still did not improve, I would really be a big fool. When Lan Xiaobai heard that, he felt somewhat startled. To think that Shaoqin even had a profound martial technique. After all, several blue-robed emperors could not even obtain a profound martial technique in their lifetimes. Right now, elder brother Xiaobai might not even be a match for me. Lan Xiaobai smiled and did not argue. 10 days ago, Shaoqin, who was only a hair's breadth away from the blue-robed emperor, successfully broke through. Of the 9 Holy Spirit veins, Shaoqin had already refined 3. His cultivation stabilized at the small perfection blue-robed emperor. Before Lan Xiaobai broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm, he had a 30 to 40% chance of defeating a regular small perfection blue-robed emperor. Now that Shaoqin had broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, he was fully confident of defeating a regular small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, there was no need for Shaoqin to expose his strength now. He looked at Yu Chenxi and waited for her to speak. Of the 5, Shaoqin thought the most highly of this girl, who came from the Kunlun realm with Shaoqin. Yu Chenxi's pretty face appeared rather calm. He said indifferently, I did not accept the profound martial technique that Shaoqin gave me. I only asked him for guidance on some things. I reformulated my own Morning Sun Fist and comprehended it for a month. Now, the might of the Morning Sun Fist is no weaker than a profound martial technique. In fact, it might even be stronger. When Lan Xiaobai heard that, he was stunned. He did not doubt Yu Chenxi's words at all. To be able to raise the might of a martial technique that one was familiar with to the level of a profound martial technique was indeed more horrifying than a regular profound martial technique. The things that belong to one would always be the most convenient to use. Their compatibility with one's body was also the highest. The others spoke up one after another. In this 1 month of cultivation, they had all gained something. Their faces were filled with fighting spirit. They even somewhat anticipated the big matter that Lan Xiaobai spoke of. The 8 factions of the subordinate islands of Heavenly Star Island are working together. If I am not wrong, we will arrive at the 7 satellite islands in half a day. Lan Xiaobai spoke slowly, honestly explaining the situation before them. Right after Shaoqin spoke, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared, replaced with grave expressions. Unexpectedly, it was such a difficult problem. They had just improved their strength, and now they had to face a person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. Elder brother Xiaobai, is this true? You asked as she blinked. Lan Xiaobai nodded silently, confirming it once more. The atmosphere in the hall turned somewhat silent. However, silence did not represent weakness, cowardice, or fear. Instead, it was eruption. It would erupt in silence and not die in silence. Big brother Xiaobai, you did not call us here to get us to dessert, right? Carrying his saber on his back, Jin Lin's valiant face flashed with determination. He looked straight at Lan Xiaobai, displaying his firm determination. Lan Xiaobai smiled and said, Desert? How can that be possible? They are just a bunch of old fellows who have lost their sharpness. Do they really think that we, the younger generation, can be bullied as we wish? I, Lan Xiaobai, have already endured enough. I only have one question. Who is willing to accompany me to the front lines? As Lu Ku grasped the treasure sword in his hand, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the usually quiet Lu Ku. He said indifferently, the blue-robed emperor is not enough to scare me. Xiao Xian, who looked gentle and pretty, said, Xiao Xian is not that easy to scare either. From the start to the end, Yu Chenxi's eyes remained calm. He calmly expressed his determination. From the moment I stepped onto Heavenly Star Island, I never thought of handing this island over to someone else. Lan Xiaobai was very satisfied with the reactions of the others. He said, everyone says that there is an insurmountable chasm between the blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster-level martial sage. However, that is not the case. In a battle, cultivation, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, mental state, aura, secret treasures, there are simply too many factors that can affect the outcome. In the past year or so, I have fought with many blue-robed emperors. I deeply understand that this is just a fixed mindset. A great Grandmaster-level martial sage might not necessarily be able to defeat the blue-robed emperor. I can clearly say that your current conditions are much better than mine was half a year ago. At that time, I did not have any Holy Spirit veins to cultivate with or an expert like Xiaochen to guide me. So, I absolutely cannot be afraid of battle. If I am afraid of death, I will really be dead. Over the past year or so, whenever the 7 heroes of the dragon's people came to cause trouble, Lan Xiaobai and Elder Qin dealt with them together. Lan Xiaobai had a lot of experience fighting with the blue-robed emperor. No one doubted Xiaochen's words. They listened carefully and memorized them. Tut, tut, tut. Footsteps resounded. The outer sect elders of Heavenly Star Island were slightly slower. However, they still arrived on time, not a single one missing. The outer sect elders were a group of Grandmaster-level experts hired with money. For them to be so efficient was already considered pretty good. Lan Xiaobai did not waste any time, quickly explaining the situation of Heavenly Star Island. Then, he instructed, there is no need for you to fight with the blue-robed emperor directly. Just use the king-grade warship to prevent his subordinates from harassing us. In terms of loyalty, these outer sect elders could not compare to Yu Chenxi's group. Lan Xiaobai naturally had his own plans for how to assign tasks. City Lord, don't worry. Just leave those miscellaneous soldiers to us, the outer sect elders answered in unison when they heard that. Lan Xiaobai continued, for every warship destroyed, I will reward you with 100,000 black astral coins. If you do not want black astral coins, you can ask for secret treasures, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques of equal value. Whoever destroys 100 sage-grade warships first will be rewarded with a profound martial technique. There is only one. The generous rewards immediately lit up the eyes of these outer sect elders, filling them with excitement. Profound martial techniques were something that even immortal holy lands could not casually take out. They would only reward the most outstanding true inheritors. In auctions, there were often situations where one could not buy one even if one had the money. It was impossible not to be tempted. Furthermore, Lan Xiaobai's words were very ingenious. There was only one profound martial technique. This way, he could stimulate the fighting spirit of these outer sect elders even more. Naturally, Lan Xiaobai had his own reasons for giving such a large reward. On the battlefield, aside from the peak combatants, one should not underestimate those weaker than them. Chapter 1121. For example, when 2 equally matched blue-robed emperors fought an intense battle, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage suddenly appeared and could immediately decide the outcome of the battle between the blue-robed emperors. In a battle between 2 great Grandmaster-level martial sages, it went without saying which side held the advantage. Going by this logic, in a true battlefield, the one who could decide the outcome might be an insignificant cultivator. Theoretically speaking, this was entirely possible. City Lord, why don't we see the Island Lord, Blue Dragon King? In order to differentiate between Xiaochen and Lan Xiaobai, Imochen had established a system of management. Lan Xiaobai was the City Lord, who managed all the affairs. Xiaochen was the Island Lord, who maintained a sense of mystery and deterrence. Naturally, Lan Xiaobai could not tell this group of outer sect elders that Xiaochen and Imochen had gone to the Dragon's Gate's secret realm. Even Lan Xiaobai did not know when they would come out or whether they would be in danger. If he told them the truth, it would definitely affect the morale of the army. Right now, this group of outer sect elders had the courage to fight against the allied army of the 8 factions mainly because of Xiaochen's existence. Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. Just these 5 words were sufficient to stabilize the army's morale. Lan Xiaobai said, the Blue Dragon King is in closed-door cultivation. If he is lucky, he will be a great perfection blue-robed emperor when he comes out. There is no need for us to make a move. He can deal with this group of people alone. Even if he is unlucky and cannot break through, he can rush over at any time. Forced by the situation, Lan Xiaobai had no choice but to come up with an excuse. Xiaochen is in closed-door cultivation. There is a high chance that he will break through to great perfection, blue-robed emperor. The moment Lan Xiaobai said that, the outer sect elders immediately became excited. The Blue Dragon King was already unbelievably powerful when he was only a small success blue-robed emperor. If he was a large success blue-robed emperor, he would be even more powerful. Lan Xiaobai smiled and led the group towards the city lord's mansion's courtyard. There were 7 king-class battleships of different colors there, which Xiao Chen had snatched from the 7 heroes of the dragon. There was also a dragon-shaped warship that was even more eye-catching. This was the King-grade warship, the Dragon's Gate's warship, known as the King of Kings. As far as I know, the 8 major forces only have 1 King-class warship. We can deal with it. Although there are many battleships left, they are all Saint-grade. You will have to deal with more than 200 Saint-grade battleships. Lan Xiaobai honestly reported the information he obtained to the group of outer sect elders. 7 King-class warships against more than 200 Saint-class warships, it was a 50-50 chance. However, Lan Xiaobai had his own high rewards, enough to make this group of outer sect elders go all out. With such momentum, they would definitely have a higher chance of victory. After sending off the 7 warships with his eyes, Lan Xiaobai said to you, "I'll leave Heavenly Star Island to you. When you receive my message, activate the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation. Our lives and deaths are in your hands." You nodded and said, "Elder brother Xiaobai, don't worry. You will not disappoint you." Lan Xiaobai rubbed Yu's head. This little princess had become more mature in Heavenly Star Island. If the clan head saw this, he would be very happy. "Let's go. We can't let Elder Qin wait too long on the outpost islets." From receiving the intelligence reports to dispatching the various forces, raising morale, and strategizing, Lan Xiaobai took care of everything. While Xiao Chen was not around, Lan Xiaobai managed Heavenly Star Island very well, preventing everyone from panicking when strong enemies arrived. "Come, let's go and meet with these 8 factions. This group of bastards. Not only did they snatch our territory, but they even want to chase us, the masters, out of Heavenly Star Island. I, Lan Xiaobai, want to see what kind of people they are." These inner sect elders, who knew that Xiao Chen had entered the Dragon's Gate's secret realm, harbored rage as they boarded the Dragon's Gate's warship, prepared to die. Raise the sails and set sail. Fight for the Dragon's Gate. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. The Dragon's Gate's warship led the 7 King-grade warships through the clouds. In about 7 minutes, they arrived at the outpost islets. Then they met up with Elder Qin. A group of 8 warships led all the elite cultivators of Heavenly Star Island out, waiting in formation. "They're here." Soon, a group of warships surging with killing chi appeared at the limits of the sea's vision. They rode on huge waves and charged over. 300 warships gathered together. Compared to Heavenly Star Island's 8 warships, there was a clear visual difference. However, in terms of aura, Heavenly Star Island's 8 warships surpassed the other parties. The reason was none other than the 8 warships being bona fide King-grade warships. Any one of them was stronger than the other party's capital ship. Furthermore, there was the Dragon's Gate's warship, which was known as an unrivaled King-grade warship. It was impossible not to surpass the other party in terms of aura. On the 7-colored warship, all the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, including the 7 outer sect elders, did not feel any fear at all. Instead, their morale soared. Clearly, the 8 factions had not expected the insignificant Heavenly Star Island to send out 8 King-grade warships at once. A commotion spread among the various warships. How were they supposed to fight? There was a difference of an entire grade. They could only use numbers to overwhelm the other party. Who knew how many people would die? This was completely different from their original plan of killing them easily. The upper echelon of the 8 factions had to personally send people to pacify the crowd for a long time before this small commotion slowly died down. Winds and clouds churned, and waves surged. The seawater rose and fell endlessly, leaving a vast sea region between the 2 armies. The other party's Metal Blood warship broke away from the fleet and headed forward. Not knowing what the other party was doing, Lan Xiaobai stood on the Dragon's Gate's warship and waved his hand. He got the Dragon's Gate's warship to continue forward and block the other party. At the same time, he shouted, "Halt!" This is Heavenly Star Island's Bushin Palace, the conferred land of the Blue Dragon King Shaoqun, personally appointed by the Thunder King. Mockery rang out on the Metal Blood warship. Chen Ming smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are to get the Blue Dragon King Shaoqun to speak to me? Also, don't use the Bushin Palace to pressure me. That will only make you appear cowardly. It will not give me any fear. Scram immediately. Our 8 factions can spare the lives of the small fries under the Blue Dragon King. That's right. Be smart and scram quickly. Otherwise, we will wash Heavenly Star Island in blood today. No one will be able to escape." The 2 warships faced each other on the sea. The leaders of the 8 factions were extremely arrogant, trying to regain some ground through their auras. However, the effect was not very obvious. The people on the Dragon's Gate's warship all had cold smiles on their faces. They did not fear this group of blue-robed emperor at all. As the other party spoke, Lan Xiaobai carefully sized up the situation. He was somewhat surprised that he did not discover the people of Black Flame Island. He wondered what that Jianghu was doing. The leaders of the various factions on the Metal Blood warship also discussed in whispers, communicating quickly. The other party's morale is very high. This will not do. When we fight it out later, we will have to pay a huge price. We have to think of a way to ruthlessly suppress them. Unexpectedly, this insignificant Heavenly Star Island has 8 king-grade warships. Sect Master Qin, you make the decision. Naturally, Qin Ming knew how important morale was when 2 armies fought. He looked around and came up with an idea. He looked at the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship and said, "You are Lan Xiaobai, right? It is not impossible for us to leave. We will each send out 3 people. It will be a best of 3. The loser will scram. Just a bunch of inexperienced brats. Aren't your ambitions higher than the sky? Do you dare to agree?" An old man on the deck purposely used his quintessence to provoke the crowd, making his voice echo for 5 kilometers over the sea. Everyone heard it clearly. That's right. It is not like our Western Sea does not have rules. Whoever's fist is bigger is right. If you are not capable, then don't occupy such a good place like Heavenly Star Island. Scram back to the Kunlun continent. The last sentence incited a collective response from the other party. Everyone on the 300 warships of the 8 factions shouted, "Scram back! Scram back!" Instantly, the other party turned the tables, their morale soaring. Now, they knew that the other party was provoking them. Even if the other party lost, they would not leave. However, they were still in a difficult position. It was a best of 3, and the other party was the blue-robed emperor. This was clearly bullying the weak, wanting them, the younger generation, to suffer. Chen Ming strode forward and walked to the bow of the warship. He looked at Lan Xiaobai and smiled coldly. "What's wrong? You don't dare? Without virtue and incompetence, why are you still lingering on Heavenly Star Island?" Scram. On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Yu Chenxi and the others could not help but look at Lan Xiaobai. Lan Xiaobai smiled faintly and said calmly, "I finally got to see what it means to be shameless. To think that a group of people who are only a few hundred years old can say such things." Just when everyone thought that Lan Xiaobai would reject, Lan Xiaobai changed the topic. He said coldly, "However, I still agree to it. Even though I know it is a trap, I still agree to it. There are some beliefs that you people will never understand. Since Heavenly Star Island is without virtue and incompetence, you still want the 8 factions to band together before daring to attack. With a big battle at hand, you still want to play these little tricks to regain morale. You have truly broadened the horizons of me, Lan Xiaobai." Lan Xiaobai's generous words rendered Qin Ming and the others speechless. They had not expected Lan Xiaobai's drive to be so strong. Before Qin Ming could finish, Lan Xiaobai took the initiative to say, "Chenxi, you will be the first to fight on behalf of my Heavenly Star Island. Even if we lose, we have to let them know. Our Heavenly Star Island is hot-blooded. Even the women are more manly than these old fellows." Lan Xiaobai's eyes filled with disdain. These words made the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island feel their blood boil. "That's right. Our cultivations are indeed not high. We cannot compare to you old fellows who have lived for a few hundred years. However, We are hot-blooded, open and above-board, standing upright and upright. When Yu Chenxi heard this, he did not show any fear. Right after Lan Xiaobai spoke, he jumped to the surface of the sea. Then he expressionlessly looked at the other party and said in a frosty voice, "Heavenly Star Islands, Yu Chenxi seeks guidance from everyone. I hope you will not be stingy with your guidance." Originally, Chen Ming had intended to use the clearly unfair method of winning 2 out of 3 matches to force the other party back and lower the morale of Heavenly Star Island's side. Then, he would take advantage of the situation to charge over. Who knew? Lan Xiaobai directly agreed to this provocation and even sent out his own people before Chen Ming did. This put Chen Ming at a loss. He took 2 steps back and whispered, "Which of you will be the first?" After waiting for a while, Chen Ming looked around and discovered that no one was willing to be the first. These old men were all experienced people. They could tell that Yu Chenxi's cultivation had reached peak Great Grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, his aura was as sharp as a sword, boundlessly sharp. Chapter 11:22. In their opinion, they would definitely win against such a person. However, they would definitely suffer significant injuries in the process. Hence, no one was willing to be the first to go up. After a few excuses, the Lianyun gang's Fu Lianyun whispered, "Sect Master Chen, why don't you go up first? With Brother Chen's strength, you will definitely be able to deal with the other party in 2 or 3 moves." When Chen Ming heard this, he could not help flying into a rage. Screw off. That Lan Xiaobai was right. After living for several hundred years, there is not a single girl who is a sissy. I'll go up and deal with the other party, the Haotian sect's Grand Elder. Stop dilly-dallying. It's you. Since it came to this, Fu Lianyun had to go up even if he did not want to. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea. As he looked at Yu Chenxi, killing chi flashed in his eyes. I can only end this quickly. The longer this drags on, the more variables there will be. I have to think of a way. Fu Lianyun thought for a while and came up with a plan. He said, "Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. This old man will give you a handicap of 3 moves, giving you a chance to defeat me." Is that so? In that case, I really have to thank Senior. Don't regret it. Fu Lianyun smiled and said, "I'll regret it? Lass, just don't regret it. After 3 moves, this old man will defeat you in 1 move." Yu Chenxi did not reply. His face sank, and he circulated the morning sun fist's energy circulation in his meridians. Yu Chenxi's figure immediately turned hazy and indistinct, becoming unfathomable. Amid the thick mist, he looked very confusing. Fu Lianyun withdrew the smile on his face, and his expression turned grave. He sent out his mental energy but did not see Yu Chenxi's figure in this afternoon. What's going on? With my cultivation, why can't I see through this mysterious phenomenon? This girl is not simple. Fortunately, this old man kept an eye out. Otherwise, I might end up making a fool of myself by going up first. Calming herself down, Fu Lianyun began to circulate the law of heaven energy in her body with all her might, drawing upon the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Winds and clouds churned. Waves roared ferociously on the calm surface of the sea. Occasionally, waves shot into the clouds, rumbling like thunder. The blue-robed emperor's aura was fully unleashed. Fu Lianyun did not show any signs of carelessness. His aura slowly suppressed Yu Chenxi's. He was just waiting for the moment Yu Chenxi charged over to overtake him. Just as Fu Lianyun was unhurriedly raising his aura and cautiously facing Yu Chenxi's killing move, which was about to appear at any moment, the sound of water breaking through the sea rang out. In the next moment, the red clouds that filled the surroundings disappeared in an instant, and a bright light burst out. The intense light was so piercing that several of the spectators were caught off guard. They felt like their eyes were being pricked by needles, hurting them tremendously. What came out? When the spectators recovered their vision, they saw that the person who leaped out was actually Yu Chenxi herself. She was like the rising sun, bursting out of the sea with a bright light, sweeping away the last trace of darkness before dawn. The blazing sun was unstoppable. When her fist landed, everyone could see it clearly. Fu Lianyun's aura was slowly suppressed by her. The rising sun followed by the fate of bursting out of the sea. The flourishing of her aura was simply unimaginable. Fu Lianyun was caught off guard. His aura was actually completely suppressed by Yu Chenxi. In his haste, he could only raise his palm to block. However, he was confident that with his cultivation, even if his aura was suppressed, he would be able to withstand it. The fist and palm collided. On the surface of the sea, a huge water screen rose up around the two, covering the sky and obstructing everyone's vision. When the curtain of water fell and the rain fell from the sky, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Even someone as strong as the blue-robed Emperor Fu Lianyun was actually knocked back a kilometer by Yu Chenxi's palm strike. Yu Chenxi's aura grew even more ferocious because of the might of this palm strike. The light on his body became even more dazzling, truly like the sun, not to be looked at directly. Back when Yu Chenxi sought guidance from Xiao Chen had pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of the morning sun fist. The morning sun breaking through the morning sun was a very majestic concept. The moment the rising sun broke through the dawn, the energy that erupted was very strong. The advantages were obvious with one glance. However, the disadvantages were equally obvious: the lack of stamina. If one punch did not defeat the other party or severely injure the other party, the aura would immediately be exhausted. The method that Xiao Chen thought of for her was to infuse the state of gentle water into this punch. The aura would not be exhausted at the start but would continue to rise. When the rising sun's aura was at its most ferocious, it would turn into the blazing sun of noon. When the blazing sun's might started to decrease, the aura would slowly settle, filling up like water. When the sun set, the aura that had been settled for a long time would erupt for the final time. Rising sun, and setting sun. When one reached the highest level, they could cycle endlessly. One would no longer have to worry about the problem of being too rigid and easily breaking. Of course, Xiao Chen had only pointed out a direction for Yu Chenxi. He did not mention the specific modifications to the cultivation technique and how to infuse the state of gentle water. This was all done by Yu Chenxi alone. After all, no one in the world could be more familiar with this fist technique than her. Based on the current situation, it was clear that Yu Chenxi had succeeded in the past month. The brand new morning sun fist already had a perfect embryonic form. When the many blue-robed emperors on the metal blood warship saw this scene, they were all astonished. This is a profound martial technique. Old Fu is going to fail. He should not have been careless and allowed the other party to make 3 moves. This is going to be problematic. The might of a profound martial technique is really incredible. No wonder there are often situations where one cannot buy it even if one has the money. The group of blue-robed emperors all frowned. They did not look optimistic about the situation before them. Only Qin Ming smiled coldly and said, "Don't underestimate Fu Lianyun. This fellow is very cunning." "What's going on? Brother Qin, did you see anything?" Everyone looked at Qin Ming in confusion. From the current situation, it was clear that Yu Chenxi had knocked Fu Lianyun back 1 kilometer with 1 punch. If there were 2 more punches, Fu Lianyun would definitely be severely injured. Qin Ming did not answer. He said indifferently, "You will know if you keep watching. Wait for my signal and prepare to launch an all-out attack." Yu Chenxi, who was hovering in the air, was already like the blazing sun, radiating a horrifying light and heat. A 7-colored bridge appeared under her feet. As she stood on the rainbow bridge, her second punch carried an even more ferocious aura as it charged over. Fu Lianyun's expression turned grave. She gathered all the law energy in her body on her right palm. Even before the fight started, the surrounding seawater already could not endure it. Fu Lianyun's energy caused huge waves to surge up and down. Boom! The fist and palm clashed again. This time, the impact was even greater. A continuous shockwave swept out in all directions, carrying the seawater with it. A large layer of the sea was shaved off like mud. A large, spiraling pit appeared in the vast seawater, and the sea level sank by 1 kilometer. Fu Lianyun moved back again. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She was significantly injured. The might of a profound martial technique was displayed to its fullest in Yu Chenxi's hands. Even the blue-robed emperor was injured if he was careless. On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Jean Lin could not help exclaiming. He laughed loudly and said, "Keep pretending. There is still one punch left. Let's see if you can still laugh." Everyone in Heavenly Star Island's group felt greatly encouraged. After injuring Fu Lianyun with 2 punches, everyone saw hope of victory. When Fu Lianyun landed, she vomited a mouthful of blood. She smiled and said, "The might of a profound martial technique is indeed extraordinary. Continue. There is still one punch left. Let's see what tricks you can play. Remember, you only have 1 punch left." Yu Chenxi did not dare to be careless. She knew that whether she could defeat her opponent depended on this crucial punch. After this punch, her opponent would not go easy on her. He would not give her so much time to store up power. To be cautious, Yu Chenxi did not hold anything back in this 3rd punch. The bright light on her body slowly dimmed. Eventually, the scarlet afterglow of the setting sun appeared on her body. For the sake of maximizing the might of this punch, Yu Chenxi did not rush to make a move. Instead, she continued storing up power. This punch after the setting sun was the strongest move of the brand new morning sun fist. As long as she could bring out its full might, she was confident of defeating Fu Lianyun with 1 punch. The only problem was that she was not very familiar with this final punch and could not execute it as she pleased. However, that was not a problem. The other party was very arrogant. At the start, he said that he would let her make 3 moves first. Soon, the other party learned the consequences of his arrogance, what regret was. However, just as Yu Chenxi was about to execute this punch, Fu Lianyun, who had been sitting down and preparing to defend, suddenly burst out with an overwhelming killing intent, bursting out with all of the blue-robed emperor's aura. Using the speed of a flickering light, Fu Lianyun arrived before Yu Chenxi, who was just short of executing the afterglow of the setting sun, in 2 or 3 breaths. Unexpectedly, Fu Lianyun went against the promise he made in front of everyone. After he numbed Yu Chenxi, he suddenly made a move before the 3 moves were over. Not giving Yu Chenxi a chance to scatter his cultivation, Fu Lianyun did not hesitate to make a move. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Little girl, you are still too inexperienced. In your next life, don't trust the words of others." Fu Lianyun sent out a palm strike. Before Yu Chenxi could scatter his cultivation, he was injured by this palm strike. Then he suffered the rebound of his martial technique. His meridians flowed in reverse, and his meridians ruptured. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Like a kite with its string broken, Yu Chenxi fell back unsteadily. The setting sun looked like blood, scattering its radiance. Something strange happened. No one expected the situation to change in an instant. To think that an older generation cultivator like Fu Lianyun would use such a trick. Fu Lianyun said that he would let Yu Chenxi make 3 moves, but he only gave 2. After he numbed Yu Chenxi, he dealt a fatal blow. If Fu Lianyun used such a trick to deal with a cultivator of the same generation as him, it would be understandable. However, Fu Lianyun actually used such a trick on someone younger than him by more than 200 years. This was simply extremely despicable, flabbergasting everyone. When everyone on the Dragon's Gate's warship saw the weakened Yu Chenxi, rage burned in their hearts, and killing chi surged. Lan Xiaobai's heart sank. He clenched his right fist tightly and gritted his teeth. Lan Xiaobai had never been so angry before. He had not expected an older generation cultivator to be this despicable. Whoosh! Chapter 1123. Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, and he entered the void. In the next moment, he appeared in midair and caught Yu Chenxi. As he looked at the unconscious Yu Chenxi, who was still in pain, Lan Xiaobai's expression turned sullen and furious. "My apologies, young Master Lan. I was a little too heavy-handed. This girl is probably crippled," Fu Lianyun said in a strange tone, revealing a smile on his crafty face. Lan Xiaobai retorted coldly, "Heaven is watching what people do. You will get your retribution sooner or later." After saying that, Lan Xiaobai quickly carried Yu Chenxi back to the Dragon's Gate's warship. The reason was none other than the Metal Blood Sect's flagship charging over, leading 300 warships in a grandiose manner. Clearly, the so-called best of 3 and the loser withdrawing was just a pretense. Whether they won or lost, the other party would not leave. As long as they could deal a blow to Heavenly Star Island's morale, it would be fine. Brother Lianyun, you did well. The moment you appeared, you crippled one of the other party's people. You managed to throw Heavenly Star Island's people into chaos and cause their morale to plummet. This time, we will definitely succeed in taking down Heavenly Star Island. Chen Ming praised Fu Lianyun, who had returned to the warship. Fu Lianyun said, "This time, I am going all out. In attacking Heavenly Star Island, either you die or I die. I hope that Sect Master Chen can invite Zhuang Jinghe to make a move in the end." Chen Ming patted Fu Lianyun's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. As long as Xiao Chen appears, Zhuang Jinghe will definitely appear and help us block him. Right now, we just need to focus on killing this group of inexperienced brats until not a single one remains." On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Lan Xiaobai showed a sullen expression as he suppressed the rage in his heart. He calmly made a decision to retreat and activate the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation, defending the outpost islets to the death. The Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation was partially repaired. Without a consummation cultivator like the blue-robed emperor, no one would be able to break this formation. It would be sufficient to block these 8 factions that came with surging auras. Unfortunately, this formation was only partially repaired and could not be maintained for long. It could only operate for 3 days. Unless absolutely necessary and in the most dangerous of times, he absolutely could not activate it. Originally, Lan Xiaobai had intended to use the advantage of the King-grade warship to fight it out with the other party, delaying for as long as he could to give Xiao Chen as much time as possible. But now, because of Yu Chenxi's injury, the people on his side were all furious and unable to calm themselves down. Participating in battle in such a state was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could result in death. He had no choice but to give up on his original plan. Right now, they could only hope that Xiao Chen could come out of the Dragon's Gate's secret realm within 3 days. Otherwise, Heavenly Star Island would be finished. What made him feel slightly relieved was that he had not seen any forces from Black Flame Island since the beginning. The key characters of both sides, Xiao Chen and Zhuang Jinghe, did not appear. From a certain point of view, as long as one of the two appeared first, they would immediately be able to influence the situation of the battlefield. Who was going to appear? Zhuang Jinghe was currently conducting purification ceremonies on island after island. He forcefully purified everyone on the islands, leaving no one behind, including the families of the leaders of the 8 factions. His methods were cruel and bloody. The islands were like hell on earth. How could ordinary mortals be a match for these people? No matter how many of them there were, they were just like ants, an extremely miserable sight. As for Xiao Chen and Emo Chen, after entering the secret realm, they walked for a long time before finally arriving at the place where the treasure trove was suspected to be. Along the way, they ran into several dilapidated restrictions and the remains of all sorts of mechanisms and puppet beasts. This was sufficient to show that someone had been here long ago. However, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the treasure trove was suspected to be, Xiao Chen and Emo Chen heaved a sigh of relief. There was an ancient stone door on the mountain, under the rocks that had fallen off. It was tightly shut without any cracks at all. It should not have been opened before. Of course, they could only be sure after they entered. After glancing at the tightly shut stone door in front, Xiao Chen calmed himself and decided to test it out first. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the stone door. Then he punched the tightly shut stone door. Emo Chen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Bang! The stone door did not budge at all. Instead, it bounced back with a huge force. The impact knocked Xiao Chen back. Cracks appeared in his internal organs, which showed how strong the rebound was. In terms of physical strength, Xiao Chen would find it hard to find an opponent for the blue-robed emperor. If it were anyone else, they would have been shaken to death by such a rash attack. "Are you all right? Why did you become so anxious?" Emo Chen asked out of concern as she rushed over. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art. After a few breaths, the cracks in his internal organs had all healed, not leaving any wounds behind. Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then he frowned and said, "I was somewhat rash. I feel that there is no way to forcefully open this stone door. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to open it. I'm sure that no one has touched the things in there. Imochen nodded and said, "It looks like this stone door blocked the 3 holy masters' land. However, you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor, yet you blocked this stone door. Do you need some kind of token to open it?" As the two spoke, they slowly arrived before the stone door. Then, they carefully sized it up, trying to see if they could find any clues. The ancient stone door on the mountain wall had blue dragon patterns carved on it. It looked extraordinarily mighty and tyrannical. After searching around the stone door for a long time, Xiaochen could not find any clues. He could not help feeling somewhat discouraged. After spending a month without sleep or rest, in the end, he was blocked outside the treasury, unable to enter. It was easy to imagine how depressed he felt. Back then, the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate in the heavenly starry ocean and fought many battles. He destroyed many sects and killed many experts. It was easy to imagine how valuable the war spoils were. However, Xiaochen could not enter. "Big brother Xiao, come and take a look at this," Imochen suddenly said. She seemed to have discovered something on the cliff wall not far from the stone door. Xiaochen quickly walked over. He saw that Imochen had cleared out a rhombus-shaped indentation on the cliff wall. All sorts of rocks protruded from the cliff wall. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice this indentation. Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy. "How did you discover it?" Imochen smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? I am an expert in mechanisms and divination. You saw my abilities on the trip to the treasure mountain. There is nothing complicated about this stone door. As long as you have the token, you can open it. Without the token, no matter how capable you are, you will not be able to open it. It looks simple, but it is actually incredibly tyrannical. Big brother Xiao, think about it. Do you have a Dragon's Gate token that fits this indentation?" Xiaochen thought for a while and immediately thought of something. Then he took out the blue dragon medallion and said, "Imochen, take a look and see if it is this." Imochen received the blue dragon medallion and compared it. Then she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "That's right. It is this." After saying that, she placed the blue dragon medallion into the indentation. Indeed, it fitted perfectly. As the blue dragon medallion fitted into the ancient stone door, the engraved blue dragon patterns on the door slowly gave off a light. Rock fell off, revealing the stone door's true appearance. The stone door revealed its true appearance. It was a pair of well-made bronze doors. There was a plaque on the door with the words, "Dragon's Gate Treasure Trove," written on it. The light did not diminish. Xiaochen and Imochen exchanged glances. They both saw joy in each other's eyes. The door was about to open. However, for some reason, even after an hour had passed, the bronze gate that had revealed itself had not moved at all. It had not moved at all. The two's expressions slowly turned somewhat unsightly. Unexpectedly, the door still did not open. What was the problem? Why did the door not open? The two felt that it was strange. Based on the mysterious phenomenon of the bronze doors, the blue dragon medallion should be the right token. However, why did the door not open? Imochen removed the blue dragon medallion and quickly thought about it. The design of the stone door was very simple. It did not touch too much on the mysteries of divination. As long as one had the token, they should be able to open it. Xiaochen frowned heavily. He did not know what was going on. The treasure trove was right before them, but they could not enter even though they had the key. Such a depressed feeling was very stifling. Might as well not go in at all. You gave me hope and then disappointed me. What is the meaning of that? Suddenly, Imochen thought of something. She said, "Big brother Xiao, drip your essence blood on the blue dragon medallion and try again." Xiaochen found it strange. However, under Imochen's urging, Xiaochen did as she said. He infused his essence blood into the blue dragon medallion before placing it into the indentation again. Kasi. This time, there was practically no wait. The bronze doors instantly opened, revealing themselves. A cold wind blew out from inside, kicking up a lot of dust. The instant the doors opened caught Xiaochen off guard. After a while, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Imochen, how did you think of this?" A smile appeared on Emo Chen's face as she said, "This is a backup plan that the Azure Emperor left behind, a method that he set up as insurance. Even if someone else snatches away the Blue Dragon Medallion, they will not be able to open this Dragon's Gate treasure trove unless they are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. It is a very simple method, but it ensures that this Dragon's Gate treasure trove will not fall into the hands of outsiders." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. So, that is the case. After thinking it through, he realized that the answer to the question was actually very simple. "Come, let's go in and take a look. Let's see what the Qing Emperor has collected." The two showed expressions of anticipation. After they calmed their emotions, they strode into the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. The first thing that came into view was a mountain of spirit stones, one after another, and each pile was like a small hill. Xiao Chen took a quick look. Without exception, they were all superior-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were the foundation of a martial artist's cultivation. For weaker martial artists, upper-grade spirit stones were extremely tempting. Most of the large sects gave out superior-grade spirit stones as a stipend. Before Xiao Chen advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage, superior-grade spirit stones were his main source of cultivation. However, as Xiao Chen's cultivation slowly increased, superior-grade spirit stones became less and less helpful to his cultivation. Eventually, he gave up. Emo Chen exclaimed in shock, "There is a total of 100 piles here. I estimate that each pile has 5 million superior-grade spirit stones. That is to say, there are at least 500 million superior-grade spirit stones in front of us." Chapter 11:24. With such a large number, it is already more than enough to develop the 9 ranks of the great families. Xiao Chen thought to himself. With this large number of spirit stones, he could nurture any talented descendant in Heavenly Star City, providing the Dragon's Gate with an endless supply of blood for its future development. As the two strolled through the pile of spirit stones, they arrived before a stone door. Then they got blocked again. The path to the next hall was not smooth. A dust-covered combat puppet with its head lowered stood on both sides of the stone door. After 10,000 years, this combat puppet, which had once been incredibly strong, was now lifeless, showing no signs of activity. Emo Chen took a look and said, "This is an Emperor-grade combat puppet. If it were in perfect condition, it would be as strong as Emperor Wu." Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. How strong was the Dragon's Gate in the past? It could even create Emperor-grade combat puppets. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking of a way to open the stone door before him, the various joints of the combat puppet with its head lowered started moving, giving off creaking sounds. This startled Xiao Chen and Emo Chen. They pushed off with their feet and retreated, raising their guard. A moment later, the combat puppet suddenly raised its head, and within its eye sockets. There were 2 faint flames burning in its eye sockets. The weak flames gave off a weak feeling like they could be extinguished at any moment. However, no one dared to underestimate the aura of this combat puppet. The instant it raised its head, it forced the 2 back again. When the combat puppet saw the Blue Dragon King's insignia on Xiao Chen's chest, its hostility vanished. Is the current Blue Dragon King so weak? How far has the Dragon's Gate fallen? Even this small reserve treasure trove requires the Blue Dragon King to come and collect. Is there no one left in the Xiao clan's direct bloodline? A hoarse mechanical voice came out of the mouth of the battle puppet. This greatly shocked Xiao Chen and Emo Chen. Unexpectedly, this combat puppet had its own thoughts. It could adjust itself and think clearly, no different from a normal person. However, he seemed to have lost track of time and did not know what was happening outside. Xiao Chen composed himself and said, "Senior, the Qing Emperor is already dead, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The Xiao clan has already been forced into the Sky Dome realm, far away from the Kunlun realm." 10,000 years? Has Dragon Sect been destroyed? The battle puppet did not seem to be able to react, not daring to accept the reality before it. How could the Qing Emperor die? He was unrivaled, sweeping through the world. The immortal God Emperor, the reincarnated Corpse King, the demon God Ju Yi, the Master of the Seven Seas, the Abyssal Demon Emperor, and the Hades Hierarch. Which one of them could be his match? How could he die? Xiaochen said, on the path of a martial artist, if one doesn't become a god, it's hard for one to escape death. Senior, please calm down. Although the death of the Qing Emperor is shrouded in mystery, it is an indisputable fact that he has fallen. The Dragon Gate no longer exists. The truth was very cruel. However, Xiaochen still had to say it. After a few explanations, the mysterious combat puppet finally accepted the truth. However, the two flames in its eyes turned even more illusory. After some communication, Xiaochen learned the other party's identity. When it was alive, it was a war venerate of the Dragon's Gate. After it died, it used a ghost race secret technique to seal its soul into the treasure trove, continuing to serve the Dragon's Gate loyally. According to what the other party said, the Dragon's Gate's War Venerate was an honorable title that could only be obtained after achieving extremely great military merits for the Dragon's Gate, surviving 10,000 battles without dying. Only these War Venerates could continue serving the Dragon's Gate after death. Every War Venerate was at least a greater heavenly Emperor Wu when they were alive. At its peak, the Dragon's Gate had a total of 100 War Venerates. It could be said to be extremely strong. The matters of the world are really hard to predict. After I woke up from my sleep, 10,000 years had passed. Since you opened this Dragon's Gate treasure trove, you have to follow the rules of the Dragon's Gate. You can obtain as much as you are strong. The Dragon's Gate treasure trove will not be something you can casually take just because you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. The mysterious puppet stretched out its hand and grabbed a spear on the ground, pulling it into its grasp. Xiaochen and Immortal exchanged glances, somewhat surprised that such a thing happened. Immortal sent a voice projection to Xiaochen. Right now, he is in a bad state. His soul is already at the point where it can scatter at any moment. As long as the battle starts, he will die immediately. If you want to open this stone door, you have to defeat me first before you are qualified to enter. If you do not have the courage, you can just take the spirit stones outside and leave. The combat puppet looked at Xiaochen as it held its spear horizontally in front of the stone door. Xiaochen hesitated for a while before saying, "In that case, I choose to leave. In the future, when I have time, I will come down often to accompany Senior." Coward! The combat puppet seemed to roar from the bottom of its heart as it pointed its spear at Xiaochen. Its voice trembled as it said, "Who gave you a choice? Who made you so weak? Don't make me, a Dragon's Gate's War Venerate, look down on you. Draw your saber and make the choice you truly have to make." His trembling voice reverberated in the spacious hall, making it seem very desolate. This was seeking death, using its own death to force Xiaochen to take the path to the next hall. The Qing Emperor was no longer around. The Dragon's Gate was already destroyed. The glory of the past had turned to dust. However, the Dragon's Gate's War Venerate of the past was still that proud and undying War Venerate, filled with glory, willing to die for the Dragon's Gate. Unfortunately, this dream is too long. When I open my eyes, the sky has already flipped and the earth has already toppled. I am still me. However, the world is no longer the world of the past. Xiaochen, draw your saber. Don't be a coward. Don't forget your identity. Suddenly, the weak flames in the combat puppet's eyes burned brightly, giving off a boundless light. The thick layer of dust on the armor rustled as it started to peel off. Then, an azure armor with the words, "War Venerate," on the chest slowly appeared. Xiaochen's expression turned grave as he slowly pushed Immortal away. With a flip of his hand, he held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him. He did not know how to describe the feeling in his heart. Xiaochen bowed. There were thousands of things he wanted to say in this bow. Bang! 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 The former War Venerate, now a combat puppet, started running quickly. After 10,000 years, no one had maintained this combat puppet. Time was a merciless saber. The former Emperor-grade combat puppet no longer had its initial ferocity and nimbleness. Many of its internal parts were already damaged. However, when the combat puppet ran, the entire space trembled. Its nimble movements, horrifying aura, and impeccable stance all made this move look incredibly horrifying. All of these made this move incomparably terrifying, its aura surging up into the sky. Xiao Qin knew that this was just the final radiance of the setting sun, just a facade. Soon, the other party's originally weak soul would burn up and vanish from this world. Xiao Qin leaped into the air. This former Dragon's Gate's war venerate sent out hundreds of spear images, interlocking with each other, creating a shocking scene. This spear strike was extremely magnificent. It was the most shocking spear strike that Xiao Qin had ever seen. Clang, 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 clang. However, when the humans arrived, the battle puppet's armor parts fell off. They fell off one by one and spontaneously combusted in the air. By the time they landed on the ground, only a pile of ashes was left. Just as it was about to reach Shangxian, more than half of the combat puppet's body had already disappeared. It had all fallen off and burned into a pile of ashes. It would probably burn into nothingness before it could even reach Xiao Qin. A furious roar came from the remaining half of the combat puppet's head. It was filled with deep unwillingness and boundless hope. This Dragon's Gate war venerate used the last of his strength to hurl the spear in his hand at Xiao Qin. The moment the spear shot out, half of the face was immediately burned to ashes. In the last moment, Xiao Qin vaguely saw a smile. It was not a smile of relief. Instead, it was a smile of relief. Xiao Qin had made his choice, and his efforts had not been in vain. The Dragon's Gate war venerates were people of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Xiao Qin still did not draw his saber. The instant the spear flew at him, Xiao Qin tilted his head slightly and stretched out his hand to grab the spear. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, Xiao Qin remained silent for a long time. The remnant heat of the spear seemed to be able to feel the hot-bloodedness and loyalty of this Dragon's Gate war venerate. After putting away the spear, Xiao Qin walked over to the pile of ashes. Everything had been burned to ashes, except for a badge that still shone brightly. Even after the flames, its light did not diminish. Xiao Qin took it out and blew the ashes on it. It was the badge with the words, Dragon's Gate War Venerate. As Xiao Qin held the badge tightly, his heart felt heavy. Big brother Xiao Qin, are you all right? Emo Qin asked out of concern when she saw that something was wrong with Xiao Qin's expression. Xiao Qin stood up and forced a smile. Then, he held the War Venerate badge in his hand and said, I'm fine. Emo Qin said with a serious expression, Big brother Xiao, don't overthink. Senior, he left very happily. I saw his last smile. He hoped that you would continue down this path. Emo Qin will accompany Big brother Xiao down this path. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he handed the War Venerate badge to Emo Qin and said, This badge is for you. Emo Qin revealed a joyful smile as she received the badge. After taking a look, she said, Dragon's Gate War Venerate, are you going to give me this title? However, Emo Qin is still very, very far away from this title. Xiao Qin smiled and said, It's fine. I believe in Emo Qin. This day will come. Emo Qin felt happy in her heart as she put away the badge. Then, she started to head to the next hall with Xiao Qin. The stone door there had already silently opened, allowing them to enter without any obstructions. The second hall of the treasure trove was filled with piles of black astral coins. The number was similarly startling, more than 100 million black astral coins. When Emo Qin saw this, her eyes lit up. The most basic material for refining secret treasures was the minerals in black astral coins. With so many black astral coins, it would be possible to mass-produce king-grade secret treasures in the future. There was also a battle puppet standing guard in this hall, and its reaction was exactly the same as the previous one. After finding the Dragon's Gate War Venerate's badge in the ashes, Xiao Qin and Emo Qin continued on to the next hall. Just like that, Xiao Qin passed the hall with superior-grade spirit stones and black astral coins. Then he passed the hall with secret treasures, secret manuals, medicinal pills, and divine materials. Most of the secret treasures were sage-grade, with a few being king-grade. There were no emperor-grade secret treasures. Chapter 1125. As for cultivation techniques and secret manuals, they were rather messy. The weakest were earth-grade martial techniques and cultivation techniques. However, there were not many profound martial techniques that Xiao Qin needed. There were many kinds of medicinal pills. Xiao Chen looked through them one by one and discovered that these medicinal pills were not very effective for people above the blue-robed emperor. For people below the blue-robed emperor, these medicinal pills were extremely tempting. They would be of great help to cultivation. The war spoils that the Dragon's Gate collected in the heavenly starry ocean were placed in the various great halls in an orderly manner. However, Xiao Chen did not see what he wanted the most, so he could not help feeling disappointed. Could it be that the king's spirit veins that the Dragon's Gate obtained after destroying the minor Leyyin temple had already been used up 10,000 years ago? If that was the case, it would be somewhat unfortunate. No matter how many divine materials, spirit stones, or secret treasures there were, they would not be of any direct use to Xiao Chen. These were all the basic resources needed to establish a sect. By relying on the various treasures in this treasure trove, it would be sufficient to support a huge sect for 100 years. Although there were many treasures in astonishing numbers, there were simply too few that could be of use to someone of Xiao Chen's cultivation, practically none at all. Could it be that the peak items were all stored in the Savage Battlefield's Blue Dragon Palace? However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that this was not right. The Blue Dragon Palace should be storing the treasures passed down by the Dragon's Gate's direct descendants. However, this should not have much to do with the peak war spoils of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. The war spoils of the Heavenly Starry Ocean should be in Heavenly Star Island's treasure trove. There was no stone door in front of the great hall that contained the divine materials. That was to say, the path here was already cut off. Imo-chin, what do you think is going on? Xiao Chen asked. Something is wrong. Along the way, I looked carefully and did not find a single peak item. This is definitely not normal. I think there should be a separate secret room to store these peak items, Imo-chin analyzed with a serious expression. Imo-chin analyzed with a serious expression, however, we have to find this place ourselves. Xiao Chen frowned and said, if there really was such a place, those seniors from earlier should have told me. Since those Dragon's Gate's war venerates acknowledged his identity, there was no reason for them to hide it. A light flashed in Imo-chen's eyes. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, perhaps they have already given us the answer. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Imo-chen must have thought of something. Otherwise, she would not have said that. As expected, Imo-chen said softly, how many war venerable emblems have you collected along the way? Xiao Chen thought for a while. Aside from the hall he was in, which contained divine materials, he had collected war venerate badges in the other halls. Including the one in Imo-chen's hand, there was a total of 5. Imo-chen smiled softly and said, the answer might be in these 5 war venerable badges. In the ancient era, 5 was the highest. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth form the 5 elements, and they develop all things in the world and even all the secrets of the universe. Is it that mysterious? Xiao Chen asked. Even the mysteries of the universe were revealed. Imo-chen giggled and said, actually, I don't believe it either. These are all distant legends from the Immortal epic. The more common ones are the various 5-element formations. This hall with divine materials is actually arranged according to the 5 elements. Look over there. It is all metal divine materials. There are no impurities at all. This is metal. Look to the north. If you look carefully, you will discover that it is all divine materials formed from the fossilization of ancient divine trees. That is wood. As Imo-chen pointed out the divine materials, she meticulously differentiated them according to 5-element, wood, water, fire, and earth. When they arrived, Imo-chen led Xiao Chen through the pile of divine materials, looking for a groove in every place. The war venerate insignia happened to fit perfectly into it. When the final war venerable emblem was placed in, the entire hall started to tremble intensely. Xiao Chen felt like the world was shaking. The 5 connected halls in front separated and spun around the hall below, materializing some kind of profound 5-element formation. After a while, a hole opened in the center of the hall, revealing a staircase leading underground. Xiao Chen immediately walked in, and Imo-chen followed slowly with a smile. At the end of the staircase was an average-sized stone room flickering with 9-colored spiritual light. When Xiao Chen saw the scene, he could no longer hold back the joy on his face. Two simple and unadorned wooden shelves leaned against the wall. All sorts of rare items were placed in each shelf. At the end of the path was a platform. Paintings hung on the wall, depicting the past sect masters of the Dragon's Gate. The portrait of the Qing Emperor was placed in the center. 3 brocade boxes sat on the wooden table under the paintings. Each box looked very simple and unadorned, giving off an extraordinary aura. A brown prayer mat sat in front of the wooden table, looking very ordinary. Based on the decorations, this was where the Dragon's Gate kept its peak war spoils. There was a formation carved with golden blood on the floor of the stone room. Xiao Qun gently tapped it. He felt that this should be the blood of a deity race martial emperor expert, which could be called divine blood. However, it was of a much lower quality than the divine blood used to seal the heavenly flame's origin flame in the Blue Dragon Palace. The owner of this blood should be an ordinary deity race martial emperor, not a peak god king expert. However, this was not what Xiao Qun cared about. What he cared about was the item sealed in this formation. It was a clump of 9-colored spiritual light, the King Spirit Veins' origin. This was Imogen's first time seeing such a divine blood formation. Her eyes filled with extreme shock. After advancing to martial emperor, even an ordinary person's blood would become extraordinary, what more a deity race martial emperor. According to ancient legends, the deity race came from the distant shore of the starry heavens. They had a noble bloodline. In their world, ordinary people would become gods the moment they were born, enjoying supreme reverence. In the Kunlun realm, after the 100-Race War, the deity race outshone others. If not for the Qing Emperor appearing 10,000 years ago, the Kunlun realm might have been ruled by them long ago. However, 10,000 years had already passed. Now that the deity race's luck had recovered, they regained their former prestige. Even in the distant heavenly starry ocean, they still held a significant reputation and could not be underestimated. How could Imogen not be shocked when she saw the blood of a deity race martial emperor being drained like an animal to form a formation? When Xiao Qun saw the items sealed in the divine blood formation, he could not help feeling happy. King Spirit Vein. There really is a King Spirit Vein here. Xiao Qun asked excitedly, Imogen, can you break this formation? Imogen squatted down and studied it for a while. Then she smiled and replied, fortunately, this formation is not used to stop outsiders. It is just to prevent the spirit vein from leaking out. This is really extravagant. So much deity race martial emperor's blood is just a simple formation. Xiao Qun suppressed his excited expression and said, in that case, let's break it. It's best not to. Xiao Qun gave Imogen a strange look, waiting for her explanation. Imogen said slowly, this formation is too crude. Once it is broken, the aura of the King Spirit Vein will immediately leak out. At that time, the entire Western Sea will know about the commotion. As you know, there will be consequences. Xiao Qun had not thought of this. He calmed down and thought for a while. However, he was not in a rush. He already saw the King Spirit Vein. It was right before him and could not fly out. If he thought about it carefully, he would be able to find a way to deal with it. Let's not care about this for now. Let's look at the other things. Xiao Qun recalled that there were many treasures in this place. They were all things that could interest him, so he took stock of them first. There were simple restrictions on the wooden shelves, used to seal off spiritual energy, preventing the treasures inside from rotting and breaking as time passed. This is a profound cultivation technique. It is not simple. Imogen opened one of the restrictions and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. There was a huge difference in value between a profound cultivation technique and a martial technique. Profound martial techniques were still traceable and could be seen in auctions. However, they could not be bought. As for profound cultivation techniques, they were even harder to find. This is a king-grade medicinal pill, the Divine Essence Pill. It can directly raise the blue-robed emperor's cultivation. To think that there really is a medicinal pill that can raise the blue-robed emperor's cultivation. I have only read about it in an ancient text. The medicinal pill's recipe was lost many years ago. This is an emperor-grade secret treasure. I remember that this was the sect guarding treasure of the 9 ranks of the great families of the heavenly starry ocean 10,000 years ago. Unfortunately, it seems to be half broken. Compared to the piles of treasures in the hall outside, the number of items on the shelves was incomparable. However, the value of these treasures was several times higher. The two were dazzled and pleasantly surprised. After taking a final count, there were 6 profound cultivation techniques and 11 profound martial techniques. These were all obtained by the Dragon's Gate after it destroyed the other sects of the heavenly starry ocean. There were 100 king-grade medicinal pills, 10 peak king-grade secret treasures, 1 damaged emperor-grade secret treasure, and some miscellaneous items. Every item here was useful to Xiao Qin. However, he did not particularly need them. The one that excited him was still the king's spirit vein. Xiao Qian's cultivation had already reached the peak of the small perfection blue-robed emperor. No matter how many resources he had, they would be useless. As for the profound martial techniques and cultivation techniques, he did not lack medial grade or superior grade ones. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qian got Imochen to put away these items. He intended to leave these for Yu Chenxi, Imochen, and Lan Xiaobai. The treasures on the shelves could allow them to quickly increase their strength in the blue-robed emperor realm. They could truly rival the resources of the holy scions of the immortal holy lands. After passing through the divine blood formation and arriving beside the prayer mat, Xiao Qian focused on the 3 embroidered boxes on the table. Then he bowed slightly to the portraits of his predecessors. Xiao Qian opened one of the embroidered boxes, which contained a jade strip. He sent in his spiritual sense and discovered that the jade strip contained the Dragon's Gate's refining techniques. It contained a complete set of Dragon's Gate's secret treasures. The Dragon's Gate battle armor, the Dragon's Gate warship, the Dragon's Gate war banner, the Dragon's Gate war weapon, the Dragon's Gate totem, and even the manufacturing method for a Heaven Dragon city were all in there. Xiao Qian picked up the jade strip and thought about it. This was a good item, unlike the treasures outside, which were all snatched from the other sections. This was the foundation of the Dragon's Gate. Otherwise, even if the Dragon's Gate was re-established, it would just be for show. It would have no connection to the Dragon's Gate of the past. Originally, Xiao Qian thought that such things would be in the Blue Dragon Palace. After all, that was the largest treasury of the Dragon's Gate. Chapter 1126. Unexpectedly, there was a jade strip containing the Dragon's Gate's refining techniques. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Among the jade strips, Xiao Qian was more interested in the Dragon's Gate totem and the Heaven Dragon city. He had heard of the Dragon's Gate battle armor, soldiers, and war flags before, so he was not unfamiliar with them. As for the Dragon's Gate totem and the Heaven Dragon city, this was his first time hearing about them. After thinking for a while, he handed the jade strip to Imochen. He knew a little about refining. But compared to Mo Chen, who had the Book of Heavenly Works, he was definitely much weaker. It was more appropriate to hand it to her. As the saying went, one should make the best use of one's talents. There was no need to keep everything to oneself. After receiving Xiao Chen's jade strip, Imochen checked it and felt incredibly excited. This was probably the treasure that she was the most excited about in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. Xiao Qian opened the second brocade box and saw a mysterious black medallion. He could not tell what material it was made of. A Buddha statue was carved on the front of the medallion. This Buddha statue looked extremely strange, different from the various Buddha statues that Xiao Qian had seen before. This Buddha statue had 8 hands covering its eyes, nose, ears, mouth, navel, heart, and other parts. It looked extremely strange. Imochen, what is this? Xiao Qian asked Imochen, who was at the side. Not long ago, Imochen had read through the ancient Buddhist texts. She should have some knowledge of this. This is a Buddhist medallion, an ancient Buddhist sect ornament. It is similar to the Buddhist sect's heavenly beads and bracelets. However, this Buddhist medallion is even more ancient. There are many ways to make Buddhist ornaments. Imochen said, in Orthodox Buddhism, unless one is an esteemed monk or the head of a temple, one is not allowed to wear ornaments. There are strict rules and restrictions. Only Buddhist medallions are ornaments that do not have many restrictions. With the blessing of an esteemed monk, They can be given to junior generation disciples or people who believe in Buddhism. They can be used to seek good fortune and ward off calamity. This Buddhist medallion has the image of a masked Buddha. It is a great Buddha that is best at seeking good fortune and warding off calamity. Furthermore, this is an 8-hands masked Buddha. It is of extremely high standards. Normally, it is two-handed. Not only can it protect the wearer's body from harm, but it can also protect the mind from temptation. Sure enough, for it to be placed in a brocade box by itself, this amulet must be quite useful. It should be the spoils of war from destroying the small thunder temple. The items in the first 2 boxes did not disappoint Xiaoqin. As for the third box, Xiaoqin could not help but look forward to it even more. He opened the mirror box and found a yellowed ancient book inside. It was extremely old. Xiaoqin flipped it open and skimmed through it. The content recorded inside shocked him. It was actually a detailed method of how Buddhism absorbed the power of faith and how to cast a Buddha statue. There were many rituals of the ancient Buddhist sects that allowed the Buddha statue to receive the prayers of the believers and how to repay the prayers. This ancient book should have come from the Minor Lain Temple, the Immortal Holy Land from 10,000 years ago. The content was very detailed, and there was everything that one could think of. The only thing missing was how to convert the power of faith into cultivation. However, that did not matter. Xiaoqin did not need to use this to cultivate. In his opinion, such a shortcut was not something that one could cultivate on their own. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was just a paper tiger. What made Xiaoqin happy was that with this mysterious veil of the Buddhist sects, it was no longer mysterious to him. It would be easy to find the other party's weakness. What is it? Why are you so happy reading it? Imochen asked, finding it strange when she saw Xiaoqin's expression. Xiaoqin smiled and handed it over. Take a look at this. Imochen received it and took a few glances. Then, she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "This is great. I found a lot of information in the ancient books, but there were only some vague fragments. Now, we do not have to worry about the secret of Black Flame Island. After we go out, we will destroy this fake Buddhist sect. It swindles people and acts like bandits. Furthermore, it pretends to be benevolent. It is too much of a threat to Heavenly Star Island." Imochen looked at the divine blood formation and asked, "However, what do you intend to do with this King's Spirit Vein? Unless we invite a peak expert like the Thunder King or a Haotian Prime, it will be too difficult to take away the King's Spirit Vein silently." Xiaoqin frowned and thought hard. For now, he did not know what to do. Xiaoqin did not want to refine this entire King's Spirit Vein. With his current cultivation, he was far from being able to consume a King's Spirit Vein. If he did so, he would only explode. At the very least, he would have to reach the level of Emperor Wu before he could consume a King's Spirit Vein. Xiaoqin wanted to use the King's Spirit Vein's pure spiritual energy and vast quantity to break through his small perfection blue-robed Emperor level. After that, he could use Holy Spirit Veins to continue cultivating as long as they were of high quality. However, right now, the King's Spirit Vein was completely sealed. Once Xiaoqin broke the formation, the mysterious phenomenon of the King's Spirit Vein appearing would be a huge problem. If he went back and forth to find the Thunder King and the Haotian Prime, he would spend a lot of time. The gains would not make up for the losses. There was no way to touch this Spirit Vein. He could see it but not obtain it. You are really an idiot. Don't you see that there is a prayer mat in this secret room? This secret room is filled with treasures. Don't you find it strange that a prayer mat suddenly appeared? Just as Xiaoqin was preparing to go out and brainstorm for a solution, Ao Jiao's voice suddenly came from the Immortal Spirit Ring. She mentioned something that Xiaoqin and Imochen had overlooked. That's right. Why is there a prayer mat out of nowhere? Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. Why is there a prayer mat out of nowhere? Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. Then, Xiaoqin remembered that there was a secret realm in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the lower realm. The prayer mats there were connected to a spirit vein. Thank you, little Ao Jiao. Xiaoqin could not help laughing in his heart. It turned out that the problem that plagued him was so simple. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao performed a great service. When Xiaoqin arrived before the prayer mat, he said to Imochen, "There is no need to rush to leave. This prayer mat might be connected to a King's Spirit Vein. I should be able to use it to break through the bottleneck of the small perfection blue-robed emperor. Imochen felt somewhat surprised. She asked, "Your bottleneck requires a king spirit vein to break through?" The purity of a holy spirit vein is not high enough. The chances of using it to break through the bottleneck and form the heavenly seal are too low. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. After he answered, he closed his eyes. Xiao Chen calmed himself and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The instant he circulated his cultivation technique, the sound of a torrential flood rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. That was an auditory hallucination caused by the vast amount of spiritual energy. As the purple thunder divine incantation drew in the spiritual energy, it looked like roaring dragons pouring into Xiao Chen's meridians, looking extremely horrifying. If Xiao Chen was not careful, his meridians might burst. The golden divine blood formation started to give off a faint light. The 9-colored clump of light flickered endlessly. However, not a single strand of spiritual energy leaked out. Imochen, who was standing at the side, heaved a sigh of relief as she held the secret manual in the third brocade box. However, there was still some worry on her face. A king spirit vein could only be used by Xiao Chen to break through the bottleneck of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. How difficult would it be for Xiao Chen to advance to martial emperor? There were still 4 more years. That was simply too short. Imochen sighed in her heart. Then, she glanced at Xiao Chen and quietly moved to the side to read quietly. While Xiao Chen was breaking through the bottleneck, he did not know that Heavenly Star Island had already reached its most dangerous moment. Originally, the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation could last for 3 days. However, after Zhuang Jinghe rushed over and smashed down with the Amitabha Buddha's palm strike, the situation instantly reversed. The defenses of the 7 outpost islets were completely destroyed. The Heavenly Star Island cultivators had no choice but to shrink the defensive perimeter of the formation to its limits and retreat to Heavenly Star City to put up a final resistance. Layers of Buddhist light spread across the vast Heavenly Star Island sky, covering the entire 500 kilometers of the sea region around Heavenly Star Island. The sound of chanting rang out in every temple, lingering and inspiring the hearts of the people. To the many cultivators defending Heavenly Star City, the tranquil and peaceful chanting of scriptures sounded like demonic music, filling them with despair. Originally, after the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation activated, the Heavenly Star Island cultivators were evenly matched. A partially restored Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation was not something that the 8 factions could break. Furthermore, there was still Lan Xiaobai's group, leading 8 king-grade warships. When they charged out, they held back the many people of the 8 factions. The 8 factions could not focus on breaking the formation. The defensive formations of the 7 outpost islets linked together. 7 ancient azure-colored dragon images guarded one area, forming an impregnable defensive perimeter. This rendered the 8 factions helpless. They could only rage out of humiliation as they watched Lan Xiaobai's group enter and leave, destroying their sage-grade warships one by one. However, at this crucial moment, a resonant Buddhist voice rang out. Before Heavenly Star Island's side could understand what was going on, a golden Buddha hand descended from the sky, flickering with a dazzling light. A golden Buddha's hand, flickering with a dazzling light, fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the defensive barrier. The Amitabha Buddha image appeared in the 10,000 layers of Buddha rings. With one palm strike, it shattered the defensive barrier, ripping it with cracks. A significant amount of horrifying energy leaked in through the cracks. Then, it swept through the surroundings like a strong wind, easily destroying the buildings on the outpost islets like they were nothing more than piles of rubble. It could be said that the wind passed without leaving a trace. The place was in a sorry state, looking like rubble. Although the defensive barrier quickly mended, Lan Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. In the end, he decisively chose to retreat, shrinking the defensive perimeter and retreating to Heavenly Star City. On the other side, the 8 factions, who were originally in a predicament, immediately gained momentum. They gave chase and attacked ferociously, working together with the huge Buddha image hovering in the air. As the pursuit continued, a significant amount of energy penetrated the defensive barrier and killed several people of Heavenly Star Island's group. After the barrier shrank by 100 times, its defenses became significantly stronger. The group that retreated to Heavenly Star Island finally stabilized the situation. However, good times did not last. Resonant chanting rang out on the nearby islands of Heavenly Star Island. Bathed in a Buddhist light, the Amitabha Buddha image's strength increased explosively. Every now and then, it would throw a palm strike. The huge palm covered the sky. When it descended, it blocked the boundless sunlight in the sky, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star City in darkness, making everyone anxious. As the 7 blue dragon images circling Heavenly Star City clashed with each other, their bodies grew increasingly illusory. Clearly, they were on the verge of collapsing. The wind howled on the city walls. When Lan Xiaobai saw the 7 blue dragon images descend once more, he frowned heavily. There were only 7 blue dragon locking the sky. It was still too weak. If he could completely repair the formation, with the momentum of 1,000 dragons soaring, even Emperor Wu would have to retreat. Then he would be able to advance or retreat as he pleased. He would not have to wait for death like now. Chapter 1127. City Lord, why is the Blue Dragon King not coming out yet? The streets and alleys, the broken pavilions, and the cracks in the city walls were everywhere. The enemy's attacks intensified each time, announcing a heartless fact: the city was about to fall. An outer sect elder could not help asking about Xiaoqin. Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly to himself as he glanced at this person. He remembered that this was the Grandmaster-level martial sage that Kim Taho had first hired from the Black Sea. This person had been on Heavenly Star Island for more than a year already and could be considered a veteran. After this person spoke, the group of outer sect elders all looked at Lan Xiaobai. Never mind. You all can go. I left some black astral coins and 2 copies of profound martial techniques in the city lord's residence. After you obtain them, you can leave through the underground passageway. These outer sect elders had already done their best to last until now. After all, compared to Heavenly Star Island, these old men were only consecrated. It was already pretty good that they did not turn against Xiaochen when they saw that the city was about to fall. Hence, they parted on good terms. Now that the situation was already over, there was no need to drag this group of people down with them. When the old man who asked the question heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Something must have happened to the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. He probably would not be able to rush back quickly. City Lord, you are overthinking. This old man has watched Heavenly Star Island develop step by step. Although my feelings for Heavenly Star Island are not like those of the inner sect elders and the City Lord, I am willing to defend it to the last moment. Before this city falls, this old man will not take half a step out of Heavenly Star Island. That's right. If this city doesn't fall, we will not leave. To Lan Xiaobai's surprise, the group of outer sect elders did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, they all chose to defend to the last moment. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Lan Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to everyone. I hope that everyone will hold fast to your posts. If the other party's cultivators charge in through the cracks in the barrier, I will have to trouble everyone." Although most of the Buddha statue's attacks were blocked by the 7 ancient blue dragon images, a small portion of their attacks still hit the barrier. Many cultivators of the 8 factions would take advantage of the crack in the barrier before it mended to charge in. They wanted to attack the root of the problem and destroy the core of the Dragon's Gate's Heavenlock formation. If that happened, Stellar Sky City would fall into the enemy's hands in an instant. Lu Kujin Lin and the others were guarding the core of the formation, unable to leave. As for the city walls, they needed a large number of people to be the first line of defense. For this group of outer sect elders to say such words, Lan Xiaobai couldn't help but be moved. Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, and he arrived at a slightly quieter place on the city walls. Elder Qin was circulating his energy to treat Yu Chenxi's injuries there, not stopping for even a moment. "Chenxi, how is she?" Lan Xiaobai asked anxiously, regret flashing in his eyes. Elder Qin did not stop what he was doing. He sighed and said, Her situation is more or less stable. There is no danger to her life. However, the rebound from her martial technique injured her heart vessels, and her meridians ruptured. Without medicine to heal her meridians, she will probably become an ordinary person. When Lan Xiaobai heard this, he clenched his fists tightly, revealing the veins on the back of his hands. Hatred surged in his eyes. No matter how much Lan Xiaobai hated Fu Lianyun, who had shamelessly injured Yu Chenxi, had a wide smile on his face at this moment. Flattery filled his ears. On the Metal Blood warship, when Zhuang Jinghe heard about Fu Lianyun's magnificent feat, he could not help smiling. Little brother Fu, good job. After we break into Heavenly Star City, I can let you choose a treasure first. Fu Lianyun felt extremely flattered. He quickly said, I dare not, I dare not. Brother Zhuang contributed the most. If not for Brother Zhuang rushing over to activate the Amitabha Buddha image, the situation would not be like this. At this moment, the people of the other 8 factions also saw the wind and changed their direction. After seeing the might of the Amitabha Buddha image, they felt a deep fear of Zhuang Jinghe. After all sorts of flattery, they bombarded Zhuang Jinghe with compliments. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, seems to have not appeared from the start. I wonder where he went. He probably has something to do. Otherwise, he would not have not appeared until now. Fortunately, he is not here. Otherwise, Heavenly Star Island would not be so easy to break into. Seeing that Heavenly Star City was about to fall, the leaders of the 8 factions felt very relaxed. They chatted without any reservations. Just at this moment, the group heard a cold snort. Zhuang Jinghe said unhappily, even if Xiao Chen comes, this old man can easily kill him. Seeing Zhuang Jinghe's expression change, the others immediately stopped talking, not daring to say anything more. Putting aside the Amitabha Buddha image, Zhuang Jinghe's aura had already reached an unimaginable level. Before him, the other small perfection blue-robed emperors could not help but feel fear. It was not that they had not seen Zhuang Jinghe before. However, the feeling that Zhuang Jinghe gave them today was very different. His aura was terrifyingly strong. These blue-robed emperors did not know why. When they saw Zhuang Jinghe get angry, they all kept quiet out of fear. The Metal Blood Sect's sect master, Chen Ming, changed the topic. The city looks like it is about to fall. Everyone, please make your preparations. The group quickly looked over and saw that the 7 Azure Dragon images circling outside Heavenly Star City had already turned into azure light that filled the sky and rained down. Everyone in the city looked at the green speck of light with despair on their faces. Everyone knew that without the protection of the 7 blue dragons, the barrier of Heavenly Star City would not be able to withstand a palm strike from the Amitabha Buddha image. Lan Xiaobai bowed slightly. Then he faced the many outer sect elders who fought to the end and said, this time, Lan Xiaobai thanks everyone. Let's go. Suddenly, an outer sect elder pointed to the back and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, City Lord, look! Lan Xiaobai turned his head and saw a familiar white figure rushing over at lightning speed. Boom! The Amitabha Buddha image's huge hand descended, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star City in darkness. The pitch-black world made everyone in the city feel suffocated with fear and despair, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Before Lan Xiaobai could clearly see that figure's face, this palm strike shattered the final defensive barrier of the Dragon's Gate's heaven-locking formation. A strong Buddhist might surged over, and the entire city wall instantly crumbled, crumbling completely. All the buildings of various sizes in the city crumbled under this horrifying might. Heavenly Star City, which had taken close to 2 years of effort, was destroyed in an instant. It looked like this palm strike would crush everyone to death or injure them. Suddenly, an unyielding dragon roar resounded in the sky. The dragon's voice reverberated as it roared out, completely suppressing the chanting of scriptures that had not stopped throughout the entire time. The sound waves spread out in all directions, kicking up waves on the surface of the sea. They layered over each other, surging endlessly. With this roar, the Buddha statues worshipped in several of the temples on Heavenly Star Island's subsidiary islands all shattered. A saber light flashed in the pitch-black space, chopping off the Buddha image's palm down the middle. A ray of sunlight shone through the crack. The light was holy and solemn. Under the illumination, a white figure hovered in the air while holding a saber. One man and one saber broke this huge palm filled with Buddhist might. This ray of light seemed to freeze the entire scene, making it hard to forget. After an instant, the huge palm vanished, and sunlight illuminated the land. Heavenly Star City regained its light. The cultivators fighting in the city all clearly saw that figure. If it was not the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, who else could it be? It's over. The Blue Dragon King is back. When the people of the 8 factions on the Metal Blood warship that had already arrived at Heavenly Star Island saw this scene, they could not help exclaiming. Who could have expected that Xiaoqin, who had not appeared all this while, would appear at this crucial moment? Furthermore, the moment Xiaoqin appeared, he chopped off the palm strike that rivaled a peak consummation blue-robed emperor's attack. How could they not feel fear? Zhuangzhenghe shouted coldly and angrily, "What are you all panicking for? I am not even afraid. What are you all afraid of?" Chen Ming knew that the leaders of the other factions still had some value, so he consoled them at an appropriate time. Don't exaggerate his strength. He just used a trick, using a sound wave to break the Buddhist sound. That is how he managed to barely block it, reducing the might of the palm strike significantly. Given Brother Zhuang's strength, it is more than enough to deal with him. Furthermore, the Amitabha Buddha image is not that easy to break. Zhuangzheng has said, "That's right. Just help me block those small fries later. There is no need for you to worry about the rest." Fu Lianyun and the others calmed down. At this moment, there was no turning back. They could only fight to the death. After chopping off the Amitabha Buddha image with one saber strike and sending it into the clouds, Xiaoqin did not take advantage of the situation to give chase. Xiaoqin looked around at the ruined Heavenly Star City and quickly landed beside Lan Xiaobai. When Lan Xiaobai saw Xiaoqin land, a guilty expression flashed on his face. He said, "Sorry, I still failed to defend the city." Xiaoqin patted Lan Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "Don't say that. I'm the one apologizing to you. You did your best and did very well. Chenxi, what happened to her?" Xiaoqian's gaze shifted to Yu Chenxi, who was being guarded by Elder Qin. His face sank as he asked immediately. Lan Xiaobai quickly recounted the events that transpired. After Xiaoqin finished, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding air suddenly turned bone-chilling, a bone-chilling killing intent that made him tremble involuntarily. When Xiaoqin came out of the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, he sensed the extraordinary atmosphere of Heavenly Star Island, so he rushed over before Imochen did. What a despicable and shameless old fogey. Even when Xiaoqin saw the ruined Heavenly Star City, he still managed to control his killing intent. When Xiaoqin heard Lan Xiaobai's description, he could no longer control his killing intent. Lan Xiaobai was still fine. After all, he had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor and was an outstanding talent. This killing intent could not injure Xiaoqin. However, those outer sect elders did not have it easy. Imochen, who was slightly slower than Xiaoqin, arrived. When she saw Xiaoqin's state, she immediately said anxiously, "Big brother Xiao, you injured them." Chapter 11:28. Xiaoqin startled to his senses. Lan Xiaobai and the many outer sect cultivators standing on the rubble of the city walls all heaved a sigh of relief. "I startled everyone," Xiaoqin said, feeling some self-blame. His mental state was still not perfect enough. One could not be without anger. One could have killing intent as well. However, killing intent had to be controlled. Otherwise, as one grew stronger and stood higher, one might fall into the demonic Tao at any moment. When the many outer sect elders saw Xiaoqian's sincere apology, they all said that he did not need to take it to heart and that they understood. At the same time, they felt somewhat surprised. The famous Blue Dragon King did not put on any airs. However, when they thought about it, that was not right. Earlier, when Xiaoqian was bathed in light, he gave off an aura that was no weaker than that of some famous major characters. He was a person filled with contradictions, unfathomable. Xiaoqian thought of something and asked, "Imochen, are the king-grade medicinal pills in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove useful for mending meridians?" "There are 3, and they are all of peak quality. After mending them, the toughness of the meridians can increase by another level. Mo Chen was the one who collected the treasures in the secret room. She was rather familiar with them, so she immediately mentioned them. Xiao Chen's anxious emotions eased slightly. He looked at the sky. The Amitabha Buddha image, which had been temporarily knocked back by the Buddhist light, had already retreated into the light. However, Xiao Chen knew that the Amitabha Buddha image, which possessed the power of faith, would recover from that minor injury in no time. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen looked at Mo Chen. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Chen smiled softly and said, "I know what you want. You want to take this opportunity to uproot all the factions on Black Flame Island, completely ending this calamity." After experiencing life and death in the Cloud Sea domain, the two had worked very well together during their trip to the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. Mo Chen said everything she wanted to say, saving Xiao Chen a lot of explaining. He looked at her and said, "Be careful." Mo Chen smiled faintly and left calmly. Her target was Zhuang Jinghe's lair, Black Flame Island. When Xiao Chen broke through to Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Mo Chen had found a weakness in the Minor Lane Temple's secret manual for gathering the power of faith. The weakness was in the Enlightened Sense Temple, which Chen had been to before. That was the source of the other party's power of faith. Then he would use the method in the secret manual to return the power of faith, and this insufferably powerful Amitabha Buddha would immediately become a rootless duckweed. Given Mo Chen's strength, as long as she was careful and did not enter the palace hall, she should be able to kill all the enemies on Black Flame Island while Zhuang Jinghe and the Amitabha Buddha statue left. "Benefactor Xiao Chen, we meet again." "Benefactor Xiao, we meet," said of Chen. That was to say, "We meet again of Chen will. "Benefactor Xiao, we meet again." Zhuang Jinghe looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. No one could sense any murderous intent. If not for Xiao Chen having a deep understanding of Zhuang Jinghe, he might have been fooled by this smiling Buddha. The group of outer sect elders on the city walls acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They quickly gathered behind Xiao Chen and watched anxiously as the 8 blue-robed emperors and Zhuang Jinghe pressed in. You should be clearer than anyone else on how strong the Amitabha Buddha is. If you are smart, quickly scram and return to your Kunlun continent. Otherwise, this ruined city before you will be your grave. Zhuang Jinghe maintained a smile on his face. However, even a fool could make out the murderous intent in his words. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Zhuang Jinghe. He swept his gaze across the various blue-robed emperors and asked indifferently, "Who is Fu Lianyun?" Xiao Chen's indifferent words made the hearts of the leaders of the 8 factions sink for some reason. When they looked over, the murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes seemed to pour into their bodies, giving them a chill. From the changes in their expressions, Xiao Chen managed to find Fu Lianyun in one breath. "Very good. You can die now." Zhuang Jinghe was stunned. He quickly moved to the side, trying to block Xiao Chen. However, who knew, Xiao Chen did not choose to charge over. He only leaped up, and his body seemed to vanish into thin air. When he landed, the lunar shadow saber's scabbard was already stabbed into Fu Lianyun's chest. No matter how Fu Lianyun struggled, it was useless. The others were greatly startled. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so bold, daring to jump into their encirclement alone. "You are seeking death." The Metal Blood sect master, Chen Ming, was the first to react. He led his people to surround Xiao Chen, moving as fast as lightning. Bush, bush, bush. The sound of 7 or 8 figures tearing through the air was ear-piercing. At such a close distance, they would need only half a second to land their attacks on Xiao Chen. Even a consummation blue-robed emperor would be severely injured after receiving the attacks of so many blue-robed emperors. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen showed no intention of dodging. Holding the scabbard, he stabbed Fu Lianyun into the ground, leaving no chance of survival. Following Fu Lianyun's miserable cry, blood spurted out of his wound like a fountain, blooming like a flower. At this moment, Xiao Chen unleashed the vast aura of the Great Perfection blue-robed emperor without holding anything back. The people charging over all revealed shocked expressions as they felt a vast aura. They only felt a huge aura that felt solid and surged out in all directions, blowing them away. Caught off guard, even Zhuang Jinghe could not block it. He had to take 100 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Zhuang Jinghe glanced back and saw the sorry state of the crowd. Then he stood up and drew his scabbard. Xiao Chen gently drifted away and somersaulted to the ground. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I do not like to be disturbed when I am killing people." The dying Fu Lianyun on the ground pressed his hands on his wound. His face was filled with horror and helplessness. Fu Lianyun did his best to raise his head and look at Zhuang Jinghe with some hope. He did his best to say, "Save me." However, no one cared about him at this moment. The group of small perfection blue-robed emperors gathered behind Zhuang Jinghe. They all looked at Xiao Chen warily. No one noticed his gaze. No one had expected Xiao Chen to break through to the great perfection blue-robed emperor realm. His aura was like a mountain, completely surpassing theirs. Even the great perfection blue-robed Emperor Zhuang Jinghe and the metal blood sects Chen Ming could not compare to Xiao Chen in terms of aura. Zhuang Jinghe did not say a word. He squinted as though he wanted to see through Xiao Chen. However, he could not figure out Xiao Chen's strength at all. Chen Ming sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen and drew his saber. Then he pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chen. The other 6 small perfection blue-robed emperors all drew their weapons and charged over, radiating killing chi. At this point, they knew that there was no way out. Even if they begged for mercy, there would not be a good result. They could only fight and defeat Xiao Chen. Only then could they survive. Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating that Lan Xiaobai and the others did not need to make a move. He took a step forward and blocked Qin Ming's saber strike without drawing it. After reaching the blue-robed emperor realm, every move could stir up the wind and clouds. In 2 or 3 breaths, he could change his moves dozens of times. Dang, ding, ding. The 7 worked together to block Xiao Chen's horrifying aura. They surrounded Xiao Chen and attacked him. Saber lights and sword images flashed, and sparks flew everywhere. They kicked up strong winds and stirred up the clouds. Because of the surging power of the world, the scene in the surroundings looked like a geomancy painting flashing by the group of people. Xiao Chen's figure leaped around, fighting 1 against 7. Without drawing his saber, he formed an impenetrable defense, blocking the attacks of the 7. Of the 7 people before him, aside from Qin Ming, who was slightly difficult to deal with. As for the other 6, as long as they drew their sabers, Xiao Chen could take them down in an instant. However, there was still Zhuang Jinghe, who was eyeing Xiao Chen like a tiger, storing up power and waiting to make a move. Once he figured out Xiao Chen's strength, he would make a swift move. This time, when Xiao Chen saw Zhuang Jinghe, he could clearly feel that Zhuang Jinghe's strength had improved compared to a month ago. Logically speaking, this was an abnormal improvement. Even if one could use the power of faith to convert it into cultivation, it would be impossible for one to improve so quickly. There was only one possibility. After thinking about the ritual recorded in the secret canon, Xiao Chen had a vague guess. He would not think about it for now. He would play with this group of people. Either he would not make a move, or he would take down Zhuang Jinghe when he did. After Qin Ming's attack failed, he was forced back by Xiao Chen again. Then he immediately launched a frantic counterattack, provoking Xiao Chen. Blue Dragon King, you are really boundlessly arrogant. Do you really think that you can take down the 6 of us without even drawing your saber? As Chen Ming spoke, the other 6 small perfection blue-robed emperor made their moves. All sorts of killing moves flashed with multicolored lights, bringing with them all sorts of mysterious phenomena. They surged towards Xiao Chen like an erupting mountain flood, their auras startling. Xiao Chen did not answer. His eyes were like lightning, clearly seeing the trajectories of the 6 attacks. The lunar shadow saber in his hand seemed to come to life. It was like a third arm, nimbly moving around his palm and the back of his arm. Bang! Bang! Metallic sounds rang out, sounding like thunder. Xiao Chen still did not draw his saber. As he retreated, he blocked all the moves of the 6. It was like there was an unbreakable, formless wall in front of Xiao Chen. As long as he wanted to, not even a strand of wind would be able to penetrate it. The first spurt of vigor would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. The principles of the art of war in Xiao Chen's hometown were the same in the world of cultivators. Under Xiao Chen's exquisite defense, Chen Ming's group attacked for a long time but could not take him down. Initially, they were like ferocious tigers. Now, they were completely sluggish. Their moves were full of openings. Zhuang Jinghe felt frustrated. Even now, he still could not figure out Xiao Chen's strength. He cursed this group of people in his heart. They were all trash. Xiao Chen, you are called the Blue Dragon King in vain. You are being beaten until you cannot even retaliate. Chen Ming knew about Zhuang Jinghe's arrangements. When he saw that he still could not force Xiao Chen to draw his saber, he tried to provoke him again. Very good. The other party's mental state is already in chaos. His aura is weakening. It is time to end this farce. As you wish. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flickered in them. His gaze was like a saber, boundlessly sharp. With just a single glance, the six of them felt a chill run down their spines. As his long hair fluttered, boundless saber hums came from Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, his body was like a saber, his hair was like a saber, his clothes were like a saber, and his gaze was like a saber. Xiao Chen, who had been passively defending, suddenly started running. His clothes were as white as snow, and his figure was as fast as the wind. In the wind and snow, he quickly charged at the seven. Chapter 1129. Dang, ding, ding. Saber hums reverberated in the air, sounding like the most beautiful zither music in the world. Xiao Chen dodged Chen Ming's saber and closed in, not giving him a chance to react. Then he slammed his shoulder into Chen Ming's body. A horrifying saber wound appeared on Chen Ming's chest. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, severely injured, no longer able to fight. It was fine if Xiao Chen did not make a move. However, once he did, Xiao Chen would not give this group of people any chance. Xiao Chen waved his long sleeves, and the saber arm of a person charging at Xiao Chen from the left was chopped off by a saber light. However, the saber in Xiao Chen's right hand clearly did not leave its scabbard. Xiao Chen did not stop running. With every step he took, boundless saber lights flickered. Everywhere Xiao Chen went, saber lights flashed endlessly, mysterious phenomena appeared, and wind and snow danced. No one could stop Xiao Chen. With every step he took, someone went flying and vomited blood, no longer able to fight. After Xiao Chen took 7 steps, 7 people fell to the ground, unable to get up. They lay there moaning in pain. Those with light injuries had broken limbs, and those with heavy injuries had fainted from the pain. When Xiao Chen attacked, he did not show any mercy. Without stopping, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived before the stunned Zhuang Jinghe. At this moment, Xiao Chen defeated 7 people. His aura had reached its peak. When he moved, it felt like the entire world moved with him. Zhuang Jinghe, who had been waiting for Xiao Chen to draw his saber, wanting to find some openings and deal a lightning-quick blow to Xiao Chen, was caught off guard. This aura sent him flying. However, Zhuang Jinghe's cultivation was extremely horrifying, even stronger than the newly advanced Great Perfection blue-robed Emperor Xiao Chen. Zhuang Jinghe's face sank as he stomped heavily on the ground. The ground trembled, and a scarlet Bodhi tree took root behind him. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light appeared behind him. Buddhist chanting resounded, and the Bodhi tree moved without any wind. Many scarlet Bodhi flowers floated out. Boundless power of faith gathered, and one could vaguely hear horrifying cries. Those were the aggrieved spirits in hell. Zhuang Jinghe stretched out his palm and wanted to throw a palm strike, wanting to knock down Xiao Chen's aura. However, how could Xiao Chen, who was in his peak state, give him such an opportunity? The instant he landed, Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber, which he had not drawn yet. A saber hum resounded throughout the world. The resplendent saber light made the world pale in comparison. Spring flowers, winter snow, summer, autumn wind, blue dragon breaking the sea, the bright moon soaring. The boundless, mysterious phenomena materialized a boundless glory in that instant. Then, the saber light solidified into a vast painting. The scarlet Bodhi tree instantly crumbled. This saber strike sent Zhuang Jinghe flying back 1 kilometer. The Buddhist light scattered, and he was in a sorry state. The wound on his chest nearly cut him in half at the waist. In just 7 steps and 1 blade, this group of people had been heavily injured by Xiao Chen's thunderous momentum. As Xiao Chen watched Zhuang Jinghe fly back in a sorry state, he did not relax his guard. The Amitabha Buddha image hidden in the clouds was the greatest threat to the entire Heavenly Star Island. After such a long time, it should have already recovered from Xiao Chen's saber strike. After all, it was just an injury to the palm, not a major one. If Xiao Chen was willing to expend the power of faith, it could recover in a moment. However, for some reason, Zhuang Jinghe did not bring out the Buddha image. Even after he killed the leaders of the 8 factions until they could not put up a fight, he did not bring it out. Perhaps in Zhuang Jinghe's eyes, these factions were just pawns. Their lives had nothing to do with him. However, Zhuang Jinghe had been severely injured by Xiao Chen's saber strike. If he still did not bring out the Amitabha Buddha image, he would be killed by Xiao Chen. Even if he did not want to come out, he had no choice but to do so. Xiao Chen held up his saber and stood upright. He did not give chase, just waited quietly. The heavenly seal in Xiao Chen's dantian was already completely formed. It looked like a blue dragon. As it breathed, strands of formless heavenly laws appeared behind Xiao Chen. There was a total of 10,000 of them, surging in all directions like a great river. Before reaching Emperor Wu's level, one could not even form a circle with their heavenly laws. One would not be able to use the power of the world as they pleased. Now, Xiao Chen had reached great perfection blue-robed emperor. All the accumulations that he had laid before advancing to blue-robed emperor erupted out now. With a thought from 10,000 heavenly laws, they could drive the power of the world. How horrifying was that? It could break mountains and rivers, shatter the sky. Every action of Xiao Chen's contained an invisible aura that suppressed cultivators of the same cultivation realm. One look from him could make his opponent tremble in fear. It had been a long time since Zhuang Jinghe advanced to great perfection blue-robed emperor. Now, he used the ritual to strengthen himself further. Zhuang Jinghe's cultivation was clearly much higher than Xiao Chen's. However, the quantity and quality of his heavenly laws, as well as his aura, were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. This was the gap that came from accumulations and accumulations. The further one went, the more obvious this gap would become. When one reached Emperor Wu's level, it would be clear who was superior. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen watched, a Buddhist light suddenly shot down from the sky and fixed Zhuang Jinghe in place. Then, the Buddhist light started to treat his injuries. The horrifying saber wound on Zhuang Jinghe's chest healed at a visible pace amid the Buddhist light. After suffering a saber strike, Zhuang Jinghe did not show any anger on his face. After he clearly saw Xiao Chen's strength, he laughed maniacally. Zhuang Jinghe walked over step by step in the air. Then, he said coldly, "Xiao Chen, is this your strength? If this is all you have, you will find it hard to escape death today. The Buddha has a merciful heart. However, when the Buddha gets angry, no one can stop him." A Buddhist voice resounded, and the Amitabha Buddha image that terrified Heavenly Star Island's group broke through the clouds and reappeared. As the golden light descended, every corner of the ruined Stellar Sky City was illuminated by the Buddha light. Right after Zhuang Jinghe spoke, the Amitabha Buddha image struck out with another palm strike. The palm covered the sky. If this palm strike landed, everyone in the rubble of Heavenly Star City would be injured. I absolutely cannot let this palm strike land. I absolutely cannot let the many fellow cultivators of Heavenly Star Island get injured. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and executed the dragon tone art. He materialized the blue dragon battle armor as he held the lunar shadow saber and soared into the sky, clashing ferociously with the palm strike. Boom! A resplendent saber light flew out and chopped the palm in half again. However, this time, the Buddha did not retreat. Instead, it sent out another palm strike, carrying the weight of heaven and earth. When this palm strike descended, the entire sky seemed to be pressed down. Die! Zhuang Jinghe already had a good grasp of Xiao Chen's strength. Right now, Xiao Chen was already unrivaled among the great perfection blue-robed emperors. However, he was still no match for a consummation blue-robed emperor. Zhuang Jinghe could not execute the dragon tone art continuously. As for the Amitabha Buddha image, as long as Zhuang Jinghe continuously exhausted the power of faith, it would be sufficient to grind the other party to death. When this palm strike landed, it would severely injure Xiao Qin. However, just as this palm strike was about to strike Xiao Qin, an ancient Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Qin. It had 8 arms, protecting Xiao Qin's chest, navel, and other vital areas. The Buddha image was not as huge as the Amitabha Buddha image. It only had an ancient aura that was reserved and peaceful, filled with benevolence. The palm protecting Xiao Qin's chest swung back and forcefully smacked the Amitabha Buddha image's palm back. When the two Buddha images clashed, the entire sky started to tremble intensely like the sea. Waves surged, shattering the boundless clouds. Bang! 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 The Amitabha Buddha image exhausted the power of faith. As it bathed in the Buddhist light, it recovered its right hand. When the palm strike landed, it was once again smacked back by the palm protecting Xiao Qin. This repeated 8 times, exhausting a boundless amount of power of faith. However, the Amitabha Buddha image's 8 attacks did not succeed even once. Instead, after exhausting the power of faith, the Buddhist light encasing the surroundings dimmed significantly. The originally resonant Buddhist sound became like the buzzing of a mosquito, not showing any might at all. Zhuang Jinghe appeared extremely shocked. His eyes even appeared somewhat dazed. This is the Buddhist sect's holy item, the 8-armed Buddhist pendant. How did it end up in your hands? Xiao Qin did not answer Zhuang Jinghe. He knew that this was the best opportunity to make a move. Whether he could successfully kill the Amitabha Buddha image or not would depend on this saber strike. Otherwise, by the time the other party recovered, the Buddhist pendant would have already used up all 8 chances. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Xiao Qin pushed off the air and swung his saber. 18 blue dragons circled him and roared together. The dragon roars shook the sky and scattered the remaining Buddhist sound. This was Xiao Qian's strongest saber technique, subduing dragon profound slash. As the saber light flew out, a towering saber light chopped at the Amitabha Buddha image, seeking to kill it in one strike. If you want to kill it in one strike, you have to get past me first. When Zhuang Jinghe saw the situation, he cursed angrily and leaped up, wanting to block this saber light for the Amitabha Buddha image. As long as the Amitabha Buddha image remained, he could recover from his injuries, no matter how severe. When Lan Xiaobai, Jin Lin, and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed. They all knew that they absolutely could not let Zhuang Jinghe succeed at this crucial moment. Otherwise, when the Buddha image recovered, no one would have a good ending. All of them soared into the air and used their strongest killing moves to charge at Zhuang Jinghe. As long as he dared to continue advancing, the attacks of the many profound martial techniques would kill him on the spot. Damn it! Zhuang Jinghe cursed and stopped moving. Then, he sent out a palm strike to face the attacks of Lan Xiaobai and the others. 2 loud rumbles resounded at the same time. Zhuang Jinghe attacked with his full power, sweeping through the surroundings. Lan Xiaobai and the others were all knocked back. However, on the other side, Xiao Qin chopped the Amitabha Buddha image in half. All the Buddhist light vanished in an instant, and the annoying Buddhist chanting vanished as well. Bang! Xiao Qin descended amid the boundless saber lights and hacked at Zhuang Jinghe repeatedly. After 100 moves, he knocked Zhuang Jinghe into the air with one kick. Before Zhuang Jinghe could get back up, Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he landed. Then he placed the lunar shadow saber on Zhuang Jinghe's neck. Zhuang Jinghe coughed and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then he smiled with a somewhat sinister expression. You cannot kill me. My dermic incarnation is on Black Flame Island. As long as my dermic incarnation is not destroyed, I do not care about this body of mine. Lan Xiaobai and the others came over. When they heard this, they could not help but feel shocked. They had managed to restrain this person after much difficulty. In the end, they still could not do anything to him. That was simply too unreasonable. Xiao Qin, is that so? The others asked anxiously. Xiao Qin nodded and said, That's right. However, he will soon not be able to laugh anymore. Zhuang Jinghe laughed maniacally and said, How can I not be able to laugh anymore? I will self-detonate now, and you will all die with me. When I make a comeback, Heavenly Star Island will still be mine. After saying that, Zhuangjinghe's body swelled up like a balloon. The blood vessels on his skin were clearly visible. Horrifying energy brewed in his body. Chapter 1130. When the others saw the situation, they quickly scattered. The horrifying energy from the self-detonation of a great perfection martial sage was not something they could endure. Xiaoqun did not retreat. Based on his calculations, Emotion should be almost done with Black Flame Island. Zhuangjinghe's dermic incarnation would not last much longer. Even if Emotion did not deal with him, Xiaoqun could not retreat. He had to block most of the force when she self-destructed. He could not let the other cultivators of Heavenly Star Island come to harm. Xiaoqun's physical body had already reached the peak of a sage body. Furthermore, he had the Blue Dragon body nourishing Art's Blue Dragon battle armor. He would not suffer much damage from Zhuangjinghe's self-detonation. Suddenly, horror appeared on the crazed Zhuangjinghe's face. He quickly stopped self-detonating in a fluster, his body deflating like a balloon. Not only did he stop self-destructing, but his cultivation also dropped from the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor to the Small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. It kept dropping until it reached the peak Great Grandmaster. You broke my source of faith. How is that possible? How did you know the weakness of the power of faith? Zhuangjinghe looked at Xiaoqun, his face filled with disbelief. How could Xiaoqun know such a secret? Xiaoqun pressed the tip of his saber against the other party's neck. His eyes remained calm as he said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about how I know. Tell me honestly how you obtained the Buddhist inheritance, and I'll give you a quick death." Zhuangjinghe, who wanted to say something, suddenly stopped breathing. His eyes turned lifeless, and his heart stopped beating. He died just like that. Xiaoqun's expression changed, and he bent down to check. The other party's body was still warm, and there were no obvious injuries. His meridians, heart, and lungs were all intact, and there were no signs of suicide. This was the appearance of a spirit being destroyed. The spirit left in this body had been forcibly erased by someone. Xiaoqun raised his head and looked at Black Flame Island. Something must have happened there. Xiaoqun, what should we do with these people? Lan Xiaobai sent people to bring the leaders of the 8 major forces to Xiaoqun. Among the leaders of the 8 factions, other than Fu Lianyun, who was gravely injured and on the brink of death, the others suffered light injuries, only losing the ability to fight. For the Blue-Robed Emperor, as long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover. Hearing Lan Xiaobai's words, a group of people looked at Xiaoqun. Other than the Iron Blood Clan's clan leader Qinming, everyone else started begging for mercy. Blue Dragon King, we were reckless this time. We are willing to compensate for the losses of Blue Dragon City. That's right, we're willing to give up all of our family's assets, as long as you let us live. There was a glimmer of hope in Fu Lianyun's eyes. She said weakly, Blue Dragon King, please let us go. I, Fu Lianyun, promise you that from now on, I will bring my family far away from home and be an ordinary person. Family? Xiaoqun let out a soft sound of surprise and said indifferently, I'm afraid you don't have any family. What do you mean? Xiaoqun, you can't be that ruthless. There is justice in the world. Family should not be implicated. Don't tell me you can't even abide by this rule. Be careful of the older generation. If they can't stand it, they might take action against you. Hearing this, the expressions of the group changed greatly. They became agitated and roared with ferocious expressions. That's right. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there were no saints. There was no reason. Whoever had the bigger fist was the truth. This was especially so in the chaotic Western Sea. However, most people had a bottom line. Not implicating family was an unwritten rule. As long as one was not an evil cultivator or a demon, they would not do such a heartless thing. Although Xiaoqun sentenced these people to death in his heart, he did not intend to touch their families. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Qinming. He said calmly, don't overthink. I was not the one who did it. Sect Master Qin should be clear on what happened. Qinming, what's going on? Our family is really all dead. The others asked Qinming anxiously as they looked at him. When Qinming heard their questions, he laughed loudly and said, that's right. Your family is indeed dead, including the ordinary people on the island. They all died in Zhuangzhenghe's purification ceremony. Don't blame anyone. If you want to blame something, blame yourselves for being greedy. The winner becomes king, and the loser becomes a bandit. From the day you stepped onto the path of cultivation, you should have understood this. I, Qinming, was also greedy. I believed that Zhuangzhenghe had some way to advance to martial emperor. I was extremely naive. There are no shortcuts on the path to martial emperor. Blue Dragon King, I will be leaving first. I will wait for you 4 years from now. Ha! As the Metal Blood Sex clan leader laughed maniacally, Qinming vomited a mouthful of blood. He had broken his own heart veins and died of a shattered heart. The other people of the 8 factions turned ashen. They could not accept this fact as they muttered to themselves. This was especially so for Fu Lianyun. When he thought about his initial actions, he found them laughable. Fu Lianyun had disgraced himself and risked his life. Behind him, Zhuangzhenghe hunted down his family. What could be more lamentable than this? The more Fu Lianyun thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Fu Lianyun, who was already on the verge of death, could no longer hold on. He fell over, his life force severed, and he stopped breathing. Looking at the leaders of the other factions, Xiaochen did not feel any sympathy. He said indifferently, "Kill them." The group of small perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators suppressed by Qinming raised his saber, and blood spurted out. The few small perfection blue-robed emperors who invaded Heavenly Star Island and reduced Heavenly Star City to rubble, killing many cultivators, all died. The path to martial emperor was paved with blood and corpses. If I do not kill today, someone will definitely kill me tomorrow, injure my friends, and destroy my family. The heart of an emperor does not allow one to hesitate or panic. One must be decisive in killing. Xiaochen stood side by side with Lan Xiaobai, looking at the rubble of Heavenly Star City. The two chatted softly, their eyes filled with pity. Heavenly Star City had just been established, and it already faced such a calamity. Furthermore, this was before the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was erected. If they erected the Dragon's Gate signboard and announced it to the world, who knew what kind of waves it would cause? As the cold wind howled, Xiaochen seemed to see a scene of the future. Killing and blood flowed endlessly. A city of iron and blood stood amid the flames of war until the end. No one dared to invade it. As Xiaochen looked at Lan Xiaobai, who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, he felt very moved. Back then, in the Haotian sect, when Shui Lingling told Xiaochen that Lan Xiaobai and the other two wanted to follow him, Xiaochen could not believe it. He was sure that Lan Xiaobai was just playing around. Lan Xiaobai was an outstanding talent of the Azura race, an ancient race. His status was no lower than that of the holy science. How could he be willing to follow a person with an unpredictable future? A long journey tests a horse's stamina, and time reveals a person's heart. The saying of his hometown could be said to be the best example when applied to Lan Xiaobai. At this point, there was no longer any need to prove whether Lan Xiaobai was sincere or not. Xiaobai, get the people below to come out. The matter at Black Flame Island should be resolved already, Xiaochen said when he sensed Emo Chen's figure flying over at an extremely fast speed. The vast and complicated tunnels under Heavenly Star City were personally built by Lord Jiao. He had already rendered meritorious service countless times. If not for Lord Jiao's tunnels, who knew how many ordinary people would have died under the Amitabha Buddha's palm strike? Lan Xiaobai nodded and quickly made arrangements. Then he took his leave. Whoosh! Emo Chen landed beside Xiaochen. Fatigue appeared in her eyes. However, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Emo Chen was not severely injured. The matter at Black Flame Island is resolved. The Enlightened Sense Temple is already destroyed. I killed all of Zhuangzhenghe's subordinates in the city. The rest all fled. Emo Chen explained the matter at Black Flame Island. Xiaochen nodded and said, however, something happened to Zhuangzhenghe's dermic incarnation, right? Shock flashed in Emo Chen's eyes. She asked, how did you know? There was actually a Buddha head hidden in the Enlightened Sense Temple. At the last moment, it swallowed up Zhuangzhenghe's dermic incarnation. I do not know whether it is dead or alive. Buddha head? A strange light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. That's right. It is a Buddha head. It is a lone Buddha head without a body. It looks very ancient. Even though it's very weak now, I couldn't stop it and let it escape. Xiaochen cared a lot about Buddha heads. The moment he heard about Buddha heads, he thought of the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva in the 9 layers of purgatory. There was also the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's frightening specter. He would often roam the Yellow Springs Road, searching for his head. No one dared to look back. If his guess was right, and this head was really the head that the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva king was searching for, then it would be a little scary. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who had been beheaded by the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, was still alive. Furthermore, he had found a successor and was starting to stir up trouble. Just thinking about it was a headache. In particular, he was inextricably linked to the Qing Emperor. The cause of the past was the effect of the present. The cycle of cause and effect had never been broken. Now that Xiaochen thought about it, Zhuangjinghe's choice of Heavenly Star Island to spread his religion was not intentional. Fortunately, this Buddha head was still very weak right now. Since Imochen could deal with it, there was no need to worry too much for now. However, the future was hard to say. Furthermore, this was just Xiaochen's guess. It might not be the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's head. Big brother Xiao, what's wrong? Do you know something about the origins of this Buddha head? Imochen asked out of curiosity. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and nodded. I know a little. However, I will have to personally make a trip there to find out the specifics. Let's not care about it for now. Right now, this place is giving me a headache. Imochen looked at the Heavenly Star City residents coming out of the underground tunnels amid the rubble. She agreed with Xiaochen. The great battle had turned their homes into rubble, making them homeless. Some of them even had relatives and children who were cultivators who lost their lives in the battle. It was a tragedy. There were more than 2 million residents in Heavenly Star City. Stabilizing so many people in one go was not a simple matter. Xiaochen would be very busy for a long time in the future. Big brother Xiao, I would like to build Heaven Dragon City on these rubble, Imochen said after looking for a long time. Then she made a bold suggestion. Xiaochen felt excited. Since the city was destroyed, he had to build a new one. Taking this opportunity to build Heaven Dragon City was indeed a good opportunity. Chapter 1131. Furthermore, once Heaven Dragon City was established, it would not be so easy to destroy. Even without the protective formations, Emperor Wu would not be able to destroy Heaven Dragon City so easily. However, the construction of Heaven Dragon City was a vast undertaking. When Xiaochen took a quick glance at it, he was deeply impressed. Not to mention the resources needed to establish a city, the formations, restrictions, astrology, geomancy, and the layout of the city were not something that just anyone could handle. There needed to be a person proficient in all aspects to be able to direct this project. Xiaochen asked himself if he had the ability to do so. That's not right. Isn't there a girl in front of me who is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Imochen smiled faintly and said, if Big Brother Xiao is determined to let me use the resources in the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, I can give Big Brother Xiao a rough map of Heaven Dragon City within half a month. A rough map requires half a month? Yes. That is still a conservative estimate. The complexity of Heaven Dragon City is the highest among all the cities that I have seen. If it is completed, it will be comparable to Bright Moon City, not too far off. Xiaochen was somewhat surprised. How could Heaven Dragon City be inferior to Bright Moon City after it was completed? The Lunar Palace's reputation was much weaker than the Dragon's Gates back then. This was something that he could not accept. Imochen explained, this is very normal. After Bright Moon City was built, it had accumulated for 10,000 years. Furthermore, once Heaven Dragon City is completed, it will be comparable to these 10,000-year-old ancient cities. Since ancient times, it is the only one of its kind. All right, I'll trouble you then. However, now that these refugees have no home to go to, how should we settle them? Seeing that Xiaochen trusted her so much, handing over the resources of the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove to her after asking a few questions, Imochen felt very happy. She smiled and explained, everyone has their own specialties. Big Brother Xiao, there is no need to worry. Lan Xiaobai and I will handle the rest. You just broke through to great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Time is precious. You need to comprehend more. Your strength is the foundation for how far Heavenly Star Island can go in the end. Xiao Chen was touched. The most difficult thing to find in life was a confidant. What is a bosom friend? A bosom friend is someone who understands me. Without a doubt, Mo Chin is such a bosom friend. Thank you. He didn't know what else to say. Everything was contained in these two words. Under the veil, Mo Chin smiled and said, "There is no need for thanks between us. Back then, if you had not made a move in the Cloud Sea domain, it goes without saying what would have happened to me. If there's anyone thanking me, it should be me thanking you." Xiao Chen was not someone who cared about trifles. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Accompany me to Black Flame Island. I would like to see the hiding place of that Buddha head as soon as possible." Mo Chin nodded lightly. Xiao Chen summoned out the Flood Dragon War Chariot and carried the two through the clouds, heading for Black Flame Island at lightning speed. In the clouds, Xiao Chen was in the war chariot. He opened the curtains and his sharp gaze pierced through. He could vaguely see many battleships hidden in the surroundings. They were extremely careful. However, these battleships did not release any malicious intent. This was especially so when they saw the Flood Dragon War Chariot. They all fled far away. Mo Chin also noticed these battleships. She said, "These are the major factions around Heavenly Star Island. They are all from the 9 ranks of the great families. Emperor Wu is overseeing them. It looks like they are paying a lot of attention to this battle." Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, not feeling surprised. Heavenly Star Island's foundation was there. It was a juicy piece of meat. It was impossible for these factions not to be tempted. Even if they did not dare to make a move because of the Bushin Palace and the Thunder King's name, as a new faction, they still had to pay attention to this battle. After this battle, at the very least, the Blue Dragon King's fame would spread far and wide, enough to shock everyone. This would let these major factions know that even if the 3 holy masters did not care about Xiao Chen, Heavenly Star Island was not that easy to bully. If they wanted to scheme against the Blue Dragon King, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the rage of the Blue Dragon King. 15 minutes later, the Dragon War Chariot arrived at the sea region near Black Flame Island. When Xiao Chen came out of the war chariot, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. He saw a 9-colored light soaring into the sky from the direction of the Enlightened Sense Temple on Black Flame Island. Colorful clouds filled the sky, and golden rain covered the entire island, pattering endlessly. Black Flame Island, which was originally known for being hot and desolate, was now peaceful. Plants flourished, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. It was thriving and full of life. The ordinary people bathed in the rain all revealed excited expressions. They knelt on the ground and chanted, "Merciful Buddha." The rainwater seeped into their bones, blood, and marrow. Everyone could clearly feel their bodies feel refreshed and rejuvenated. The illnesses that had tormented them for so long vanished. All sorts of wondrous effects made them feel extremely comfortable. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This is retribution." All the vast power of faith that Zhuang Jinghe absorbed over the past year or so was returned to him. After today, Zhuang Jinghe's foundation here would completely crumble. Mo Chin stood beside Xiao Chen. Having seen this scene before, she appeared rather calm. She said, "Actually, the ancient Buddhist teachings are not bad in the first place. They talk about karma and reincarnation, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. These are all very good teachings. Even when collecting the power of faith, they are sincere in preaching. There is no such thing as converting people, much less those evil rituals. The believers worship and make offerings, and the bodhisattvas and Buddhas listen to their prayers and send down blessings. This is a very good cycle, a good thing for ordinary people." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. The secret canon of the small Layin temple had records of this as well. However, the human heart was unfathomable. There were too many temptations. Even a Buddha would find it hard to remain calm when faced with such vast power. Xiao Chen asked himself, if an ordinary person faced such a shortcut, he would find it hard to control himself. He would definitely use the power of faith to strengthen himself. Slowly, he would change his mind and convert people. Then he would preach in a barbaric manner, slowly falling into the abyss. Shaochun believed that there were benevolent Buddhas and bodhisattvas. However, it was hard to say if it was the headless Buddha behind Zhuangzhenghe. Come, let's go to the Enlightened Sense Temple Hall and take a look. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he flew towards the Enlightened Sense Temple Hall. Whether it was the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head or not, he had to search for it personally. As Xiao Chen flew, he saw all the temples and statues of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas shattering. The temples were also empty. Not only could the abbot not be seen, but the young novice monks had also fled. The believers on the island were enjoying a feast. However, to the long-term beneficiaries of the power of faith, it was a disaster. The source of faith was destroyed, and the vast power of faith that had accumulated poured out without restraint. Furthermore, the backbone of the temple was killed. This seemingly huge, fake Buddhist sect collapsed in an instant. When Xiao Chen landed in the Enlightened Sense Temple, the situation was even more dismal. The originally vast and glorious temple had collapsed. The Arhats and Bodhisattva statues had all collapsed and shattered. Everywhere Xiao Chen looked was a scene of ruin. Life flourished everywhere on the island. However, this place, the source of the Buddhist light, was deathly silent and gloomy. The flowers and grass were withered, and the trees were withered. Compared to the magnificent scene that Xiao Chen saw the last time he came here, it was like heaven and earth. When Xiao Chen arrived before the Enlightened Sense Temple Hall, the originally mysterious and unfathomable hall that Xiao Chen did not dare to enter no longer had any mysterious aura. The entire roof of the hall had been blown away. This must have been caused by the shock waves from the battle between Emo Chin and the abbot. The nine-colored Buddhist light came from the cracks in the rubble and shot out into the clouds. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike and swept away all the rubble. A strong palm wind picked up the rubble and flew away. A large hole appeared in the empty space in front. The source of the Buddhist light was in there. Emo Chin, did you go down there? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the large hole where the Buddhist light came from. Emo Chin shook her head and replied, I did not have time to go down. At that time, the Buddha head flew out from there. Its mental energy injured me. Then I was busy killing some of the backbones. After I was done, I was afraid that you would worry, so I rushed back. Understanding this, Xiao Chen immediately jumped down. Emo Chin leaped up and followed Xiao Chen. The entrance of the cave was very deep, much deeper than what the two of them had imagined. The two of them descended for a full quarter of an hour before they stepped on a patch of black water and found themselves in a vast cave. When the two looked ahead, they saw a headless Buddha at the end of the cavern. The Buddhist light that filled the air came from this headless Buddha. Xiao Chen felt startled. This headless Buddha was clearly the same as the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's headless body that he saw in the 9 layers of purgatory. Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood. That Buddha head was indeed the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha head. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva wanted to use the power of faith to reconstruct the Buddha body. After that, the two would merge and truly revive. However, it did not look like it would be that easy. Although the headless Buddha before Xiao Chen looked the same as the one in the 9 layers of purgatory, the might and pressure that the two gave off were completely different. However, the might and pressure from the two were completely different. The headless Buddha before Xiao Chen did not feel threatened at all. However, the Buddha in the 9 layers of purgatory was simply horrifying. Before the headless Buddha, Xiao Chen shrank infinitely, unable to resist at all. What is this? Emo Chin asked with an unsightly expression as she looked at the black water on the ground. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, This is the sea of bitterness, the prayers of the many believers. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are all in these prayers. However, the Bodhisattva here does not care at all. It draws out all the prayers in the power of faith, forming this vast sea of bitterness. Emo Chin looked at Xiao Chen's expression and said, Big brother Xiao, you seem to recognize this headless Buddha. I once saw the original form of this headless Buddha in the 9 layers of purgatory. Before Emo Chin, Xiao Chen did not hide anything. He told her everything he saw and heard. When Imochen heard that, she found it strange. She asked, since it has its own body, why did it not go to the 9 layers of purgatory and reattach it? Xiaochen thought of that horrifying saber light. Even after 10,000 years, it could still bring color back to the Yellow Springs realm. He said, that's impossible. The Qing Emperor left a wound on its neck. I estimate that even after 10,000 years, the saber intent still has not scattered. Reattaching it would be like sending oneself to death. Is the Qing Emperor really so strong that his saber intent does not scatter after 10,000 years? Clearly, Imochen was somewhat shocked. A saber intent that did not scatter after 10,000 years could still be so mighty. Chapter 1132. Xiaochen nodded and said, if you saw the Qing Emperor's saber light, you would not be so shocked. Imochen entered deep thought. She watched as the 9-colored Buddhist light slowly scattered the headless Buddha's body, making it look even more withered. She asked, what should we do with this headless Buddha now? Xiaochen paused for a moment before replying, let it destroy itself. When the power of faith runs out, it will disappear naturally. After saying that, Xiaochen prepared to leave. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A figure of light quickly descended from the cave entrance. Xiaochen's eyes were sharp. He clearly saw that it was a Buddha head. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. However, he did not panic. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and instantly shielded Imochen. The Buddha head hovered in the air, giving off an ancient aura. Its large eyes stared at Xiaochen as if it wanted to see through all of Xiaochen's secrets. The Buddha head spoke in a hoarse voice, it is indeed you, the fellow with the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. Xiaochen did not reply to it. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, and a resplendent saber light illuminated the dark cave. Then he charged at the Buddha head at lightning speed. Xiaochen was already certain that this evil Buddha was not a kind person. It was clearly not on good terms with him, so there was no need to hold back. Dang! Just as the saber light was about to strike the Buddha head, the headless Buddha body suddenly moved. It opened its hand and blocked Xiaochen's saber light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber light did not stop, and the movement did not stop. Xiaochen attacked with his full power, sending out 9 saber strikes and chopping the Buddha body, blocking the Buddha head into pieces. The Buddhist light that soared into the clouds stopped. The spiritual rain that covered the entire island also stopped. Unfortunately, this is not the Immortal epic. Otherwise, I would be able to kill someone like you with just one word. Live on properly. When you undergo your great tribulation of wind and fire, I will return the saber strike that the Qing Emperor gave me to you. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha head spoke in a somewhat cold voice. Then, it turned into a beam of light and quickly flew away. Xiaochen naturally didn't want to let him go so easily. Putting aside the fact that the other party was a ticking time bomb, as long as she had a real body, she would be a great threat to him. Just based on the fact that she possessed numerous secrets of the ancient Buddha dimension and some secrets of the Qing Emperor, he shouldn't be allowed to leave no matter what. However, the other party had clearly come prepared. After confirming Xiaochen's identity, they left using a secret technique, not leaving any traces for Xiaochen to track them down. Xiaochen chased out of the cave and found that there was no trace of the Buddha head. There was no trace of it at all, only some faint fluctuations in the space. Did you fail to catch up? Imochen asked after flying out of the cave. Xiaochen sighed. He used a secret technique to break space. Without becoming Emperor Wu, there is no way to catch up to him. Imochen consoled, there is no need to rush. It is clear that the Qing Emperor severely injured his essence 10,000 years ago. Now he is just a stray dog. Even an ancient bodhisattva would not be a threat to you. Indeed, Xiaochen was not in a rush. However, he felt that the other party should know some secrets of the Qing Emperor back then. If he could capture and interrogate the other party, he might gain a lot. Probably even the old item spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace did not know why the Qing Emperor went to the 6 paths of reincarnation back then. Only this fellow knew a little. However, this happened to be what Xiaochen cared about the most. Suddenly, the mysterious Buddha had appeared on a desolate island. It opened its mouth and spat out a weak beam of light. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the weak light was actually a small person giving off a Buddhist light. If one's eyes were sharp enough, one would immediately discover that this small person was the bloody monk, Jianghu. Master, you have seen it already. When can my physical body recover? Jianghu asked quickly with some anxiousness in his voice. The Buddha head said coldly, "It is just an ordinary physical body. You can recover it at any time. It is just a small matter, yet you are so flustered. No wonder you cannot accomplish anything great." Jianghu clearly feared this mysterious Buddha head. He nodded in a hurry and said, "Master is right. Where should we go now? It was not easy for us to develop our foundation on Black Flame Island. If it gets destroyed, it would be too much of a pity." The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha head said indifferently, "It is just a small island. You have not seen it before. You have not seen the horrifying scene of billions of believers worshipping together during the golden age of Buddhism. This bit of foundation is nothing." However, a strange light flashed in the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something as he said, "I forgot. This place is an abandoned land. How could it recover to its golden age? I still have to kill the Blue Dragon King and leave this place with his luck. Only then can I return to the Buddhist sect and seek veneration from the Buddha." "Master, where are we leaving?" Jianghu asked out of curiosity, feeling confused. "Don't ask what you should not ask." The Buddha head snorted coldly. Suddenly, 4 or 5 cultivators arrived on the island. The Buddha's attention immediately shifted. Scarlet Bodhi leaves appeared in the Buddha's eyes, materializing an ancient Buddhist temple in the depths of his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and sucked in. Clumps of green light appeared on the foreheads of the 4 or 5 inferior grade martial sages. As they struggled, they were sucked into the Buddha's mouth. Then, their physical bodies fell to the ground. "Go and choose one. You only have one chance to undergo dermic reincarnation. This is also your last chance." When Jianghu heard this, he rejoiced and quickly flew over. The Buddha head opened its mouth and chanted scriptures. Ancient Buddhist scriptures came from the Buddha's mouth. Amid a Buddhist light, a corpse on the ground slowly stood up. While Jianghu was undergoing the dermic reincarnation ritual, Xiaochen and Imochen were strolling around Black Flame Island. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered strolling around. After Jianghu's group left, Heavenly Star Island would definitely take over the management of Black Flame Island. It was not a bad idea to inspect the island's situation in advance. "Big Brother Xiao, this Black Flame Island hides a peak Black Flame Earth Flame. It is the best place to build a refining pavilion. I would like to move all my clansmen here and transform it into a peak refining pavilion." Xiaochen had heard of this before. Previously, because of the 7 heroes of the dragon and other reasons, the Mo clan's clansmen had been living on a desolate island outside Heavenly Star Island's sea region. Only a small portion of them remained on Heavenly Star Island. Now that all the hostile factions near Heavenly Star Island had been cleared out, there would be no obstacles for the Mo clan to come in. Furthermore, the Mo clan was a refining clan in the first place. In the past, they were famous in the Cloud Sea domain. They had many refining masters in the clan, and they even had refining techniques passed down by their ancestors. As long as they had sufficient resources and a peak location, it would not be difficult to build a refining pavilion that was not inferior to a Holy Lands. Xiaochen appeared somewhat distracted as he thought of something even further in the future. He thought of his clansmen in the distant Sky Dome realm. Never mind. Thinking about it now is still too far away. The clansmen of the Qing Emperor's descendants returning to the Kunlun realm would be much more complicated than the Mo clans. There would also be more unpredictable factors. It would be better to wait for the Heaven Dragon City to be completed before going to the lower realm and fetching the Xiao clan up, returning them to where they belonged in the first place. Otherwise, without any guarantee of safety, Xiaochen would find it hard to rest assured. No matter how worried he was in the Sky Dome realm, Emperor Wu could not go there. With the Haotian sect's branch and the mysterious Great Qi nation's royal court guarding that place, it would be safer than the Kunlun realm. "Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" Imochen asked out of concern when she saw Xiao Chen's distracted expression, like he was thinking of something else. Shao Chen recovered his wits and smiled. It's fine. Can the transportation formation on our heavenly star island send us to the lower realm? Immortal said, it can. The Bu Xin Palace has a transportation formation in the lower realm as well. However, such a transportation formation requires a lot of resources. I understand. Shao Chen understood. Resources were not a problem. If he wanted to go to the Sky Dome realm in the future, it would be much more convenient. After chatting for a while longer, the two rode the dragon chariot back. After saying goodbye, Shao Chen returned to the summit to comprehend the many benefits of advancing to great perfection blue-robed emperor. Immortal assisted Lan Xiaobai in sorting out the refugees in the original Heavenly Star City. She also had the many resources in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove. Shao Chen and Lan Xiaobai would also be in charge of judging contributions and distributing rewards. Shao Chen was very clear on the principle of not doubting the people he used. This way, he could relax and also ease the pressure on others. 7 days later, Shao Chen and Elder Qin sat at the summit, drinking tea and discussing the Tao, exchanging their experiences in the martial Tao. In terms of experience, Elder Qin had stopped at Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor for several decades. Indeed, Shao Chen could learn many things. The Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor can be considered to have reached a higher level on the path of forging the Emperor's Bridge. With the Heavenly Seal, it is much easier to use the heavenly laws. Compared to the small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, there is a vast difference. Of course, you are an exception, Elder Qin said with a somewhat helpless smile as he took a sip of tea. Breaking before establishing. Before advancing to the Blue-Robed Emperor, you accumulated 10,000 heavenly sage laws. Since ancient times, I really cannot think of anyone with such a horrifying cultivation. This also gives you the capital to kill opponents of higher cultivation. After sighing, Elder Qin continued, to think that I spent 100 years in the blue-robed emperor realm. Now I have only 3,000 heavenly laws, not even a third of it. Shao Chen put down his teacup and smiled. Elder Qin is being too humble. Old Qin's heavenly laws are much denser than mine. The power of the world that you can drive is not much weaker than mine. These words were not too humble. The other party's cultivation was still much denser than the newly advanced Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. The density of heavenly laws was far inferior to Shao Chen's. What Shao Chen was strong in were the quantity of his heavenly laws and the purity of his purple thunder divine incantation. Elder Qin, how is it to cultivate a soul with heavenly laws? Can you explain it to this junior in detail? Shao Chen asked humbly. Elder Qin took a sip of tea and smiled. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor is very profound. However, in the end, it is still about resources. If you do not have enough resources, you can accumulate them with time. It is not too difficult and can be considered uneventful. However, in reality, 90% of the blue-robed emperors are stuck at peak great perfection blue-robed emperors, unable to advance further. This is because there is no way to cultivate a soul with heavenly laws. If nothing unexpected happens, this old man will be stuck at this stage as well. Shao Chen frowned and asked, is it that difficult? Elder Qin nodded and said, this stage has nothing to do with resources. Even if you had all the resources in the world, it would be useless. You can only rely on yourself to comprehend and explore. Cultivating a soul with the heavenly seal is simply merging your own soul into the heavenly seal and turning it into the vague form of the heart of an emperor. Chapter 1133. You should know that after you become Emperor Wu, you will reconstruct your golden body. At that time, physical injuries will no longer be able to kill Emperor Wu. As long as the heart of an emperor remains, it will be hard to sever his vitality. Now, you understand why this step is so difficult. Shao Chen's comprehension ability was startling. Naturally, he understood immediately. Cultivating a soul from the heavenly realm already touched upon the core of Emperor Wu. This was directly related to the heart of an emperor. It would be difficult even if one did not want it to be. Elder Qin said unhurriedly, the path to martial emperor is not simple. This step already stops 90% of the blue-robed emperors. After that, the great tribulation of wind and fire stops another 90%. It would not be too much to describe the cultivators of my Kunlun realm as billions or billions. We have no lack of geniuses. However, the number of people who can break through to Emperor Wu every 500 years can be counted on 2 hands. Every Emperor Wu, no matter how strong or weak, is in existence with astonishing luck in the Kunlun realm. Since ancient times, countless people have died on the path to martial emperor. However, there is still an unending stream of people advancing. Of the 10 billion cultivators, the number who could become Emperor Wu every 500 years could be counted on 2 hands. Xiao Chen sighed. The success of a general was built on the bones of 10,000 people. This probability could not even be described as 1 in 100 million. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had less than 4 years left. At the summit, Xiao Chen and Elder Qin chatted for a long time. They even exchanged moves. After exchanging a few moves, Elder Qin sighed. Now that the age of geniuses was in full swing, there were more demonic geniuses than the last. Xiao Chen was a demonic genius among demonic geniuses. The number of people who advanced to martial emperor in the past 100 years probably surpassed the total number of people who advanced to martial emperor in the past few thousand years. However, when it came to Xiao Chen, Elder Qin could not help showing a look of pity in his eyes. Xiao Chen, my life is not considered long, but I have lived for several hundred years and seen countless geniuses. Many outstanding talents died prematurely due to various reasons. Some were too sharp, some were overzealous, some were arrogant, and some were too engrossed in their desires. You are the only exception. What a pity, Elder Qin could not help saying. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, if I had not ignored the consequences and tempered my physical body back then, or if I had not tempered my quintessence twice when I was a martial sage, my physical body would not have such problems now. However, if that were really the case, I would have nothing. I would not be able to defeat those outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, and I would not be able to sweep through everyone during the king conferral ceremony, obtaining overwhelming luck. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Nothing is certain. It's best not to think too much and look forward. It is best not to martial Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen said, I know. Martial Emperor Wu are the emperor. Martial Wu, emperor, Xiao, Wu Chen, emperor, and Wu will not to use it. To Wu we will. We will only be able to show off before the blue-robed emperor. Compared to the true Emperor Wu, it is not worth mentioning. I will not choose this path. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's answer. He smiled faintly and said, that is all I have of the cultivation experience of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's answer. He smiled faintly and said, this is all the cultivation experience I have for a great perfection quasi-emperor. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. If you have any problems, you can look for me at any time. In the end, the cultivation of the great perfection blue-robed emperor was still a matter of accumulating resources. After reaching the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would start cultivating the soul, merging the soul with the heavenly seal. That was the true dividing line. In the end, the cultivation of the great perfection blue-robed emperor depended on accumulating resources. When one reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, one would start to cultivate the soul, merging the soul with the heavenly seal. That was the true dividing line. However, Xiao Chen had just reached the great perfection blue-robed emperor. He was still a long way from the peak, so he needed a vast amount of resources to cultivate. Xiao Chen had used about 1% of the king's spirit veins in the treasure trove to break through the bottleneck. Most of the rest had not been used. Logically speaking, with such a king's spirit vein, Xiao Chen did not lack resources. However, he felt that using this king's spirit vein to cultivate was too wasteful. There was no quality-price ratio. Even the Holy Lands and Immortal Holy Lands that had existed for tens of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years did not have many king's spirit veins. Even if they included the spares, they would not have more than 5. It was not worth it to use this king's spirit vein on his own blue-robed emperor. As long as Xiaochen broke through the bottleneck, he would have more than enough Holy Spirit veins to satisfy his needs. Xiaochen wanted to leave this King's Spirit vein for the future Dragon's Gate, to make it a capital that could rival a holy land. To find another King's Spirit vein, he needed to be as strong as a sovereign martial emperor at the very least. Xiaochen still remembered the scene of the Northern Sea Alliance turning out in full force for the sake of subduing what he suspected to be a King's Spirit vein. If a King's Spirit vein really appeared, the Northern Sea Alliance's sovereign martial emperor would definitely come out to prevent other factions from snatching it. I have to find a new Holy Spirit vein. I have nearly used up all the records on the vellum. I will have to rely on my dragon-seeking art later. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He thought of making a trip to the Black Sea to look for Ba Tuesday. He wanted to see if he could find some secrets of the Yuan clan from the corpse that Ba Tu had obtained. This would allow Xiaochen's dragon-seeking art to improve further. At that time, he would be more confident of finding a Holy Spirit vein. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen did not think too much for now. He sat cross-legged on the summit and started to cultivate, stabilizing his great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation. Time flashed. Soon, half a month went by. Xiaochen's great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation had stabilized. Now, he could control the heavenly seal as he pleased. With a thought, the dragon-shaped heavenly seal could activate all 10,000 heavenly laws. In an instant, he could bring out all the power of the world that he could. As the heavenly seal formed, Xiaochen's comprehension of the world deepened. The world was no longer as fixed and unmoving as before. He could clearly feel the movement of the entire world. He could vaguely see the core laws of this universe, space and time, which were the lines of the chessboard of fate. However, he could only vaguely see them. He could not change these two great laws. This was especially so for the time laws. They were even more profound and ever-changing than the space laws, unfathomable. During this period, Emotion came by once. She had already completed the sketch of the Heaven Dragon City. Based on Emochen's estimates, the construction of the city could be completed within 2 years using 1 million manpower. Furthermore, with Emochen's ability to manage and command, it would be very fast. If it were someone else, they would need to coordinate with the other refiners, formation masters, and geomancers. That would take even longer. They might not even be able to complete it in 10 years. The refugees were relocated to the other small cities on Heavenly Star Island, as well as the 7 satellite islands. There was no need to doubt Lan Xiaobai's and Emochen's abilities in this aspect. The subsidiary islands that the other factions occupied were also taken over in an orderly manner. Heavenly Star Island's development entered a new trajectory, developing at a high speed. Everything proceeded smoothly and orderly. Now that Xiaochen had some free time, he started refining medicinal pills. This was the heavenly origin pill that he promised to refine for the holy daughter, Yu Bingyun. After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Xiaochen had been very busy and did not have much time. Since Xiaochen had some free time, he switched to helping Yu Bingyun refine the heavenly origin pill. After all, he could not break his promise. The refinement process did not go smoothly. However, Xiaochen was not in a rush. After all, the other party had prepared 100 sets of ingredients. There was no fear of failure. He would succeed one day. After 78 failures, Xiaochen finally succeeded in refining this heavenly origin pill. Lord Blue Dragon King, the city lord says that there are honored guests visiting and invites you to the palace. A youth rushed up from the foot of the mountain nimbly. He had an expression of worship as he spoke respectfully to Xiaochen. This youth was one of the young disciples that you taught. Xiaochen could tell from his attire. These youths were all seedlings that Xiaochen had picked from the ordinary people's clans. Their talent was pretty good, and they would be able to take on heavy responsibilities in the future. Xiaochen put away the medicinal pill in his hand and rewarded the youth with some things. Then, the youth left happily. When regular people came to visit, Lan Xiaobai would not disturb him. This person probably had some status. Who could it be? Feeling curious, Xiaochen pushed off the ground and flew towards the palace in the mountain. In a few breaths, Xiaochen arrived outside the palace. When the disciples guarding the door saw him, they immediately bowed in greeting. Xiao Chun calmed his emotions and walked in calmly. He discovered that there were many people in the palace, but their attire was not the same. However, their cultivations were all at the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, they were all aware that they could not merge their souls with the heavenly seal, so they focused on tempering their heavenly laws to raise their combat prowess. These people had remained at the peak for at least 100 years. Not only were their heavenly laws incredibly dense, but they were also pure. Their strength was unfathomable. The instant Xiao Chun stepped into the palace, he immediately felt several gazes probing him. When they saw that Xiao Chun was only a newly advanced great perfection blue-robed emperor, doubt flashed in their eyes. Lan Xiaobai, who was entertaining this group of people, immediately sent a voice projection when Xiao Chun came over. Xiao Chun, these are the vice sect masters of the nearby 9 ranks of the great families. On the surface, they are here to pay a visit out of courtesy, to befriend you. In reality, they do not have good intentions. They are here to probe us. As the saying went, those who come do not have good intentions, and those who are kind do not come. Xiao Chun could more or less guess the purpose of these people. After he heard Lan Xiaobai's voice projection, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, sorry for being late. The Blue Dragon King is too polite." Since they were here to pay a visit to Heavenly Star Island, they still had to show basic courtesy. These vice sect masters of the 9 ranks of the great families all stood up and returned the greeting. There were many of the 9 ranks of the great families in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. As long as they had Emperor Wu, a sect with a Holy Spirit vein, and 2,000 disciples, they could be considered one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, most of the nearby 9 ranks of the great families did not have any accumulations. Their inheritances would not exceed 1,000 years. Compared to the peak 9 ranks of the great families like the Haoyan sect, there was a huge difference. Based on the vice sect masters seated here, they were merely peak great perfection quasi-emperors, so Xiao Chun could make some guesses. Based on what Xiao Chun knew, the vice sect masters of the Haoyan sect were all minor heavenly sovereigns. Furthermore, there would only be one Emperor Wu. As far as Xiao Chun knew, the vice sect masters of the Haoyan sect were already consummation blue-robed emperors many years ago. After the previous sect master became a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, he retired. There were still many supreme elders who were strong and had deep accumulations, having passed down their legacies for more than 10,000 years. Chapter 1134. As they walked forward, Xiao Chun sat in the middle and picked up his teacup. Then, he said indifferently, "Sorry, Heavenly Star Island just went through a great calamity. I do not have much to entertain you all with. If you all have a purpose, just say it." The several old men sitting on both sides were stunned. According to the rules of this place, when the host picked up his teacup, it meant that he was sending off the guests. When they heard Xiao Chun's words, it was clear that he was impatient and did not beat around the bush. Everyone could not help but turn silent. The spacious hall was quiet and peaceful. Lan Xiaobai found it funny. Xiao Chun was really Xiao Chun. He knew that this group of people came with ill intentions. He did not bother with pleasantries at all, getting straight to the point, not playing by the rules. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, the Blue Dragon King's temper is not small at all. What is the meaning of this? Sending off the guests with tea? A gray-robed old man on the right, furthest from Xiao Chun, asked with a superficial smile. Lan Xiaobai sent a voice projection. This is the Fire Beacon sect's vice sect master, Qian Zongqiao. He is considered a powerful person, especially with his palm strike. He is very incredible and famous in our sea region. Xiao Chun understood and ignored this person. He said indifferently, "Heavenly Star Island just went through a great calamity. However, we also resolved some conflicts and took over all the subsidiary islands. I am very clear on what you are here for. Since you are not going to say it, I will say it for you. You are just here to probe out the situation, to see if I, Xiao Chun, can suppress such a large area. Then, to see if you have a chance to get some benefits for yourselves." The expressions of the others froze. After Xiao Chun said what they were thinking, they all felt somewhat unnatural. Only the Fire Beacon sect's vice sect master, Qian Zongqiao, laughed loudly and said, Blue Dragon King, you must be joking. Our Fire Beacon sect is here to discuss cooperation. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and asked, what kind of cooperation? Naturally, it is a cooperation that is beneficial to both sides. Since Stellar Sky City was destroyed, it will require a lot of resources to rebuild it. I am representing the Fire Beacon sect to send money to the Blue Dragon King. Right after Qian Zongqiao spoke, he waved his hand, and a pile of black astral coins flew out from his spatial ring. The faint light overlapped, dazzling the eyes. There should be about 5 million of them. Here is 5 million black astral coins. Our Fire Beacon sect wishes to purchase Black Flame Island from the Blue Dragon King, Qian Zongqiao said casually. Wanting to buy Black Flame Island with 5 million black astral coins was simply daylight robbery. Bang, bang. Seeing that Qian Zongqiao had made his intentions clear, the other 8 old men made their moves as well. Piles of black astral coins appeared in the hall, reaching 45 million black astral coins. This group of people had a startlingly large appetite. All that was left was the main island of Heavenly Star Island. They would have emptied out Xiao Chen's conferred land. 45 million black astral coins was already a huge sum. Even the peak blue-robed emperor would only have so much. Some of the weaker rank 8 sects would not have more than this sum. Some might even have less. Regular outstanding youths would find it hard to remain calm when they saw such a lineup. Their auras would be completely suppressed. However, who was Xiao Chen? He had even seen 1 billion black astral coins in the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove. This amount of money was like a drizzle to him. Xiao Chen wanted to use his wealth to suppress others and occupy the island in his conferred land, leaving others speechless. This was a brilliant move. Even if the Bushin Palace pursued the matter, Xiao Chen could say that he had used money to buy the island. This would leave others speechless, and they could only blame Xiao Chen for not living up to expectations. However, it was still the same as before. Playing this move before the rich Xiao Chen was like playing house. It was extremely laughable. A trace of mockery flashed in Qian Zongqiao's eyes. To think that a brat with no hair on his mouth wants to compete with us veterans. He is really naive. Qian Zongqiao put down his teacup and said indifferently, I believe that the Blue Dragon King has never seen so much money before. With so many black astral coins, it is sufficient for you to rebuild 3 heavenly star cities. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help laughing softly. Competing with me in wealth? What could be funnier than this? Money came like a river and went like water. Before obtaining the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, the black astral coins in Xiao Chen's hands were already more than the pile of money here. Furthermore, after obtaining the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, Heavenly Star Island's accumulated wealth was no weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. If Xiao Chen included that king's spirit vein, even the Holy Lands would not dare to boast so shamelessly before him. What are you laughing at? When Qian Zongqiao saw the mocking smile on Xiao Chen's face, he felt a strange rage. Seated in the middle, Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'm laughing at your shameless boasting. You only took out 5 million black astral coins and still dare to boast before me, saying that you want to buy Black Flame Island. You say that I have never seen money before. I'm afraid that you do not know what true wealth is. How arrogant! How many black astral coins can you take out? You. Before Qian Zongqiao could finish speaking, his jaw dropped. The shock in his eyes was so great that he could not continue. There was no other reason. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and piles of black astral coins appeared. There was a total of 9 piles. Each pile was twice the amount of black astral coins that the 9 ranks of the great families took out. There was no more, no less. Xiao Chen took out a total of 90 million black astral coins alone. If money can solve everything, then I will buy your entire Fire Beacon sect with these 90 million black astral coins. Do you agree? Xiao Chen shouted as he stood up. An overwhelming aura pressed down on Qian Zongqiao. The 9 old men felt stifled in their hearts. Their thoughts went wild, and they found it somewhat difficult to control themselves. Originally, they wanted to use a large number of black astral coins to crush Xiao Chen's will. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would turn the tables on them? This shocked them, and they immediately fell silent. Their auras were completely suppressed by Xiao Chen. This was especially so for Qian Zongchao. His face alternated between red and green, feeling very sullen. When faced with Xiao Chen's interrogation, he felt stifled, not knowing how to reply. Damn it. No matter what, you have to sell Black Flame Island to my fire beacon sect. You have to sell it whether you want to or not. Unable to think of anything to say, Qian Zongchao directly stated his purpose, shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, becoming even more at ease. He slowly walked down and said calmly, "What's wrong? Are you trying to force me to sell it?" Qian Zongchao calmed down and remembered the sect master's instructions. He should do his best not to shed all pretense of cordiality. At the very least, he should not do so openly. He could not leave any room for discussion. After calming himself, Qian Zongchao said coldly, "I don't dare to. Our fire beacon sect is rather famous. We never do things like force. I have long heard of the Blue Dragon King's unparalleled glory, instantly defeating all the outstanding talents of the world in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Do you dare to make a bet with this Qian?" Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "What do you want to bet?" Qian Zongchao replied coldly, "You instantly defeated all the outstanding talents of the world in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. I will bet with you in one move as well. We will only compete in one move. Whoever is at a disadvantage will be the loser. If you lose, you will sell Black Flame Island to me. Don't say that my fire beacon sect is forcing you to sell it. If I lose, I will apologize, and the fire beacon sect will not seek trouble for Heavenly Star Island anymore." The moment Qian Zongchao said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Right now, Xiao Chen was only an early-stage Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. As for Qian Zongchao, he was at the peak of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, having cultivated for 100 years. Furthermore, Qian Zongchao's palm technique made him famous among the many factions in the nearby sea region. His palm contained a boundless sea of fire and a horrifying explosive force. He had even smashed a small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor to death with one palm strike. "Blue Dragon King, do you dare to agree?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was only an early-stage Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Qian Zongchao felt very confident. He stepped forward and pressed on. Lan Xiaobai stopped Qian Zongchao and said, "Xiao Chen, don't fall for his trick. The cultivation technique, martial technique, and killing moves he cultivates are all explosive. When he fights with others, if he cannot severely injure his opponent with one palm strike, he will quickly flee." Lan Xiaobai had a very clear understanding of Qian Zongchao's information, so he advised Xiao Chen not to be rash. Xiao Chen understood what Lan Xiaobai meant. Some people were stuck at a certain bottleneck for their entire lives, unable to improve. After that, they would take an unconventional path and think of other ways to raise their combat prowess. This Qian Zongchao before Xiao Chen was one of those people. He focused all his attention on how to increase his explosive power. Qian Zongchao wanted to use money to suppress Xiao Chen but ended up being humiliated by Xiao Chen. So, he thought of this method to regain his momentum. If Xiao Chen did not agree, he would be seen as a coward. Qian Zongchao would use this to spread the rumor. Furthermore, Qian Zongchao would continuously seek trouble for him in the future. If Xiao Chen agreed, he would be playing into Qian Zongchao's hands. Qian Zongchao would not lose out no matter what. Waving his hand, Xiao Chen told Lan Xiaobai not to say anything else. There were so many vice sect masters watching. If Xiao Chen could resolve this matter well, he would be able to deter the surrounding factions, which would be of great benefit to Heavenly Star Island. Even though Xiao Chen knew that Qian Zongchao was trying to goad him, he still had to go. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen was not afraid of competing in explosive power. If it were a fair fight, he would drag it out. Given the depth of Qian Zongchao's cultivation, Xiao Chen would be at a disadvantage. It would be much more difficult to defeat Qian Zongchao, and he would have to pay a higher price as well. A clash of moves was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Qian Zongchao, who did not know that he had run into trouble, smiled and said, "How is it? Don't tell me that you, the bona fide Blue Dragon King, are afraid of an old man like me? I promise you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he stared at Qian Zongchao. Qian Zongchao could not blame him for seeking his own humiliation. Discussions immediately broke out in the hall. The other 8 old men were all very surprised. After learning about Qian Zongqiao and his cultivation, Xiao Chen still chose to agree. The others withdrew and cleared out the black astral coins, creating an empty space. The buildings in the hall all had restrictions infused into them, which could endure a battle at the level of the blue-robed emperor. As long as it was not a drawn-out battle, they could settle it in one move. Lan Xiaobai knew that he could not dissuade Xiao Chen, so he sighed and retreated to the back as well. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Unfortunately, you are too young. Today, I'll tell you that the older, the wiser. After Qian Zongqiao spoke, he raised his leg and took a step forward. He did not move at all, but he arrived before Xiao Chen in an instant. Then he threw a palm strike. The instant Qian Zongqiao sent out his palm strike, the aura of a boundless sea of fire erupted. Chapter 1135. It looked like there was no build-up. However, the mysterious phenomenon that erupted was shockingly horrifying. Behind Qian Zongqiao, the power of the world turned into a sea of flames that looked like a real sea. Waves overlapped, boundless, unfathomable, and immeasurable. Furthermore, based on the minute slow motion, one could see that every time Qian Zongqiao's palm moved forward, a flaming wave would rise from the sea, one wave after another, overlapping. In the time it took for Qian Zongqiao to stretch out his hand, tens of thousands of flaming waves overlapped. When it came into contact with Xiao Chen's palm, all the energy would erupt in an instant. Qian Zongqiao lived up to his name. As a peak expert with explosive power, Qian Zongqiao had indeed broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. He let Xiao Chen know that none of these old blue-robed emperor, who had been stuck at peak great perfection for hundreds of years, were simple. However, that was all. This move was not enough to defeat Xiao Chen. With a thought, the dragon-shaped heavenly seal breathed. The 10,000 heavenly laws in Xiao Chen's body instantly stirred up, not stopping for a moment. The mysterious phenomenon triggered by the 10,000 heavenly laws stirring up the power of the world at the same time. It was like 10,000 true dragons drilled out of Xiao Chen's body. As the 10,000 dragons soared, cracks appeared in the buildings behind him. These buildings, which could withstand a strike from the blue-robed emperor, started cracking under the mysterious phenomenon triggered by Xiao Chen. A sorrowful aura lingered in the great hall amid the scarlet flowers. As a blood moon soared, Xiao Chen used the 1,000-year death to clash with Qian Zongqiao's palm strike, the boundless sea of flames. Boom! The instant the two palms clashed, the roof of the great hall was blown off and shattered into powder. The destructive power of the aftershocks from the two palms far surpassed everyone's expectations. The buildings that could withstand the might of the blue-robed emperor's battle were destroyed in half by the two palms. The two were competing in explosive power. From start to finish, their moves were clean and efficient, without any flourishes. The victor was decided in one breath. Xiao Chen didn't move from his original position. He slowly retracted his palm, causing his clothes and hair to slowly fall to the ground. Qian Zongqiao vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back before falling to the ground. He looked at Xiao Chen angrily and coughed out another mouthful of blood. He pointed at Xiao Chen and cursed, "You tricked me." Strictly speaking, Xiao Chen did scam him, but he was the one who picked this trap. In the Four Seas Hero Gathering, he dared to challenge all the outstanding talents and chose to decide the victor in one move. One of the main reasons was that his forte was the explosive power of killer moves. In less than half a month after advancing to great perfection quasi-emperor, Xiao Chen could instantly drive 10,000 heavenly laws with a thought, releasing and withdrawing them as he pleased. Qian Zongqiao dared to compete with Xiao Chen in explosive power, wanting to decide victory in one move. If this was not seeking his own humiliation, what was? Lan Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. Then he stepped forward and said, "Sect Master Qian, I hope that you will abide by your promise. The people of the Fire Beacon sect will not appear in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island in the future." The other fellow cultivators heard it for themselves. Qian Zongqiao found it hard to express his bitterness. He had not expected that after living for several hundred years, he would fall to the hands of a junior. Even though Qian Zongchao clearly held an absolute advantage, his expression did not change at all before the battle started. It was like he was pretending. Qian Zongchao stood up and walked over to the black astral coins that he had tossed out. He prepared to put away the black astral coins and leave quickly. This time, he had completely embarrassed himself. "Wait!" Xiao Chen shouted coldly, stopping Qian Zongchao's actions. Qian Zongchao demanded angrily, "What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything. This hall is riddled with restrictions, and it is costly to build. You even blew off the roof, and you want to leave for nothing?" Xiao Chen said unhurriedly. "You have to leave behind these 5 million black astral coins. You are twisting words and forcing logic." Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "That's right. I am twisting words and forcing logic. Whoever tries to reason with me, Xiao Chen, will do so. I will do so openly and openly. However, if anyone tries to be unreasonable with me, thinking of forcefully buying and selling or using force to bully others, I, Xiao Chen, will be even more unreasonable than them." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he threw another palm strike. Before Qian Zongchao could reply, he directly sent him flying, not giving him any face at all. The other 8 old men immediately exchanged glances. Xiao Chen's forcefulness and his words were clearly directed at them. Just as these old men were feeling uneasy, wondering if Xiao Chen would snatch back their black astral coins, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, are you not going to take back your black astral coins?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, are you not going to take back your black astral coins?" When the group heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly took back the 5 million black astral coins that they had tossed out. When the group heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly took back the 5 million black astral coins that they had tossed out. After these old men took back their black astral coins, Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike. Amid a loud sound, the pile of black astral coins that Qian Zongchao left behind turned into dust. 5 million black astral coins turned to dust before the eyes of these old men. This sight stunned them into stupefaction. 5 million black astral coins was a significant sum for any of the blue-robed emperors. However, Xiao Chen did not even blink, directly shattering it with one palm strike. What does this mean? Everyone thought to themselves. These old men were all experienced people who had lived for several hundred years. They quickly understood what Xiao Chen meant. This was Xiao Chen expressing his stance. Xiao Chen did not care about 5 million black astral coins. He wanted Qian Zongchao to leave behind these black astral coins to make the other party pay the price. Anyone who wanted to target Heavenly Star Island needed to be mentally prepared to pay the price. Otherwise, they would end up like this pile of black astral coins before them. After the vice sect masters of the 9 ranks of the great families reacted, they immediately smiled and started chatting with Xiao Chen. They all promised that they would not seek trouble for Heavenly Star Island and that this matter was just a misunderstanding. After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, it would not be wise for them to try anything. Although the 9 ranks of the great families had Emperor Wu holding down the fort, and Xiao Chen was definitely not a match for them, Emperor Wu could not possibly remain in his sect at all times. People like Xiao Chen who offended Xiao Chen would take advantage of the fact that Emperor Wu was not around to seek trouble for him every 2 or 3 days, causing everyone to panic. It was not the first time that such a large sect was killed until only a general was left. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of slippers. If both sides suffered, it would not be good for either side. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen was rather clever. He only taught Qian Zongchao a lesson. He did not make things difficult for the other old men who took out their black astral coins. This was considered as not shedding all pretense. This made it much easier to talk to them. "I'll take my leave first. In the future, if the Blue Dragon King has time, you can come to our sect for a visit and improve our relationship." Since the roof of the Great Hall had been torn off, it was clearly not suitable for them to remain for long. After everyone expressed their stance, the various old men got up and prepared to leave. Lan Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief at the side. This matter was finally resolved. One could not be too polite to such people. The weaker one was, the more others would think that one was easy to bully. Xiao Chen had handled the situation appropriately. He had displayed his strength without offending everyone. Just at this moment, a strong mental pressure swept out in all directions. Everyone on Heavenly Star Island felt like a pair of ruthless eyes were staring at them. Suddenly, they did not dare to move at all. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. They all felt fear in their hearts for some reason. This gaze seemed to sweep through the entire island before focusing on Xiao Chen. This made the others release their bated breath. This is the might and pressure of Emperor Wu. The group of old men in the Great Hall were very knowledgeable and quickly determined the strength of this newcomer. Could it be that Qian Zongqiao is unconvinced and got his sect master to come personally? It does not seem like it. Furthermore, that is impossible. The Fire Beacon sect's sect master would not dare to ignore Bushin Palace. Furthermore, this time, Qian Zongqiao messed things up. He is not in the right at all. Given the character of the Fire Beacon sect's sect master, even if he came, he would be trying to mend the relationship. The most important thing is that this might does not seem like the might and pressure of a minor heavenly Emperor Wu. It is much stronger than the Fire Beacon sect's sect masters. The expressions of the few old men changed as they discussed in soft voices. They could not guess which martial emperor came. Who would be so bold as to come here with Emperor Wu's cultivation? After all, Xiao Chen was the Thunder King's favored Blue Dragon King. This was Bushin Palace's conferred land. Even if Xiao Chen coveted the resources here and sent a group of subordinates over, when Bushin Palace investigated, they could still say that Xiao Chen was not as skilled as others. If Xiao Chen could not defeat cultivators of the same cultivation and was not worthy of occupying this sea region, Bushin Palace would have nothing to say. If Xiao Chen personally came, he clearly did not conform to some secret rules. Was he not mocking the fact that Bushin Palace had no one? Bushin Palace could not just sit back and watch. Otherwise, they would lose face, the entire Bushin Palace. Lan Xiaobai's heart sank. He more or less guessed who had come. He frowned heavily. This would not be easy to deal with. Big trouble was coming. Back then, Xiao Chen had directly killed the purple-clad man of the 7 heroes of the dragon. This time, it was probably the purple-clad man's father, the purple-clad marquis, who had come personally. Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable enduring the huge might. His legs turned soft and he nearly knelt down. The difference in cultivation was too great. Just the formless might was unblockable. At the crucial moment, little yellow feather flew out of the immortal spirit ring and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. It used its holy beast bloodline to share some of the pressure for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and discovered that he could move. With a thought, a golden sage feather appeared in his hand and hid it in his sleeve. This was the last resort of the Golden Crow race. At a crucial moment, it could severely injure Emperor Wu in exchange for a chance to live. This was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. A sharp-eyed person recognized little yellow feather on Xiao Chen's shoulder and cried out in shock, "The Golden Crow Holy Beast!" This was a legendary holy beast of the immortal epic, possessing a noble bloodline. It only existed in ancient texts, rarely seen. Yet, Xiao Chen had this golden crow as a pet. Hu Qi! The space in the hall tore easily, and an imposing middle-aged man wearing purple dragon robes and battle armor walked out with large strides. His aura was extraordinary, and an intimidating pressure was emitted from his body. The purple-clad marquis. Astonishment came one after another. The martial emperor who came was actually Neptune's old subordinate, the current purple-clad marquis. He was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a true peak character of the Western Sea. Chapter 1136. The purple-clad marquis faction was also one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, in terms of accumulations, the purple-clad marquis faction was much stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families. Even if the major sects worked together, they would barely be able to deal with the purple-clad marquis. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace supported him. When the old men saw this scene, they could not help but wonder. The purple-clad marquis personally came with a hostile expression. Something major must have happened. Xiao Chen was probably in trouble. Another variable appeared in Heavenly Star Island. Primordial Golden Crow, Brat, You are really overflowing with luck. You can even subdue such a mythical holy beast. I won't speak any nonsense. You should know what I am here for. You are probably mentally prepared." The purple-clad Marquis glanced at the ferocious-looking little yellow feather on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chen and asked unhurriedly. After the initial panic, Xiao Chen had already calmed down. He replied indifferently, "How can a major character like Senior have anything to do with me? If Senior has anything to say, just say it. This Junior is all ears." The purple-clad Marquis did not say anything. However, those old men were startled. To think that Xiao Chen dared to speak to a greater heavenly Emperor Wu like that. As long as the other party wanted to, the purple-clad Marquis could instantly kill Xiao Chen in one breath. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. Any technique, will, or martial technique would be like fleeting clouds before the purple-clad Marquis. "Indeed, you are certain that I do not dare to kill you." Who knew? The purple-clad Marquis would laugh when he heard this, looking incredibly amiable. However, after a while, his expression turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "However, you are just seeking trouble by showing off your pride before a greater heavenly emperor." With each word, the purple-clad Marquis's expression turned colder. The entire Heavenly Star Island started to tremble intensely as he spoke. The clouds pressed down like the sky was falling. When the purple-clad Marquis finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Xiao Chen. The air nearly froze. Everyone could feel Purple Marquis's monstrous rage, and they trembled in fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was true that Purple Marquis couldn't kill Xiao Chen, but he could teach him a lesson and beat him up. As long as Xiao Chen didn't die, there wouldn't be too much trouble. Xiao Chen's attitude was indeed asking for trouble. The group of old men all thought that he was courting death. In front of the great emperor, one should display humility. How could one act so casually? This was simply a great disrespect, and one could only blame oneself for any consequences. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, Xiao Chen did not show any signs of backing down. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "If you have something to say, just say it. I will listen and do my best to help. But if you want to rely on your status and strength to teach a junior an unreasonable lesson, then I, Xiao Chen, am not a pushover." Ha! When Purple Marquis heard that, he guffawed like he heard something extremely funny. He said, "If not for the Thunder King supporting me, I would be able to flick you to death with one finger. Killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Why can't I bully you? I'll be honest. You killed my, Purple Marquis, son. Although I cannot kill you now, if I do not beat you half to death today, it will be hard for me to swallow this frustration." With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen caught that golden tail feather between two fingers. When he drove it with all his might, it gave off a blazing aura. A golden solar flame formed a thick pillar of fire that soared into the sky from Xiao Chen's body, piercing through the clouds. The blazing light was too bright, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Only this pillar of fire soared into the sky, burning fiercely. This is the expression of Purple Marquis, who was preparing to make a move, slowly turned grave. He stared at the golden tail feather between Xiao Chen's fingers. This commotion shocked the others as well. To think that Xiao Chen intended to make a move against a greater heavenly martial emperor. Was he crazy? As a greater heavenly emperor Wu, Purple Marquis could level Heavenly Star Island with one thought. However, at this moment, he felt a great threat from that tiny feather. Purple Marquis swept his gaze across the golden crow. When he saw that the little golden crow also had two golden tail feathers that stood out from the crowd, he suddenly understood. Now that he understood what Xiao Chen was holding, his heart sank. He said softly, "Golden tail feather, a life-saving technique passed down by the golden crow race. Xiao Chen, you really give me many surprises. To think that the golden crow holy beast would give you one of its most precious items. However, if you think that this thing can scare me, then you are too naive. I guarantee that if you dare to make a move, you will be the one at a disadvantage in the end." Bathed in the golden pillar of fire, Xiao Chen held the golden tail feather between two fingers. He said indifferently, "That's right. I will be the one at a disadvantage. Even if I use this golden tail feather, I will only be able to injure you severely. However, I will lose a life-saving trump card and will still be beaten half to death by you. No matter how you look at it, the losses outweigh the gains. However, there are some things in this world that cannot be determined by whether you suffer a loss or not. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Your son came to my Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble, killing the residents of my Heavenly Star Island, injuring my brothers, and humiliating my friends. His death is not to be regretted. The moment Purple Marquis said that, there was a huge commotion. The 8 old men felt their legs go soft. They finally understood why Purple Marquis was so angry. It turned out that Xiao Chen actually killed his son. The son of a martial emperor died at Xiao Chen's hands. After killing a martial emperor's son, not only did Xiao Chen show no intention of apologizing or begging for mercy, but he even confronted Purple Marquis. No wonder Purple Marquis disregarded his status and wanted to personally teach Xiao Chen a lesson, saying that he would beat Xiao Chen half to death. I am not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is your son. Even if you came personally, it would be impossible for me, Xiao Chen, to apologize. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Since you dare to make a move on me, I dare to risk my life to accompany you. I believe that your enemies would be very happy to see a severely injured Purple Marquis. Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He stared at Purple Marquis and argued for what was right, neither servile nor overbearing. Xiao Chen was not trying to be a hero or being arrogant. However, there were some things that he needed to persevere on. There were some beliefs that he absolutely could not waver on. Xiao Chen could not lose his principles just because the other party had a good father. He could not lower his head and admit his mistakes. He would rather break than bend his pride. For some reason, when Xiao Chen said those words, it gave others a misconception. Purple Marquis, who was wearing purple dragon robes and battle armor, a bona fide martial emperor with a surging aura, seemed to be much weaker than Xiao Chen's. Lan Xiaobai, who was at the side, felt his blood boil. A flame burned in his chest. When he faced Purple Marquis's strong aura, he did his best to take a step forward and guffawed. Xiao Chen, having a brother like you in this life is worth it. Then, Lan Xiaobai turned to Purple Marquis and shouted, your son died because of me. If you want to humiliate Xiao Chen, you will have to do it over my corpse. In the future, my Azura race will definitely have seniors who will seek justice for you. Lan Xiaobai had a hard time saying these words. Before the might of a martial emperor, he had to use all his strength and clench his teeth to say each word. However, Lan Xiaobai had to say it. Xiao Chen killed Purple Marquis's son because of Lan Xiaobai. Today, when a martial emperor came, Xiao Chen blocked all of them by himself, not lowering his head or bending his back, facing a martial emperor. Lan Xiaobai would not be a coward either. Me too. Purple Marquis, if you want to humiliate elder brother Xiao Chen, you will have to do it over Yu's corpse. I, Jin Lin, am willing to sacrifice my life to accompany you. I, Yu Chenxi, will not stand by and watch you humiliate senior brother Xiao. Me too. The pillar of flame soaring into the sky from Xiao Chen's body was like a beacon in the darkness, gathering everyone on Heavenly Star Island. All of them showed rage on their faces as they looked at Purple Marquis without fear. More people gathered. Aside from the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, the ordinary residents came out as well. Countless pairs of eyes stared coldly at purple-clad Marquis in the darkness. Everyone was of one mind, willing to block this calamity for Xiao Chen. When the voices merged together, everyone felt a hot-bloodedness surge in their bodies. To Purple Marquis, these people were all ants. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. However, Purple Marquis had never experienced such a situation in his life. Since the day he stepped onto the martial Dao, he had never seen such a scene that shook his soul. What kind of person could make these millions of people walk out of the darkness, threaten to die, and disregard their own safety? The 8 old men were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that after a martial emperor appeared, so many people from Heavenly Star Island would step forward. As expected, the scene of the purple-clad Marquis beating Xiao Chen half to death did not happen. Instead, Xiao Chen was enveloped by the formless energy field. Instead, he was completely suppressed by Heavenly Star Island, unable to say anything for a long time. Of course, Purple Marquis could not possibly kill all these people. He was not an evil cultivator and was not that deranged. However, such a situation surpassed his expectations. After he returned from the starry heavens, he heard the news of his son's death. Purple Marquis had only wanted to come to Heavenly Star Island to stand up for his son, to teach Xiao Chen a ruthless lesson and make him apologize. Who would have thought that such a scene would occur? Xiao Chen, you are indeed capable. This Marquis has to admit that your rise and fame are not exaggerated at all. However, you should know that before a martial emperor, even 10 times the number of people before you are nothing. Purple Marquis muttered to himself for a while before continuing, if I want to hurt you, no matter how many people you have, you will not be able to stop me. As long as you apologize to me for today's matter, I, Purple Marquis, will keep my word. In the future, I will not seek trouble for you. Just take it that my son is not as skilled as you. When the 8 old men heard this, they were greatly startled. The Purple Marquis, who swept through the Western Sea, was actually forced to take a step back by Xiao Chen. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Xiao Chen's white robes flickered with a golden light as he said calmly, since I am not in the wrong, why should I apologize? Any senior who has stepped on the Emperor's road is worthy of my, Xiao Chen's, respect. That includes Senior Purple Marquis. However, it is still the same thing. There are some things where right is right and wrong is wrong. Along the way, Xiao Chen has adhered to this principle. He will not change it in this life or regret it even in death. If you want to make a move, Xiao Chen is willing to welcome you at any time. Chapter 1137. Holding the plume feather in his right hand, Xiao Chen did not change his principles because of purple-clad Marquis' concession. He prepared to toss the plume feather at the other party, not hesitating to take him down with him. How hateful! Purple-clad Marquis roared in his heart. He had never felt so sullen and conflicted like this before. It was not only because of the plume feather in Xiao Chen's hand that he feared but also because of Xiao Chen's persistence, which purple-clad Marquis found extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, perhaps there had been someone more outstanding than Xiao Chen among the outstanding talents of the past. However, this unyielding character, as well as this pointless persistence, was probably the only one who had ever done it before and would never be able to do it in the future. Good. After saying good 3 times in a row, purple-clad Marquis made his decision. He was no longer willing to waste time with Xiao Chen here. He said coldly, hand over my son's corpse, and I will let you off for now. The plume feathers circled around Xiao Chen and absorbed the pillar of fire soaring into the sky. The darkness disappeared, and sunlight shone down once more. Everyone from Heavenly Star Island revealed a smile on their faces. They had won. Xiaobai, hand the corpse to purple-clad Marquis, Xiao Chen said after putting away the plume feather. Wait, purple-clad Marquis, since you know that you are in the wrong, I cannot let you take the corpse away for nothing. Just as Lan Xiaobai was about to make a move, 2 people suddenly appeared in the damaged hall, one old and one young. Even purple-clad Marquis had not noticed these 2 people. Everyone's gazes focused on the old man who spoke. They were startled. This was actually another greater heavenly Emperor Wu. When Lan Xiaobai and you saw the old man and the young man's faces clearly, they revealed expressions of extreme joy. That young man was none other than the Azura race's Lan Tianji. After such a long time, he finally returned. He even brought a greater celestial Emperor Wu of the Shura tribe with him. Actually, if one thought about it, it was easy to guess. Apart from the Azura race, who else would be able to appear silently in front of Purple Marquis? When purple-clad Marquis saw the old man's appearance, his expression changed as he recognized him. You are Lan Chaofeng, the Flying Snow Mountain Manor's former first rank on the Heaven Series ranking of assassins. The Flying Snow Mountain Manor was a mysterious assassin organization in the Kunlun realm. Any cultivator could become an assassin there. You could choose to reveal your identity, or you could choose to hide it. Most people were afraid of trouble, so they only used a code name. Only a small number of people had no qualms about using their real identity, or they wanted to become famous in the first place. These people were mostly loose cultivators. Completing assassin missions of a certain difficulty would earn them points to upgrade their level. Among them, the Heaven Series Assassin was the highest rank in the Flying Snow Manor. As long as one became a Heaven Series Assassin, every time they took action, they would receive a sky-high reward. However, if one wanted to become a Heaven Series Assassin, the most basic requirement was to have Emperor Wu's cultivation. After that, one had to go through a series of tests before one could be officially conferred the title of a Heaven Series Assassin. One of the tests was to kill 5 Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After becoming Emperor Wu and cultivating the heart of an emperor, he was already very difficult to kill. It was not strange for Emperor Wu to fall. However, it was extremely difficult to truly kill Emperor Wu. Right now, the number of Heaven Series assassins in the entire Flying Snow Mountain Manor could be counted on 2 hands. Every one of them was unfathomable, inspiring fear in others. Ordinary people would not know the identities of these Heaven Series assassins. They might not even have heard of them. However, in Emperor Wu's circle, once one's strength reached a certain level, this was no secret. Due to the Azura race's innate talent in space, they had an innate advantage in being assassins. In reality, many famous experts were Azura race cultivators. This ordinary-looking old man before Xiaochen was actually the top rank of the Heaven Series assassin ranking. He could not help but tremble in fear. The ordinary-looking Lan Chaofeng smiled faintly and said, "I have not made a move in many years." Unexpectedly, the purple-clad marquis in the distant heavenly starry ocean has heard of me. How surprising! The purple-clad marquis smiled coldly to himself. At least 10 Emperor Wus had died at the hands of this old man. In Emperor Wu's circle, this fellow's name was even more horrifying than several sovereign martial emperors. He was known as the Life Reaper Azura. Fortunately, this fellow had not taken any missions for several hundred years, slowly fading out of their circle. However, Lan Chaofeng had not expected to meet the person that Emperor Wu did not want to meet in this rundown place. After not seeing Lan Chaofeng for several hundred years, not only did this fellow not die, but he even became a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. His cultivation was even deeper than Lan Chaofeng's. When Lan Chaofeng was a minor heavenly Emperor Wu, he could already threaten some greater heavenly Emperor Wus. Now that Lan Chaofeng was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, his cultivation was even higher than purple-clad marquis. Lan Chaofeng was even less of a match for him. The purple-clad marquis felt very depressed. This matter was already in the bag. First, Xiao Chen's unyielding pride forced him to give in again and again. Now there was this Lan Chaofeng. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to take the corpse, there would be many variables. The purple-clad marquis raged in his heart. He looked at Lan Chaofeng and said, "What exactly do you want? This has nothing to do with you, right?" Lan Chaofeng replied indifferently, "It's very simple. Since you admit that you are in the wrong, then apologize to my disciple on behalf of your son. Then apologize to this little brother. If you do not want to apologize, fine. Just throw down 10 million black astral coins. Otherwise, you can forget about taking your son's corpse away." Tyrannical. Be it the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island or the few old men outside, they could not help exclaiming in their hearts. Lan Chaofeng's son died and he came to seek trouble. Based on the current situation, he would have to apologize to Heavenly Star Island instead. This mysterious old man who suddenly appeared was truly tyrannical. Lan Chaofeng, don't go overboard. The purple-clad marquis immediately became enraged. He did not care about 10 million black astral coins. However, he could not afford to lose face like this. Indeed, after not making a move for 1,000 years, the title of life-reaping Azura is just a symbol in the eyes of some people. Lan Chaofeng smiled faintly, and an ancient black coin appeared in his hand. That ancient coin seemed to have a life of its own. It jumped around and spun around his fingers. This was clearly a very simple action, but it dazzled everyone, making them dizzy. It was only then that the crowd noticed this unprepossessing old man. This unprepossessing old man had a pair of extremely perfect hands. This was because when the ancient coin jumped around, no one felt any energy fluctuations at all. This old man used his nimble fingers to perform all sorts of incredible actions. Seeing the mysterious ancient coin jump around, purple-clad Marquis's heart sank. According to rumor, when that coin stopped jumping around, Lan Chaofeng would make his move. According to an even more exaggerated rumor, when one saw Lan Chaofeng spinning the ancient coin, one would no longer think of fleeing, as one would not be able to. When the black astral coin stopped jumping around, one would no longer have the chance to counterattack, as one would no longer have the chance. One would just quietly wait for death. In Lan Chaofeng's long life of killing, countless famous people had used their lives to verify the veracity of this rumor. This was where the title of life-reaping Azura came from. Purple-clad Marquis's thoughts raced. In an instant he thought of thousands of methods. However, none of them could allow him to escape unscathed from Lan Chaofeng. Bang! With a flip of his hand, a pile of black astral coins appeared in the dilapidated hall. Then, purple-clad Marquis said, "Give me my son's corpse." Lan Xiaobai, who had been prepared for a long time, waved his hand and tossed out a coffin from his spatial ring. Purple-clad Marquis put away the coffin without even looking at it. Then he turned around and tore space, quickly leaving this place. Lan Chaofeng, who used only one coin to force purple-clad Marquis away, smiled faintly. Without anyone seeing Lan Chaofeng do anything, the mysterious ancient coin in his hand vanished. As Huan Zhentian watched purple-clad Marquis leave, cheers rang out in Heavenly Star Island. Even someone as strong as purple-clad Marquis suffered a great loss on Heavenly Star Island, not daring to have any other thoughts. This made every cultivator who stood up for Xiaochen feel incomparably proud. There was a sense of honor in everyone's hearts. Blue Dragon King, I forgot something earlier. You said that you came to visit Heavenly Star Island. In the end, you came empty-handed. This is not very polite. You must accept these 5 million black astral coins. I'm getting old, and my memory is bad. Blue Dragon King, please don't mind me. I can reluctantly accept these 5 million black astral coins as a gift. This old man will make up for it when I pay a formal visit in the future. The few old men, who were preparing to leave, quickly ran over. Their faces brimmed with smiles as they left the 5 million black astral coins, wanting Xiaochen to accept them. These old men did not even give Xiaochen a chance to refuse. After tossing down the black astral coins, they quickly left. That was then and this was now. Earlier, Xiaochen only made them feel some fear. In the future, they could not afford to offend Heavenly Star Island. However, when they saw how united the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island were, how boldly Xiaochen dared to face off against a martial emperor, and how mysterious the Azura race martial emperor was, all of this pointed to Heavenly Star Island's rise. Everything showed that Heavenly Star Island's rise was just around the corner. Currying favor with Heavenly Star Island in advance was the right thing to do. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. He did not think much of this. Together with Lan Xiaobai, they quickly headed for that tyrannical Azura race martial emperor. If not for this old man's appearance, even if purple-clad Marquis was chased away by Xiaochen, he would not be satisfied and would come back sooner or later. However, now he was scared away. In the future, even if Xiaochen invited him, he would not dare to come casually. How come I have never heard you mention your master? Xiaochen asked Lan Xiaobai, who was beside him as they walked. Lan Xiaobai's smile slowly faded as he recalled this matter. It seemed like he thought of some bad news. He said, 5 years ago, my master said that he was going to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. After that, there has been no news of him. Looking at it now, I'm afraid he failed. Breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor was not only extremely dangerous, but there was also only one chance. If one missed this chance, there would not be a second chance. There had never been a precedent since ancient times. Xiaochen consoled, it's fine. At the very least he is still fine. Chapter 1138. Lan Xiaobai revealed a smile again. He nodded and said, right? Those who fail to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor lose their lives. The fact that Master survived is already the best news. As they spoke, the two officially met with Lan Tianji and Lan Xiaofeng. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to seniors' help this time. I cannot thank you enough." The unprepossessing Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "You are too humble. Even if I did not appear, you would have more or less settled the matter." In front of the greater celestial Emperor Wu, a young man who dares to uphold his own principles? This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Furthermore, you were the one who stood up for Xiaobai in the first place. That's why you attracted all this trouble. Furthermore, you are the one who took the blame. I should be the one saying thank you. Tianqi and I are right, Xiaobai did not follow the wrong person. Lan Tianji smiled and said, "Master never believed it. Given Xiaobai's character, how could he be willing to follow someone of the younger generation? Now that I personally saw it, I have no choice but to believe it." Lan Xiaobai was more concerned about breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. He asked, "Master, how is your breakthrough to Sovereign Martial Emperor going?" The moment Xiao Qin said this, Lan Tianji and Lan Xiaofeng could not hide their smiles. Xiao Qin and Lan Xiaobai immediately felt that something was wrong. There was probably something unexpected. How difficult is it for a martial emperor to be conferred king? Tianqi, just tell me. Lan Xiaofeng sighed, not willing to talk about this matter. Lan Tianji thought for a while and said, "It failed. The sovereign's tribulation is boundlessly horrifying. Master only has 20 to 30 years left to live." What? Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaobai and Xiao Chen's expressions changed drastically. They were lucky to have survived the failed king's conferment, but they did not expect that there would be such serious consequences. Lan Xiaofeng smiled gently and said, "Everyone dies. Even someone as strong as the Qing Emperor and the strongest person in the world, the Thunder King, cannot avoid it. Without becoming a martial god, no one can avoid it. Don't mind it too much, this old man has lived long enough." "Master?" Lan Xiaobai's voice sounded somewhat choked. Lan Tianji had not come for so long. He was probably taking care of Lan Xiaofeng, who failed his tribulation. Little did he expect that when he finally managed to meet Lan Tianji, he would receive such a piece of news. Lan Xiaofeng felt moved in his heart. He smiled and scolded, "It's fine. Work hard. I might be able to see the day when you and Tianqi are conferred kings." Xiao Chen, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly had a thought. He asked, "Senior, have you consumed natural treasures that can increase your lifespan?" Lan Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, "This natural treasure that can increase one's lifespan is something that can only be found and not sought. When I was young, I obtained a few, but I didn't pay much attention to it and gave it to some old friends. Now I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Some things weren't worth much, and they weren't even used normally. However, when he really needed it, he realized that it was something that could only be chanced upon. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find it." Xiao Qin still had 2 longevity fruits in his hand. He quickly took one out and said, "This is a longevity fruit. It can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. If senior cannot find a better natural treasure, you can consume this." The few of them all showed joy on their faces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had such a treasure that could not be sought after. "Xiaobai, help your master keep it. I have no use for this thing, anyway." Xiao Chen handed the longevity fruit to Lan Tianji for him to pass to his master. Xiao Chen had a longevity fruit that could give others 100 years of lifespan. However, he could not break free from the nightmare of 4 years. Lan Xiaofeng received the longevity fruit from Xiaobai's hand and entered deep thought, like he was about to make a decision. After a while, he said, "Originally, I planned to come to Heavenly Star Island to see Xiaobai before leaving, then go look for natural treasures that can extend one's lifespan. Since you gave me a longevity fruit, then this old man will stay here for a while. I can't keep watching others bully my 2 disciples." Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. Lan Xiaofeng's words meant that he agreed to stay on Heavenly Star Island. With an Azura emperor who could force the purple-clad marquis to retreat, there was no need to worry about Heavenly Star Island's safety. Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji were equally happy that a senior like Lan Xiaofeng could remain on Heavenly Star Island. "Master, have you heard about what happened to Xiao Qin?" It was rare for Lan Xiaobai to meet a bona fide martial emperor. Furthermore, Lan Xiaofeng was his relative. He could not help but ask about Xiao Chen's matter. Lan Xiaofeng nodded. If the Blue Dragon King did not advance to martial emperor in 5 years, he had only 20 more years to live. For some reason, this news set the Kunlun continent abuzz. In nearly 1 month, it spread throughout the entire Kunlun continent, causing a huge commotion. Lan Tianji entered deep thought. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years? That might not be impossible. Only 1 year has passed, and Xiao Chen already reached great perfection blue-robed emperor. In this age of geniuses, any miracle can happen. As someone with experience, Lan Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "That is hard to say. As long as there are sufficient resources, advancing from small perfection blue-robed emperor to great perfection blue-robed emperor can be done quickly. Since ancient times, Xiao Chen's current cultivation speed is not considered very fast." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I have no problems with resources. Can Senior give me some pointers on how to merge my soul with the heavenly seal and form the vague form of the heart of an emperor?" The great tribulation of wind and fire was still far away. Right now, Xiao Chen was most concerned about how to perfectly merge his soul with the heavenly seal. Lan Xiaofeng said, "Given the comprehension abilities of you outstanding talents, this stage is actually not difficult. You can clear it sooner or later. However, this requires a long time to test it out. Then, when the conditions are right, success will follow. Others will not be able to give you pointers. However, what you lack the most right now is time." Lan Xiaofeng's words hit the crucial point. This stage could stop 90% of blue-robed emperors. However, this 90% definitely did not include the outstanding talents with high comprehension abilities. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. What he lacked was time. "Is there any way for me to clear this stage quickly?" Xiao Chen continued asking. Perhaps in history, were there any people who used a very short time to perfectly merge their soul with the heavenly seal? Lan Xiaofeng thought carefully and shook his head. "As far as I know, there were no such people. However, I only know the history of the Kunlun continent. This oceanic world might not necessarily not have such a person." Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. It looked like he could not count on anyone else for this stage. It was as Elder Qin said, he could only rely on himself. 10 days later, the news of purple-clad Marquis running into a wall at Heavenly Star Island quickly spread throughout the entire Western Sea. The scene of Xiao Chen facing off with a martial emperor was described vividly, quickly spreading among the cultivators. A great perfection blue-robed emperor actually dared to face off with a martial emperor like purple-clad Marquis. In the end, he even managed to gain the upper hand. If not for many people verifying the authenticity of this news, no one would believe it. In the next 3 days, aside from the nearby sects, all the sects in the entire Western Sea came to visit. Even Qian Zongqiao, whom Xiao Chen knocked back with a palm strike, came to apologize with heavy gifts. For a while, Heavenly Star Island became very prosperous. It finally gained a firm foothold in this chaotic heavenly starry ocean. It would no longer be seen as an outsider. There would always be people coming to covet those subsidiary resource islands. Xiao Chen rejected all the social engagements and focused on cultivation, not letting these trivial matters disturb him. However, today, he received a piece of news that made Xiao Chen come out of his closed-door cultivation room without any hesitation. Kim Taeho had returned from the Black Sea with the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's huge merchant ship. When Xiao Chen received news of Kim Taeho's return, he immediately came out of his state of silent cultivation. He had been tempted long ago and could not wait to go to the Black Sea. Xiao Chen met with Kim Taeho in a pavilion. Xiao Chen looked the same as before, adorned with jewels and glowing with health. He fanned himself with a golden folding fan, and the shrewdness of a merchant was written all over his face. However, Xiao Chen noticed a faint black line on Xiao Chen's forehead. It was like some kind of negative emotion had gathered together. Brother Xiao Chen, you are finally back," Kim Taeho immediately said with a smile when he saw Xiao Chen. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chen asked about the Black Sea and the development of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Finally, he asked about Ba Tu's situation. According to Kim Taeho's introduction, the Black Sea was not much smaller than the heavenly starry ocean. It was extremely vast, and the islands were even denser. According to legend, the islands of the Black Sea were originally a complete continent with many ancient factions and many legendary characters. Later on, for some reason, it shattered, resulting in the current situation. The islands were as densely packed as the stars in the sky. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation and transformation, the Black Sea had formed 5 major sea domains: the Blackwater Sea, the Black Wind Sea, the Black Cloud Sea, the Black Fire Sea, and the core sea domain, the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea had the richest resources in the entire oceanic world and the most fortuitous encounters. However, it also had the harshest natural environment in the entire oceanic world. The 2 words Black Sea lived up to its name. The entire sea domain was shrouded in boundless dark clouds all year round. The sky was always dark. No matter how piercing the sunlight was, it could not shine down. There was also a mysterious substance in the air that could affect a cultivator's mind, making them irritable, easily angered, and unable to control their murderous heart. Hence, the cultivators in the Black Sea all had fiery tempers. They were unreasonable, filled with hostility, and the entire sea domain was in chaos. However, it was easy to train experts here. Furthermore, they were all combat experts. When they fought, they would fight to the death. Just think about it. If a cultivator could maintain their original state of mind after living here for a long time and not be affected, just their mental state would surpass the cultivators of the other sea domains. As for the development of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, when Kim Taeho talked about it, his eyebrows danced with joy, talking about it without end. His initial capital of 100 million black astral coins had already multiplied to 50 million black astral coins. The momentum was excellent. However, after hearing Xiao Chen's introduction of the 1 billion black astral coins in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, Kim Taeho felt a blow to his confidence. Damn it. This fat lord has worked so hard for more than a year, but I still can't compare to you and a girl in 2 or 3 days. However, Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. About that, can you give this fat lord some more capital? There are simply too many goods in the Black Sea. Our merchant ships are clearly not enough. Chapter 1139. Xiao Chen scolded jokingly, "Don't even think about it. Not only can I not give you black astral coins, but you can also use the resources that your merchant association earns to fund the construction of Heaven Dragon City." Kim Taeho opened his folding fan and said, "Hee hee. Just joking." To this fat lord, money is just a bunch of numbers. What this fat lord enjoys is the process. These words were not false at all. If Kim Taeho craved riches and honor, the wealth he had in the Sky Dome realm was enough for him to enjoy for several lifetimes. Xiao Chen said after some thought, "I will give you plenty of support as well. You can choose one of the subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island and make it an independent trading island for the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for the merchant ships, after Mo Chen has settled down at Black Flame Island, I will sell all the king-grade warships I refine to your merchant association." When Kim Taeho heard this, his eyes immediately sparkled. A smile bloomed on his face as he said, "That is very generous. I will make a military pledge as well. Within 3 years, I will make the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce the top merchant association in the Western Sea." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There is no need to make this military pledge. I believe in your ability. Our goal is not just the Western Sea but the entire oceanic world. We also want to charge back to the Kunlun continent. We will trample on whoever smashed your signboard in the past, making them remove their own signboards." When Kim Taeho heard this, he thought back to how his signboards were smashed. A vicious look flashed in his eyes. When Xiao Chen saw this, he frowned slightly and said, "Something is wrong with you. It seems like you cannot control your murderous heart." Kim Taeho nodded and said, "After I return from the Black Sea, I need to rest for a month. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee that my heart will not change. Aside from the native cultivators, outsiders do not dare to stay in the Black Sea for long. Of course, this does not include some cultivators who want to temper their minds." Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then took off the Neptune headscarf from his forehead and handed it to Kim Taeho. This is the Neptune headscarf. You can wear it when you go to the Black Sea in the future. It will ensure that your heart will not change. Kim Tae-ho didn't take it. From your tone, it sounds like we're going to the Black Sea soon. You should keep it. Xiao Chen said seriously, my mental state has long since reached a state where it is impervious to ripples. The mysterious substance in the Black Sea is unable to affect me. Your cultivation is too far away from mine. Don't force yourself. The Neptune headscarf had endless uses, and Xiao Chen quite liked it. However, Kim Tae-ho obviously needed it more than him, so Xiao Chen didn't need to hide it. The Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could develop so fast. The main reason was that DeBao had opened up the Black Sea trade route and put in a lot of effort. In the end, Xiao Chen asked where Ba Tu was before letting Kim Tae-ho rest. After Kim Tae-ho left, Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the room and arrived at the summit. He looked down and saw millions of workers laying the foundation for the future Heaven Dragon City. It was bustling with activity. Under the arrangements of Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai, although there were many people, there was not much chaos in commanding them. Even farther away, the Mo clan's people on Black Flame Island were anxiously laying the foundation for the Dragon's Gate's refining pavilion. Yu Chenxi and the others were personally managing the various resource islands. The development of the entire Heavenly Star Island was very orderly. Furthermore, the Azura Emperor, Lan Chaofeng, presided over the islands. Heavenly Star Island's future was bright. I really can't bear to leave, Xiao Chen muttered with a nostalgic expression in his eyes. However, no matter what, he had to leave for now. He had to seek his own fortuitous encounter, to find a way to merge his soul with the heavenly seal quickly and smoothly. Xiao Chen wanted to fight against heaven. Everyone believed that he, Xiao Chen, could not become a martial emperor. They were waiting to see him make a joke of himself, waiting to see how he would fall from the peak 5 years later. All the opponents he had defeated in the past were looking on coldly, waiting for that day to come. Fortuitous encounters could not fall by themselves at home. Xiao Chen could only go out and search for them, risking his life in the most dangerous places. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any fear or hesitation in them. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and floated down the mountain peak. Then he started to say goodbye to his old friends. After looking around, Xiao Chen finally found Mo Chen. At this moment, Mo Chen's room was filled with piles of sketches and all sorts of books and information. In the somewhat messy room, Mo Chen continued to painstakingly draw her sketches. She did not even notice Xiao Chen's arrival. Mo Chen casually raised her head and saw Xiao Chen outside. Pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. She stopped what she was doing and smiled. What's wrong? You finally have time to come to my place? Xiao Chen said, make a guess. I'll give you 3 chances. Mo Chen slapped her forehead and smiled bitterly. This time I really hope that I guessed wrong. However, you will have to leave in the end. Now that Heavenly Star Island is on the right track, you can leave in peace. Xiao Chen smiled. Indeed, he could not hide anything from the other party. There was no need for words between the two. After a short silence, Xiao Chen said, take care. Then he turned and left. Don't forget. You promised me that you would personally see me remove my veil, Mo Chen said as tears glistened in her eyes. Xiao Chen's body paused slightly. However, he did not turn his head back. He smiled and said, don't worry. I, Xiao Chen, never go back on my promises. I will definitely live on and see you personally remove your veil. You are the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. If I don't see you, I will not be satisfied even if I die. After saying that, Xiao Chen left with large strides. Only his figure remained, slowly disappearing from Mo Chen's hazy vision. What was waiting for Xiao Chen in the mysterious Black Sea? Whether he could find the secret method to break through to great perfection of the blue-robed emperor? Everything was unknown. After taking this step, what awaited Xiao Chen was a new journey. On the path to emperor, I dare to fight against the heavens. From Heavenly Star Island to the Black Sea, the first stop was the Blackwater Sea, one of the 6 great sea domains. This sea domain was as large as the entire Western Sea. Riding the Flood Dragon war chariot, Xiaochen got Ao Jiao to drive the chariot for him as he soared above the clouds. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen continued to cultivate, not wasting any time. A cold jade prayer mat floated on the soft bed in the war chariot. Xiaochen sat cross-legged on it. 5 different colored lights slowly spun around him. Each clump of light gave off a different feeling. Massacre, death, destruction, despair, and grief. They were all different. That was right. These lights were the 5 thrones that Xiaochen had collected. They contained 5 different high-level states. Ordinary people could be called geniuses as long as they had one state and raised it to a will. With 2, they could move unhindered. With 3, they could be called an absolute genius. However, Xiaochen had 5. If he collected the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne, he would have 7. There were too many. Xiaochen did not intend to raise all of them to wills. That would waste too much time. Xiaochen intended to wait until he had collected all 7 wills before merging them into the state of cycle. At that time, he would raise the state of cycle to the will of cycle. This was what he needed to do after he became Emperor Wu. As for now, he could not give up on these different states. He snapped his right hand. The roof of the war chariot slowly descended, and Xiaochen sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. The scene before him suddenly opened up, and he looked into the distance. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman that represented the will of thunder sent out 4 beams of light, forming a seemingly invisible, sharp saber. This was the form of Xiaochen's small perfection saber soul. The lightning-attributed energy in the saber soul had not faded yet, crackling with electricity. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a strand of saber chi with electricity surrounding it shot out from his fingertip. It was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky in the blink of an eye and striking a rank 8 spirit beast 5 kilometers away. The saber chi with the lightning-attributed energy first chopped the spirit beast in half. After that, the lightning-attributed energy exploded, turning the remaining 2 halves of the spirit beast's corpse into charcoal. When the wind blew, the charcoal turned into black powder. This was the additional might of the lightning-attributed energy infused into the saber soul. In the end, the standard of a bladesman's strength was still the saber soul. Pu Si. Little Yellow Feather, who was on Ao Jiao's back, was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden flame, directly burning the other rank 8 spirit beast to ashes. Then, it spread its wings and looked at Xiaochen cockily. Be good, Little Yellow Feather. Xiaochen is testing his moves. Don't disturb him, Ao Jiao, who was riding on the deep-sea flood dragon, said with a smile as she rubbed Little Yellow Feather's head. Xiaochen smiled and tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. Then he started testing his moves. These were all high-ranked states. Although they had not been raised to wills, they were of a higher grade than ordinary flames and ice. Xiaochen planned to merge these different wills with his saber soul. The saber soul would form the massacre saber soul, the destruction saber soul, the despair saber soul, and the death saber soul. When facing different enemies, the saber soul could be chosen accordingly. Sometimes, Xiaochen's strongest lightning saber soul might not be effective against some opponents with startling defenses. However, these other saber souls would catch him off guard. When Xiaochen absorbed the light of the state of death into his sea of consciousness, his mind was immediately filled with all sorts of emotions of death. After a while, Xiaochen adjusted to them. Xiaochen's eyes turned gray, representing death. He flicked out a strand of saber chi from his fingertip. This time, the speed of the saber chi was significantly slower. One could clearly see the trajectory of the saber chi as it tore through the sky. When the saber chi struck a rank 8 spirit beast 5 kilometers away, it did not split it in half. However, when the saber chi penetrated deep into it, the power of death slowly seeped out. The vitality of the spirit beast's body slowly dissipated. A moment later, its withered body fell from the sky. Xiaochen entered deep thought as he muttered, "Its might is much weaker than the lightning saber soul. However, it is also due to the lack of compatibility. After familiarizing myself with it, when I meet some special opponents, I can achieve unexpected results." Following that, Xiaochen tested the might of the various saber souls. Then he connected them with one another, tempering their compatibility. With the continuous tempering, he could be considered to be cultivating his saber soul. A 40% comprehended saber soul was rather frightening among the blue-robed emperor's saber souls. Most bladesmen could barely raise their saber intent to the level of a saber soul. They could not even condense a physical form. Chapter 1140. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Cultivating more would not be bad for his strength. After all, Xiaochen was a bladesman by nature. His saber soul was the most important. 7 days later, the clouds below the flood dragon war chariot slowly dimmed until it was completely dark. Xiaochen knew that he had reached the edge of the Black Sea. The Blackwater Sea should not be far away. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen put away the flood dragon war chariot and prepared to travel the rest of the way alone. After all, there were many experts in the Black Sea. This chaotic and resource-rich sea region was very tempting. There were countless experts here. Xiaochen was far from strong enough to move about freely. It was best to keep a low profile. According to the information that Kim Tae-ho obtained, Batu was not in the Blackwater Sea but in the Dark Sea, the core of the entire Black Sea. Hence, Xiaochen did not intend to stay in this Blackwater Sea for long. If nothing unexpected happened, he would just treat it as a place to stay and familiarize himself with the environment of the Black Sea. After piercing through the clouds, Xiaochen, who was in the air, immediately felt the various negative emotions that came with his breathing: irritation, rage, massacre, and many others. His heart did not change. His saber's soul flickered, and Xiaochen used his strong willpower to eliminate all these negative emotions, leaving none in his body. Dang, ding, ding. Before Xiaochen landed on the surface of the sea, the sounds of fighting entered his ears. Squinting, Xiaochen discovered that several merchant ships of a merchant association were being attacked. The merchant group was rather large, and the merchant ships were all Sage-grade. There were 10 of them, and the flagship was a King-grade warship. However, the situation was not good. The densely packed small pirate ships surrounded the entire merchant group. Figures radiating baleful auras leaped and charged at the merchant ships. A ferocious-looking pirate was currently ganging up on a middle-aged man on the merchant ship's flagship, gaining the upper hand. Xiaochen had heard about the chaos of the Black Sea long ago. However, he had not expected to run into a merchant group being robbed right at the edge. After observing for a while, Xiaochen concluded that this group of pirates was not very strong. The pirate leader fighting on the flagship was only as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor. A moment later, he made his decision. He wasn't the kind of idiot who would rush over to save a bunch of strangers regardless of the situation when he saw something like this. However, if it was within his power, he would still lend a helping hand. After all, this group of robbing pirates did not look like good people. Xiaochen's figure flashed. His white robes looked spotless as he carried the lunar shadow saber and landed in the sky above the flagship. When the two sides saw the sudden appearance of this person, their expressions changed at the same time, and they both stopped fighting and retreated. The difference was that the burly middle-aged man revealed an expression of surprise, whereas the leader of the island was filled with killing intent and endless anger. The pirate leader wielded a heavy scarlet dragon-tooth saber. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Where did this brat come from? Do you know the rules of the Black Sea? If you see pirates robbing and dare to help, you will be wanted by all the pirates." Xiaochen was slightly taken aback, but he laughed in his heart. Interesting. In other places, pirates were wanted, but in this place, the rules were reversed. The pirates held the upper hand. To think that they could order others to be wanted. Little brother, this is indeed the rule of the Black Sea. Once you are wanted, you will find it hard to move anywhere in the 5 seas. It is good that you have the intention. Don't get yourself involved. The middle-aged man could tell that Xiaochen's cultivation was not low. Given his young age, he should be an outstanding talent of a holy land or a noble clan. Since the middle-aged man did not know the rules of the Black Sea, he sighed and tried to persuade Xiaochen to leave. "Since you know the rules, then scram," the pirate leader said rudely with a cold smile. Xiaochen said indifferently, "This is the first time I've heard of this rule. However, if you die, I'm afraid we won't be able to send out the wanted posters." The pirate leader laughed loudly and said, "You are already a great perfection blue-robed emperor at such a young age. You must be the successor of a large faction or a holy land. I saw that it was not easy for you to cultivate, so I was being more polite to you. To think that you became so arrogant. Don't treat the Black Sea as some other place. I will only say one thing to you. The blue-robed emperors here are not to be trifled with." The pirate leader shouted coldly and charged at Xiao Chen while holding the dragon-tooth saber. The pirate leader's eyes turned scarlet. Everywhere he passed, wolf howls resounded. A huge scarlet wolf image appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, this pirate leader was a fiend race member. His bloodline seemed to have mutated. He was not a pure heavenly wolf and was even more powerful. This saber strike had an overwhelming aura, and the wolf howls were even more horrifying. It was incredibly ferocious. Just the baleful aura that flowed out was enough to make one tremble in fear. Ding. No one saw how Xiao Chen moved, but there was a melodious dragon roar. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and blocked the dragon-tooth saber flying at him. The dragon roar clashed with the scarlet wolf howls. Unexpectedly, their auras were equal. The other party's scarlet wolf was not intimidated by Xiao Chen's dragon might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. It was said that in this oceanic world, the Black Sea was the best place for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate. In order to strengthen themselves, the blue-robed emperors of various places would come here for experiential training. Furthermore, an even greater number of fugitives resided in the Black Sea all year round, making the situation of the Black Sea even more terrifying. The blue-robed emperor, which was rarely seen in the outside world, could be said to be a common sight here. Now, it looked like the rumors were true. This great perfection blue-robed emperor before him gave Xiao Chen a very different feeling. Compared to the great perfection blue-robed emperors raised in sects, this one was much more powerful. However, the more powerful, the better. That way, it would be more challenging. Xiao Chen turned around and pulled out the lunar shadow saber. At the same time, he executed flawless bright moon. A gentle moonlight appeared on the slender saber. "You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." The pirate leader laughed strangely and spun around in the air. With every spin, he sent out a saber strike. Every time the saber light flashed, a wolf image would appear. In the blink of an eye, the pirate leader had spun around 100 times. After sending out 100 saber strikes and 100 wolves, the pirate leader completely suppressed Xiao Chen's flawless bright moon, forcing Xiao Chen to continuously retreat 100 steps. "Brat, now you know that there are some problems that you should not bother with. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Defeat for me and hunt the world." The pirate leader laughed maniacally and suddenly revealed his true form. He turned into a scarlet wolf that stood upright and roared ferociously. Then he swung his saber vigorously, and hundreds of wolf-shaped saber lights immediately flew at Xiao Chen. The sharp aura was like a pack of wolves on a hunt, galloping across a boundless grassland with an irresistible force. As for Xiao Chen, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and discovered the extraordinariness of this move. Every scarlet wolf was completely solid. Furthermore, there seemed to be qi and blood flowing in the scarlet wolves' bodies, surging with essence. Every one of them continuously absorbed the berserk massacre qi unique to the air of the Black Sea. With every second that passed, their bodies grew larger. By the time they arrived in front of Xiao Chen, each and every one of them was as big as a mountain. Their bodies had mutated to an extremely terrifying extent. Their fur had turned into sharp blood blades, and their eyes were scarlet red. "It's over!" Seeing the pack of wolves swallow up Xiao Chen, the middle-aged man from the merchant group, the blue-robed emperor, revealed a bitter expression. He was somewhat surprised that this mission would be so difficult. It looked like not only would he fail, but he would also implicate an outstanding young talent. Xiao Chen had just entered the periphery of the Blackwater Sea when he ran into the infamous Blood Wolf pirate group. He did not know what goods they were transporting this time. Boom! Just when the middle-aged man thought that Xiao Chen, surrounded by the pack of wolves, would be devoured until not even his bones remained, 100 bolts of intense lightning suddenly shot out from the pack of wolves. A terrifying saber intent could be felt in every bolt of lightning. This is a saber soul. The saber chi has its own soul and also contains the might of the will of thunder. Otherwise, the saber intent that erupts out would not be so horrifying. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of genius bladesman is this? This saber soul is probably no weaker than the famous bladesmen of the older generation. Miserable howls resounded, and the pack of wolves howled in pain. Their momentum immediately shattered. Xiaochen did not stop moving, continuing to attack, preparing to break this move in one go. Strands of azure dragon-shaped saber chi flew out of Xiaochen's body. Eventually, 18 blue dragons surrounded Xiaochen. The dragons roared ferociously, causing the sky to change color. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Subduing dragon profound slash. When Xiaochen chopped out, the 18 blue dragons merged into the saber, forming an azure saber light that reached the sky. The hundreds of blood wolves injured by the electric saber chi were immediately chopped into pieces by this horrifying saber light, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Blood could be seen connecting the blood wolves' bodies. After the electric light exploded, the blood wolves were completely severed. This was already beyond the scope of a mysterious phenomenon. Xiaochen guessed that the pirate leader's world hunt the pirate group probably infused his chi and blood into the saber technique. If an ordinary person executed this move, they would die from blood loss before they could finish executing it. Only the pirate leader, who could turn into a blood wolf, could execute this move. The saber light did not lose momentum, continuing to hack at the pirate leader. The pirate leader held his saber horizontally to block. However, the might of Xiaochen's move was very great. It contained all the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. How could the pirate leader, who had lost a large amount of chi and blood, block it? Kasi. The dragon-tooth saber instantly broke. The saber light continued to hack down, chopping the pirate leader in half. However, the pirate leader was not dead yet. The two halves of his body were still connected by blood, doing their best to merge back together. Given time, the two halves might even be able to merge back together. This life form is really tenacious. However, since you already made a move, I cannot let you live. Executing Thunder Dragon steps, Xiaochen arrived on a dragon amid lightning flashes and thunder roars. He infused the power of the lightning saber soul into his saber and hacked at the pirate leader's body 9 times in a row. After the 9 saber strikes, electric light burst out, and the pirate leader's body turned into charcoal. He could no longer revive. With their leader killed, the remaining pirates immediately retreated in a fluster. The crisis of the merchant group was temporarily resolved. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and suddenly frowned. He felt a gaze filled with heavy killing chi from 50 kilometers away. Even from 50 kilometers away, it made his hair stand on end.